Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku masters Cyrokinesis Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Yurei was big. A lot larger than Izuku had expected because, well, he knew the campus was huge. Of course he'd know, his father was an alumnus of the school and had been preparing him and his siblings for the school's exam for years. However, Izuku wasn't taking the recommendation exam. Heroes couldn't recommend multiple candidates, only one per hero. Considering his mother, Rei, wasn't a hero, that meant the recommendation went to Shoto. That didn't upset him, Shoto could have it. Izuku would rather not be surrounded by several legacy children or elitists. So, unlike Shoto, Izuku would be taking the regular entrance exam, meaning he'd be shuffling around the campus a lot more. And thus, he gets to see how big it is. It was horribly confusing. The shape made no sense. Yes, it's because it stands for the U in UA. But the halls. There were so many hallways. He had quickly made his way into the school entrance, registered himself at the registration desk for the written portion of the heroics exam, and then stood still in one of the school's many hallways. He had no idea where he was. A tall, purple-haired boy stood near him, also sporting an understandably confused expression on his face. Where the hell is the written exam room? His eyebrows were furrowed, eyes narrowed, and lips pinched. Izuku shrugged. No idea. For such a big school with such a big budget, you'd think they could afford a couple of signs. The boy snorted. DMN right. Izuku turned around 180 degrees to face behind him. That hall had no signs. He turned back around, no signs. Nothing. Not even a single teacher or exam assistant around. We must have wandered, completely off track from the exam rooms. Because no one is here. At all. You think we'd get in trouble? The boy raised an eyebrow. No. Principal Natsuo surely knows we're lost. He's just not gonna help us. The boy, maybe you should ask for his name, Izuku, because this is getting annoying as all hell, seemed exasperated. And why the hell not? Isn't he the principal? Isn't that his job? Izuku shook his head. Technically, it's whoever is supposed to be guiding those to the exam room's job. But also he's sadistic? Kinda? Loves puzzles, tricks, manipulative tactics and such. This is probably fun to him. Oh, and a test for us. The boy blinked. Oh joy. Eventually, Izuku and Shinso, he finally asked for his name, made it to the written exam hall, just in time too, because the moment they sat down, next to each other, way in the back, curse himself for not grabbing his DMN glasses, Pro Hero Snipe began the exam. As Present Mike explained how the practical portion of the exam would go, Izuku couldn't help but notice how Shinso got more and more withdrawn, his expression darkening and tightness enveloping his entire frame. Let it be known that Izuku Todoroki is not stupid. He may hate his father, loves his siblings, and may, possibly, be a villain sympathizer due to his older brother, but he is not stupid, unless sympathizing with his possible villainous brother is considered stupid. Shinso doesn't have a combatant quirk. Izuku feels a sliver of rage slip through his mask. It cracks a little. Quirk discrimination is a beach and a half. For Izuku, the exam would go well. His quirk was made for something like this, especially if he could separate himself from others for their safety. He loves Shoto, he's very proud of his brother. But he simply doesn't understand situational awareness when it comes to using powerhouse quirks around others. Shoto's quirk was one that their father, Enji Todoroki, pro-hero endeavor, predicted. He did, otherwise he wouldn't have had 5 children until he got the quirk he wanted. Well, he planned for 4, but Izuku was the little surprise that came alongside his fraternal twin brother. Shoto's quirk was half cold, half hot. Heat and fire pour from his left side, while cold and ice pour from his right. But he never uses his left side. He hates their father as much as, possibly more than, Izuku does. But Shoto will never understand just how cold ice can get. Izuku does. While they may be twins, Izuku knows he resembles their dead, presumed, Izuku was there while he burned brother, Touya Todoroki. His quirk was, Isis, one that burned even greater than that of father's. It ate through anything. He's heard the whispers of the Vigilante. Will that last, Touya? What are you going to do? Of his quirk, cremation. How it burns like Touya, only he makes that connection. But Izuku knows that Touya burned. He burned and burned and burned. His skin couldn't handle the fire. His skin was made for ice. And Izuku's was made for fire. But it is ice and cold and frost and glaciers that form from his fingertips. Izuku will always understand hypothermia better than Shoto ever will. Shoto shouldn't know what it feels like. His fire was designed to help fight it off, the cold. But he refuses to use it even then. There is bitterness there. Izuku knows this. His mask cracks a little bit more each time he remembers. But Izuku's quirk, cryokinesis, nevertheless is strong. A powerhouse quirk in its own right, despite the drawbacks Izuku faces. How he craves heat to replenish what he no longer has. Touya's body ran colder than it should have run hotter. His skin was not fireproof either. Except for the palms of his hands. Izuku's body runs hotter. It should run colder. Because if he was used to the cold, it would not hurt him. But he can barely survive against his own quirk. His skin is not cold resistant. So, here he stood, next to Shinso, wearing black fur-lined, thick sweatpants, white winter boots designed to help with climbing and running, and a black thermal long-sleeved shirt underneath a black, white fur-lined parka. He looked ready for a wonderful winter vacation. It was summer. Shinso eyed him curiously. I can assume you have like, a water or cold quirk or something, because of the white hair and eyes. But wouldn't, he waves a hand towards Izuku's getup, this hinder you. Izuku shakes his head. His hood, pulled up over the beanie he now wore, slipped a little. He pulled his black face mask down some. No, I'm not cold resistant. Shinso stared. Izuku stared back. Shinso broke eye contact first and shook his head. Weird, but I guess not the weirdest quirk drawback. I get migraines. Izuku's eyes widened. You have a mental quirk? Hell yeah, those are my favorite. They're the most underestimated quirks and the least studied, so there's so much we don't know about them, but there's some mainyoftem out Hera thought pleadin' consider. Then start. Izuku cut himself off and quickly got out, go for the joints, check for off switches. This is a heroic school, it can't just be about defeating villains, where's the saving in that? Then he shot through the crowd as quickly as he could. He would do well. He knew this, his quirk was made for it. He was made for it. Izuku stood up from the pile of rubble he had found himself in. He wasn't surprised by the zero-pointer. Yudata just seemed like that type of school to send a huge, potentially deadly robot to distract their students during one of if not the most important test of their lives. So, no, Izuku wasn't surprised. But he was a little frustrated. The large robot wasn't controlled by anything more than some AI designed most likely by Powerloader himself, or maybe even Netsu. It couldn't see anything like we could. Thus, it didn't notice the small brunette trapped under rubble. Her ankle had been stuck, that much was obvious by the way she kept trying to reach behind her, the rubble shifting only slightly. A green, pale sheen was visible on her face. Sweat trickled down her forehead, scrunched up from the struggle of being rendered immobile. Her brown eyes had been alight with fear. Izuku knew fear. He knew it in an NTMT way that no one his age probably should. It really was no surprise that he ran toward her. His quirk was a strong one, dangerous even. If not carefully controlled, he could trap everyone here in a layer of such frigid ice that most would probably experience severe hypothermia at best, severe frostbite at worst. But he had trained immensely with his quirk. Not with father, no, he wasn't important enough for that. But he still needed control. His quirk counselor was the one to thank for his training. If you could call telling a 4-year-old child that your quirk is ice, and to just play around with it to get used to it, training. No, Izuku truly had himself to thank for his own training. Izuku's feet flew across the destroyed street, a light layer of wet ice lining the soles of his shoes to give him speed, but sharp, strong, and pointed enough to give him traction. The robot shuddered as it bent an arm forward, decimating the wall of an abandoned building. The bits of concrete and plaster soared toward the venerable girl. He threw out an arm. Izuku breathed in. Vu through. The air around them began to become stifling, just like in summer heat, like the heat he's steadily losing. Izuku breathed out. 5, 6, 7. The atoms and particles, water molecules and vapor, shook in place as the air above them froze. A solid layer, a platform if you'd consider it one, formed high above the girl. Broken bits of the building slammed against the layer of ice, dense enough that it would take half the building to even form cracks. Light, but strong, pillars of frost held it up, so clear that they were barely visible to the human eye. Except for Izuku. He never could ignore his ice. Sliding across the ground, Izuku began gently removing all the rubble from the girl's leg. He did notice that the ankle was twisted, probably from the impact. Once she was free, he lifted her into his arms and took off toward the exam site exit. The robot behind them bent over his ice platform, the metal denting. It didn't stop it, not fully, it wasn't even meant to. Izuku could have stopped the robot. But he reached his limit and knew better than to exceed it. Shoto never understood that. Never understood that sometimes he needs to stop. He'll use his fire to keep the strongest amounts of damage at bay. No more than that. Touya always had understood. The fire ate away at him until barely anything was left. If Izuku wasn't careful, he'd find himself with the same fate. Losing a couple of limbs except covered in scars, however. Those scars, they haunted Izuku. He hated that it was his last vision of his brother, hated that the last time he truly saw him had been when Touya finally gave in. Sometimes, those with dangerous, destructive quirks couldn't ignore its call. Can I ignore it? Can I fight it? Will I freeze and crack and crumble away like Touya had burned? Violence. The glass father held shattered against the marble flooring of the room they all stood in. It wasn't their home, no, they had tatami and hard flooring that Izuku was content with. This flooring was very cold. Endeavor stood quietly, the only sound being the ringing of the glass that now lay before their feet. His face was calm, but a fury raged behind his turquoise eyes. His hand shook as he lifted it toward Touya, his red hair messy and covered in soot, and pointed a finger at the bloody, ragged skin of his arms. It seemed he ignored Touya's bloody face. What, in God's name, have you done to yourself? Enji's voice contained barely hidden malice. It made Izuku's stomach churn with fear. What was going to happen? Was he in trouble? He was just trying to help his brother. He just wouldn't stop burning. Touya wasn't angry, he could discern that much. His face was also calm as he took in a deep breath and let it out. I was doing the exercise. Speak up, quit stuttering. Their father's calm facade faded into the fury he was not known to hide. Furthermore, Touya was lying to him, and their father could certainly tell. Lies never did pass through unnoticed. Do not, the man bit out, lie to me, Touya. What happened? Izuku bit his lip, his own burns on his hands becoming quickly irritated as the heat in the room rose once again as their father began losing his cool. His fire grew out of control. Father, I tried to help him. Endeavor spun around to face Izuku, disgust marring his face in a way that Izuku never saw before. He never ignored Izuku the way he ignored Natsuo and Fuyumi, but he didn't like Izuku. Not a trace of fire rested in his veins, after all. But he was still powerful. I didn't ask you, Izuku. But most importantly, he bent down to Izuku's level. His eyes narrowed. The ringing in Izuku's ears grew, his cheeks stinging with the pain of the backhand he received from his father. You know better. I've taught you, Fuyumi and Natsuo. Ice applied to burns will only hurt it more. So, you caused this then? Touya's eyes had widened. No. No. Enji rose back up, facing Izuku's older brother once again. You're 15, Touya. Izuku's only 9. Are you really going to sit here and tell me that you applied the ice to yourself? Normal ice wouldn't cause, he waved a hand, this. I asked him. I swear I forced him. I begged him to. Touya's calm demeanor was replaced by one of determination and begging. He wanted to be believed here. He was trying to save Izuku from who knows what. Shoto might be father's masterpiece, but Touya's fire was father's legacy. He would do anything to protect it. Izuku was simply in the way now. Father growled. I don't know what you attempted here because this would not have happened with the exercises I gave you, but do not do it ever again. Understood? Relief flooded through Izuku, and he could tell Touya felt the same. Yes, father, understood. I'll never do that again. Father's eyes became contemplative. Now, with you, he turned to Izuku, that fear bubbling within him again. Let's discuss what we're going to do with you. Because this can truly never happen again. But it would. Izuku was intelligent enough to see. Touya didn't lose control. He was like Izuku, practiced enough to be basically pro-material already. Touya burned because he wanted to. The cerulean flames had mirrored within his eyes in the most beautiful of ways. It was like he was entranced. He couldn't disregard its call, like a siren, far into the depths of the ocean. He was too lost within his own power. But Izuku was selfish. He wouldn't lose his brother. The only person who understood. Recovery Girl made her rounds within each mock city, healing overpowered teenagers that never realized their powers could hurt just as much as they could save. By the time she made it to Izuku and the girl he had saved, she looked exhausted. Hello there, dearies. What have we got here? This was a test, he bet. The ability to report a situation to fellow heroes. To be honest, it impressed Izuku. There were tiny little tests here and there to make up for the obvious bias of the exam. Defeating villains is only a part of heroing, obviously. Izuku cleared his throat, dehydration settling into its comfortable place within his chest and bones. She has a twisted ankle and possibly quirk exhaustion. She seemed pretty green earlier. The youthful heroine nodded wisely and bent at the waist to place a kiss on the girl's forehead. The girl sighed and sat up, wobbling a bit with the movement. Thank you, I feel much better now. She smiled, her pink cheeks becoming slightly more pigmented. No problem, take these gummies. They'll replenish your stamina, which I had to use to heal you. Now use Sunny. The heroine gave him a kind smile. Shrugging, Izuku stood. My quirk has a few strong drawbacks. Basically, I'm just very cold right now. Oh, and dehydrated. Recovery Girl sked. You young ones and overextending yourselves. Take these gummies, they'll help with replenishing your energy. For the dehydration, I suggest waiting for a few more minutes, and if you don't feel any better, make your way to the entrance of the school again and we'll take you to the infirmary for N4. Izuku steadily agreed, but instantly made his way to the entrance. He could handle dehydration. This wasn't the worst he experienced. He knows his limits. This is why he assumes that's why Recovery Girl let him go. At the entrance of the exam site, Izuku couldn't help but notice Shinso. He seemed to be in a state of mixed emotions. Angry, frustrated, exasperated, hopeful. Izuku could tell why. If he was right, then they would receive rescue points and possibly even cooperation points along with villain points. Those were some of the foundational parts of being a hero. Working with others and saving civilians. Izuku bumped the purple-haired boy's shoulder. Here. He handed him a slip of paper, his number written out in a horrendous scrawl, but legible enough. I wanted to know. If you get in. You know, because you seem pretty cool, haha, get it cool? And I really just want to kagain with Iwaba anything real possible about quirks like yours maybe. The boy blinked. His eyebrows were pressed against his hairline. Hey, all good. Thanks. His voice was somewhat deep and raspy, a bit unused maybe. Voice activated? Maybe? See you later, I see. Izuku's face flushed a bit. He wasn't used to nicknames, but he nodded fervently anyway, a small smile gracing his face as he realized he might have just made his first real friend. Maybe this place won't be the absolute worst. The water dripping from the ceiling should have been distracting, should have been what Izuku focused on. But his eyes couldn't help but trail toward the blood that dripped down from the center, metal table instead. It smelled like iron, but it was not a blade. Touya lay on the table, his eyes clenched shut in agony. Blood slowly fell from his burn wounds, where they lay opened to the air around them. He was probably pretty cold, running a temperature too. He overworked himself again. He let his fire burn too hot. He never lost control, not when it wasn't on purpose. But Izuku's brother would just get so angry that he couldn't help but use his quirk to its full potential. Did he do it to feel something other than the crushing apathy being trained into us? For Touya, it's the physical training; for Shoto as well; for Izuku it's seeing his siblings be pushed until they simply can do no more. It really does hurt. Maybe it hurts more than being so cold all the time. Izuku hates to think so, but it is true. A quiet clang would ring out through the freezing cold room as Izuku made his way to the table. He lifted both of his hands as they began to rapidly cool down, a thrumming light shining from his palms as he lay them gently onto one of Touya's wounds. It's okay if he burns himself. Izuku understands; he wishes he could burn too. He'll just have to keep diligent and cool his wounds down so Touya can heal faster. The doors to Class 1A were large, most likely designed in mind for those who are very tall or have mutant-type quirks. Smart. He didn't waste time sliding into the room as quietly as possible, but his quiet efforts were fruitless, as the brunette from the exam noticed him instantly. "You with the white hair. I forgot to thank you for saving me during the exam." She bowed at the waist before sitting back up. A bright smile took over her face, the pink in her cheeks brightening so. "Oh," he said, a hand simultaneously raising toward the back of his neck. He stopped suddenly, lowering his hand. He really has to stop doing that. "Oh, you're welcome. I just didn't want to watch someone die." "Nothing wrong with that, right?" "Wrong." The girl's smile faltered a bit but never truly fell. "Well, thanks anyway." The door slid open; well, it slid slowly open. Like someone was purposefully trying not to be loud. Izuku's eyes fell to the ground where he could see a bright yellow sleeping bag inch quietly into the room. The bag turned over and he was met with a rugged, but tired-looking man. His eyes seemed impossibly dry. He huffed and crouched down. "Dry eye?" The man raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Dry eye," Izuku repeated, waving his hand toward his own face. "My quirk dehydrates me every time I use it, so I have constant dry eye, and I can tell you do too. Have you tried Dr. Nakamura's quirk-infused anti-dry eye drops? Works like a charm." The man before him blinked. "Man? He seems young, but Izuku is known to not be a good judge of physique. If you asked him, he'd probably say his father was, like, 50 years old. He's 43, right? Who knows? You are not a student, are you?" The man grunted. "Indeed I am not. I'm your teacher." Standing swiftly, Izuku wiped the dirt from his trousers. "Ah," he said intelligently, and quickly made his way to the open desk behind the blonde boy with his feet on the desk. Really, the man didn't act like the adults that Izuku was used to. Not like the men his father talks to and works with. Except for maybe Hawks. That guy was pretty aloof for a hero. Was this person a hero? Or was their teacher just some scruffy guy with an insane amount of knowledge on heroes? Either way, he'd know more than Izuku. He might like quirks, but despite knowing he'd always have to take this path, he made sure not to pay much attention to heroes. It was his own way of dissing his father. It was a healthier way. Better than suppressing his own quirk, something heavily a part of himself. Their teacher stood before them at his podium, rummaging around in the small compartment for a few moments before suddenly shutting its lid. He looked up and Izuku could swear he narrowed his eyes for a few seconds before his face straightened out. He tossed one gym uniform to the brunette girl, whose name he never did receive. "Everyone," the man began, "I am Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Put these uniforms on and head to the P.E. field. Good luck." Then he left as quickly as he came. However, he did carry that yellow sleeping bag with him. Everyone was quiet, not moving a muscle. But both Izuku and Shoto learned quickly when they were younger the value of time and not disobeying authority figures. The two of them had grabbed their P.E. uniforms and left not long after their teacher, both making their ways to the bathroom. Shoto glanced at him. "You could go to the locker rooms. I saw you download the school map onto your phone." Izuku knew that Shoto understood wanting to change away from classmates. His facial scar was proof of a rocky past, but because of their mother's actions, not truly because of their father. While he was the issue, it was the boiling water their mother had poured onto Shoto's face that marred him, not fire. An ice burn that formed from their mother's sudden clarity in the moment. Touya had a few because of Izuku. He'd have more if his skin wasn't so perfect for ice. But Shoto had never seen Izuku's cracks that litter his skin on his back due to his own quirk. He wasn't sure if he ever wanted Shoto to see them, if he would ever be ready to show his similarity to their dead brother. He didn't want Shoto to think he'd leave too. They weren't nearly as close as siblings should be, more like acquaintances, but Izuku still loved him. He never wanted to hurt his twin. Instead of mentioning any of this, Izuku just nodded his head. It would be weird that neither of them shows up to the locker rooms, especially since he knows where they are. So, he walks away, uniform tucked firmly under his arm, and made his way to the locker rooms closest to the P.E. field. A quirk apprehension test. Quirks being used alongside the normal physical tests, making them more of a challenge since we must discover how to apply our powers to them. Seems interesting, not something that he would consider fun per se, but others think differently. That sounds fun. She seems like an interesting character. Their teacher, Aizawa-sensei, grinned. It wasn't something nice, wasn't something that reached his eyes in a kind, loving manner. It was cruel with intent, twisted. But it wasn't something Izuku feared. He could see the challenge written in his eyes. Fun? You think? He waved an arm. This will be fun? Heroics isn't fun. It is grueling, dangerous, deadly. It's barely rewarding and it hurts. You'll lose comrades, you'll lose civilians, you might even lose vital parts of yourself, mentally and physically. This test is designed to find your limits, to discover your determination and fighting nature. So, fight for a cause, win for a reason. Last place overall will be expelled from UA. How's that for fun? The tests went the way you might imagine they would. The recommendation students, Yaoyorozu and Shoto, were leagues better than most, due to their training. Actually, maybe father made him and Shoto do this when they were younger? He's not sure, but he wouldn't be surprised. Bakugo, the aggressive blonde guy that sits in front of Izuku, had a surprising amount of control over his quirk, so he did quite well. He was first in the entrance exams for a reason, after all. However, the 0 rescue points really allude to his attitude. Anyone with quirks that help with physical enhancement or abilities did pretty decently. Like Sato and Shoji. Some quirks were very fascinating and Izuku itched to jot them down in a notebook where he could study them later. How they worked, where they originate, what makes them suit each person individually. Quirk theory was never really one of their studies, but he couldn't help but study the hell out of it. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were an odd duo but worked well together. Mina's physique and acid quirk made Izuku's mind whirl. And Kaminari, his quirk injured him too, but Izuku thinks there may be an easy fix there, but it seems the electric teen never had much support in the quirk department if the jokes being made against him were any tell. He'll try and remedy that. He might not want to be a hero, but he's a decent human being. People loved Shoto's quirk. The ice aspect, of course, considering it's the only part of himself he'll use. They were mesmerized. Izuku had felt that coldness drip into his bones, his very blood freezing beneath his skin, allowing for an almost white pallor to envelop him. He knew his eyes lightened up, but the scara reddened. Sudden dehydration of the eyes was a beach and a half. It made him blink rapidly, the sudden craving for his eye drops almost unbearable. He's going to need to add something to his costume to remedy that. As he breathed, the air in his immediate area became frosty, the grass beneath his feet crunchy and pale. He wore only his gym uniform but requested from the school the winter uniform for all seasons. He just really preferred to stay warm. It didn't help much. The feeling stayed with him with every test, but he didn't use his quirk an insane amount. He actually barely used it, unless he was absolutely certain it would guarantee him a top spot in a test that his own physical prowess could not provide. He felt the cold eyes of their teacher on him. He knew what the man must be thinking. He said the test allows us to learn our limits. Izuku didn't need this test for that. He already knew his limits. He's known for years. In reality, this test was just a good challenge for him to discover how to come out on top in a situation where his quirk isn't viable. Those situations exist, despite what most of his classmates may think. Any use of his quirk went basically unnoticed, because of its less showy fashion. That's how he prefers it anyway. He won't be a showy hero. He doesn't want to be one at all. He stood within the circle for the last test, the ball thrown. The person who went before him, Uraraka, he's glad his teacher is calling them out for some tests, or otherwise he'd never learn names, tossed him the baseball and wished him luck. Hey, she did pretty DMN well. No one's gonna beat Infinity. The ball fits nicely in his hand as he considered what to do here. Maybe he should just throw it? He's pretty strong. He could add a little ice to make the ball a bit heftier to go a little farther. Unlike Shoto, Izuku's quirk allowed him to control the ice he produces. More importantly, he can control the water vapor in the air by rapidly cooling it to form ice crystals and control ice crystals that rest within clouds. He could theoretically create snow. He hasn't really tried. It's not something father would have appreciated within his yard. But that also meant he could create a slide-like structure that sat within the air, thin enough to be held but not break underneath the weight of the baseball. He could keep it high enough and make it last for miles. Yeah, that'd work. So, Izuku planned for just that. But as he threw his arm forward with the intent of making the ball go as high as possible, sudden warmth had filled his veins. It was exhilarating, maddening in ways he couldn't explain. Like drinking a hot drink during a blizzard, sitting within a sauna, wearing the warmest of jackets, the kind heated in the dryer beforehand, laying in the hot sands of the beach. It was like the warmth of Touya's fire in the winter when Izuku's quirk would become harder to control and would hurt him the most. It was like coming home. It was his quirk disappearing that caused this. The sight of his teacher's glowing red eyes and lifted hair will forever be burned into his mind. Why wouldn't it be? It marks the first time Izuku just simply existed. Where he was someone warm. As quickly as the heat was there, it was gone, and once again his warm body was replaced with one colder than the coldest place on earth. It seeped into his bones, into every crevice, every vein and protein, every electron, neutron, proton. Every atom of himself. A drip, like a cold faucet within his mind, his heart. Drip, drip, drip. His phone lit up brightly, illuminating the entirety of his room. He flipped around on his futon to grab at it, mainly to dim the light. His and Shinso's chat stared back at him. Izuku clicked open the message. Shinso, yo, what happened during the quirk test? Sorry if it's weird to ask. Shinso, you just, honestly? You look like you saw God or something. Izuku found that statement somewhat funny, since he basically considered Aizawa a god now. Well, his quirk. Who knew nullification quirks were just so great? It might not have been healthy to think like that, but his quirk wasn't exactly healthy towards himself, so what if he enjoyed a little bit of reprieve? A break from the constant chill that shakes him to his quirk? Would Shinso understand? Could he truly explain how he felt in that moment? Or would this make Shinso run, pretend like he never even met Izuku? He didn't know, and he was worried about it. But Shinso had been discriminated heavily against because of his quirk and the stigma surrounding it. So, would he really judge Izuku on how his quirk hurts him? How, instead, he craved a quirk that produced heat, fire, that burned him from the inside out rather than freeze him and cause him to crumble into bits of something horribly shattered. Izuku decided that it might be best to hint at how he felt. Otherwise, Shinso might think him crazy. Well, with that he'd get to see Mom again. That'd be nice. Izuku, he just erased my quirk. It makes me cold so. Izuku, it was like being warmed back up. Felt nice. Shinso, oh, cool, makes sense. That's why you wore the winter uniform, right? Izuku, yeah, my quirk just makes me cold often. 3 little dots within in a bubble began to flicker in and out on the screen as Shinso typed. The nerves began to bubble up within his chest and travel up his throat. He tasted a sweetness not unlike vanilla inside his mouth as it went dry. This wouldn't end, would it? The fear that he'd messed this all up after finally finding a friend who understood how quirks weren't everything. That society is fed up. He wouldn't be like this if his father hadn't forced this. Shinso, odd that your quirk has a drawback like that. But not like unheard of. My quirk gives me migraines because it's a mental quirk, you know. This was fantastic. Exactly the kind of response he hoped for. Not glossing over the issue but also not focusing entirely on it. Plus, they got to talk about Shinso's quirk, which really was fascinating. His quirk was brainwashing but response-based, so it had two main factors to it. Anyone that answers a quirk-infused question of his will be under his control as long as what he orders them to do falls under activities they can do normally. It had amazing possibilities in not only the hero field, but medical as well. But for heroics, he could easily control crowds, once he grows a bit and trains his quirk more, calm victims down, have non-combatant encounters with criminals and villains, lessen property damage, do great investigations and interrogations. He would be a great hero. Truly. Izuku knew his quirk could help many. It could rescue, protect, and stop villains easily. But he never idolized and admired heroes the way his father seems to idolize the life. Shoto wasn't like that either, but he never once whispered quietly to his twin his true feelings on heroism. Not like Izuku had with him. No, instead Shoto claimed how he'd be better than Endeavor. He'd be a hero, but he'd do it with his mother's power, her ice, instead. He never once considered that maybe the ice he produces is his own. His mother could produce ice and frost, but couldn't control it, not even to make structures. It would just cover her hands and feet. But Shoto could produce ice glaciers. It was much stronger and projected more. And Izuku could produce and control ice. Their powers are their own. He can only hope Shoto will see that one day, or someone will help him see. Maybe Aizawa could? Izuku, I've had a few migraines. They're terrible, made me want to lock myself in the darkest room possible. I can't imagine having them constantly like you. Shinso, I have quirk-infused medicine that really helps. But I couldn't imagine being cold all the time. That would, well, is it a lot? Izuku snorted. It does, SK a lot. More than anyone could possibly imagine. Shinso, what did Aizawa talk to you about after the test? You don't have to answer, but he seemed mad, IG? But, Izuku will be honest and say he expected the confrontation. He just didn't expect it to go well. Which it did somewhat. He knew Aizawa would be frustrated with him for not going plus ultra during the test. Izuku prepared for that scolding, which he got, but he wasn't prepared for Aizawa to be worried about him. That was new. After finding himself at a comfortable third place, Izuku was then told to meet with Aizawa after class to discuss something. Izuku knew exactly what it would be. He was sat in one of their classroom's desk, hands folded gently in front of him. Aizawa stood at his podium, leaning against it without much weight. His face was buried within his capture scarf and his dark eyes seemed to be picking up every inconsistency that could be found on Izuku. The man did not know that Izuku had been trained to hide everything. Not even the greatest of investigators would be able to find anything about him that Izuku did not want to be seen. You held back today. Why? The million-dollar question. But, why what? Why did I hold back? Why did I not use every part of my quirk in a simple school-sanctioned physical exam? Why did I not lose myself completely to it? Destroy my body and mind for something as simple as testing limits that I already. Why didn't I let go so freely? Why didn't I freeze and crumble every classmate beneath my quirk? Izuku knows the answer to that. But those aren't the questions he's asking. He just wants to know why Izuku doesn't like every other arrogant superpowered individual. Why does he act like he has a quirk that can be considered weak? Maybe because it is weak. Again, his father wants only the best. He'll beat the weakness out of us. Why what? He asked his teacher. I held back on purpose. I know my limits already. I've had my quirk for a very, very long time. An early manifestation. I was too, you know. His teacher's eyes narrowed slightly. Usually only mutant-type quirks manifest so early. Whether a person is born with them or they need the mutation before the actual quirk forms around age 4. But you make ice, so how does that work? Izuku feels the teacher is asking himself more than asking Izuku. But he would oblige the man, he guesses. Not sure. My ice quirk, which it's not an ice quirk but rather me producing and controlling cold things, including temperature, was an expected quirk. Not the desired one, but we knew it would manifest. Aizawa's eyes hardened a bit, but not with anger, but with indifference. He's trying to calculate the situation. Discover any hidden meanings. There are none, Izuku knows. Everything he says is both true and not. I have practiced my quirk for years. I've always known I'd be a hero, especially being a part of a hero family. I'm a legacy student. I had more resources and privileges in learning my quirk. So of course I'd come to a hero school knowing what I should and shouldn't do. The 1A homeroom teacher basically ignored what he had said to ask another question. Annoying, frustrating, honestly. When I erased your quirk, you didn't seem upset. More like you were happy it was gone. Why is that? Easy answer. My quirk's drawbacks include making me very cold. So, when you erased my quirk, it instantly warmed me. I wasn't happy, just felt some relief for a second there. Izuku is good at not truly answering things. It's something he prides himself on. He'd rather be manipulative and indirective than cold with indifference and hatred. He'd rather people still like to speak with him rather than become completely alone. Shoto won't even talk to him much anymore. He won't speak to anyone anymore. Aizawa seemed pleased with this answer and nodded. I'm assuming your costume design has heaters within it to help with that, or at least retains heat. It does. Izuku made sure of it. Last thing he wants to do is freeze. Everything he wears is with his quirk in mind. It will always be. Of course, Izuku answers. I'm prepared. His teacher hums. You still held back, however, when this test is not only to test your limits but to show them. So I know how best to help, to teach. But, Izuku thinks, I don't want to hurt anyone. Maybe Izuku just doesn't want to hurt himself. He would be out of commission the moment he layered a glacier across the expanse of the field. Well, realistically he would have been. But he's always known to push himself past his limits. He suffers quirk exhaustion more than most. Instead, Izuku keeps all this to himself. He nods and apologizes to Aizawa-sensei and claims that he'll do better. That he's honored to be here, that he'll continue to work hard. He'll be a great hero, he'll say. He won't let him down. He can't let him down. Izuku, yeah, he just wanted to ask basically the same thing you did. I gave him the same answer. Shinso, okay, cool. Izuku worked very hard to convince his father that he didn't need a chauffeur to school every day, unlike Shoto, who never would have succeeded in convincing him otherwise. Unlike Shoto, Izuku had more extensive martial arts training, where Shoto had more quirk training, meaning that he had more of a chance of defending himself in public unlike his brother. However, Izuku feels that Shoto might just let some rando kidnap him. Certainly, he couldn't blame his brother. Perhaps he'd let some rando kidnap him as well. It'd be interesting. Maybe even freeing. But despite all this, the ice quirk user found himself slowing to a stop outside the gate of the school, watching warily as civilians and media crew hounded students for information on something. He wasn't actually sure what they were talking about. He didn't jump as Shinso placed a hand on his shoulder, groaning at the realization of the situation they were in. He did, however, tense very slightly. Sudden touches were not something he associated with positivity. Thankfully, Shinso didn't notice, because Izuku felt he'd be sad if the other boy removed his hand. They're everywhere, look at that. Is that a boom mic? Izuku focused a bit more on some of the equipment the people held. It seemed they were a news station, which was worse. He honestly did not feel like being on camera, especially considering he looked like he'd been run over by a very large truck. Looks like it. Izuku tugged on Shinso's uniform jacket and tried to maneuver them out of sight of the vultures. He got them a few feet from the gate before someone noticed their stealthy escape. He's gotta get better at that. You too, yes, the ones with white and purple hair. Tell us, how does it feel to be taught by the #1 hero? How is he as a teacher? Have you learned anything specific you'd be willing to share with us today? They talk an awful lot. No. Izuku shut his mouth and stared at the camera, willing no emotion to stretch across his face in any manner. He would succeed, he'd make them uncomfortable, or otherwise he might see himself having to ride with Shoto. Shinso seemed to catch on and matched his blank stare. Izuku squared his shoulders. He's the #2 hero's son, a prodigy even if he is not the prodigy. He can handle this. We have got nothing to share currently with the public that cannot be easily obtained on social media networks where any student has shared information of the current school year. Every student here are minors and are fully within their rights to refuse to discuss anything with you. You cannot post any of this without direct consent from the individual from which you obtain the information from. And with that in mind, you don't have time. We're trying not to be late, we need breakfast, we need to focus on our studies, and if we're a hero student, we need to focus on learning how to protect you from villains like him. Izuku literally pulled all of that out of his butt and threw his hand in a random direction, hoping to cause a big enough distraction to allow him, Shinso, and the group of students that have pulled up to get inside the building. However, Izuku has some special ability other than pulling ice from thin air, as there was actually a sketchy individual attempting to break in. The man, as their figure suggested, wore a dark, black hoodie and jeans. Light blue hair fell forward as he jumped back, realizing he had all eyes on him in that moment. His red sneakers, oddly like Izuku's own, squeaked as he huffed and ran off, several media members chasing after him. Mission successful, now he can eat his chicken biscuit in peace. Izuku didn't miss the look of awe that passed over Shinso's face. He felt something flip. In his stomach. Maybe breakfast wasn't a good idea. He could be sick. Class was exactly as he suspected it would be, loud and tiring. Everyone was milling about each other's desk and conversing about the media from earlier outside. Some, like Ida, complained about how it was quite difficult to pass by them this morning, but thankfully he was arriving around the same time as the teachers, so they were able to get him inside without much fuss. Others, like Mina, complained how it took half an hour to just enter the school. Izuku felt for them. If he were anyone else, having experienced different incidents in life, he might not have been able to distract the media for as long as he did, then he and the others would have been late. Aizawa entered, looking like someone knocked over his mug of coffee this morning then laughed in his face. He placed a stack of papers on his podium and stared at them for a while. Who knew what he was contemplating? The media really are loud. Like this class. Izuku likes to ruin his own life. He's frustrated, tired, hungry because as it turned out he didn't have time to eat his FANG chicken biscuit, and so he's become sassy. Despite the lessons father has tried to instill in him, his sass has never been something anyone else could control. It was especially strong around Touya. He'd always loosen up around his brother more. He can't do that with Shoto. Speaking of Shoto, he seemed to be actually experiencing an emotion today. Drum roll please, it's anger. Probably at Izuku himself, honestly. He did show up on camera and basically made his debut as the son of a powerful hero. He had the white hair of his mother and white eyes that belonged to no one but himself, but his stature, his face, even the freckles, that came from his father, were unmistakable. The world just heard from Izuku Todoroki. And why did they never hear of him before? That's what they'll be thinking, and father will have to explain and nothing he'll say will appease anyone nor will it make sense, so Izuku sees more lessons in his future. By the type of anger that Izuku sees on his brother's face, he thinks that maybe he'll be able to understand Shoto a bit more soon. Can he handle it? Can he handle what broke Touya? The room was as silent as a winter day, chilly and could echo loudly with even the smallest sound. But Sensei snorted. He shook his head and his face became impassive once more. You're not wrong, Todoroki. But, you were all better than yesterday, got quieter faster. Let's get that down to 30 seconds by the end of this semester. Now, on to something important, something that can affect your futures heavily. Despite the surprise of Izuku's little outburst, if you could even call it that, the room seemed to become chilly once more and grew somber. You need to choose class representatives. A chorus of "a normal school activity" and pick me," rose from the class. A red-eyed glare from their teacher quieted them down. I don't care how you chose or who, just don't wake me from my nap. And that was that. Yaoyorozu is named president with Ida as vice president, which Izuku could totally see being a good duo for the class. Well, he never really understood what they meant at first until after their presidency speeches, because Izuku had been homeschooled, but they both seem honored for the role. Izuku swallows as he glances back at his 2 votes, only one away from a tie for vice presidency. Who the hell voted for him? He hasn't spoken since, ever, maybe? Did he speak during the apprehension test? Did someone hear him speak to the reporters? Either way, neither of those things would have proved him good for a leadership role. He spins around in his seat to face Shinso, whose head is buried in his arms as he naps, or attempts to. Izuku has no qualms shaking him awake. Hey, I know you voted for me. He doesn't, but it makes sense. Actually, Shinso groans out, I didn't. You would have been bad for either position. Ciro gives an offended gasp. Dude, that's mean. Izuku isn't upset. Instead, he smiles, knowing it looks more like a grimace. Thanks, Shinso-kun. I've decided not to hate you now. His friend gives his own grin in return and goes back to his odd nap. Izuku would have stopped him, since heroics class is next, but Izuku knows his friend needs all the sleep he can get, so he leaves him be. He's facing the front of the room again, picking at his nails as he waits for their teacher to arrive. Several students are whispering, wondering what learning from the number one hero will be like. What would he be wearing? How tall was he in person? Is he naturally loud around everyone or more reserved? The door slid open to reveal the man himself, bent at the waist as if he were bowing for the class. I am coming through like a normal person. He is that loud in person, DMN. Izuku felt his eye twitch at the loud sound, reminding him of how he's barely had peace today, and now he thinks it's only going to get worse from here. The whispers only grew into mid-level conversations, louder than before and much more excited. Yeah, today was only going to get worse. Izuku Todoroki knows his quirk is cryokinesis. He knows it's the ability to control and produce ice. He knows it's powerful but with its own drawbacks that doesn't make it one of those OP quirks. He knows it's one quirk and not a combo like Shoto's. He knows this. So why is he thinking he also has a premonition quirk? Izuku put away his costume case. Costume is such an odd word to use for something that's supposed to be a profession, and walked out of the boys' locker room, perfect poker face in use. Shoto's costume was ridiculous. That off-white suit with plastic ice covering his whole fireside along with the white leather boots and absolutely no support gear, he's begging to be out of commission the moment he begins his work. Can he even sit in that monstrosity? Who approved that suit? How in the hell did he pass it by father without him noticing? Because there was no way he would have approved it. He didn't. But he came quite close to it. Izuku himself wore thick, dark brown track pants with wool lining the inner parts. They were made with a strong, flexible material like Kevlar, but had a special sensory system threaded within that can sense when his body temperature dropped below a certain degree, and heaters would begin to do their thing and warm him back up. He wore a long-sleeve thermal turtleneck. It was thin. Thankfully, he was afraid it'd be like a sweater, the color of the icy teal of his brother's eyes, but a deeper tone, made of the same material as the pants. Over everything was a dark brown trench coat, thicker than normal ones and made of a stronger leather, lined with wool as well with a furred hood. The fur? It was a mix of brown and white, similar to a husky, so it was made to blend in better than pure white. Small white snowflakes dotted the cuffs and a patch over his heart had the letter Z. The coat would work well to prevent damages to his heater-lined underclothes, but also carried many pouches and hooks, holding multiple weapons and other types of support gear. He might have rather had the choice of his future career, but if he's going to be a hero, he's going to do it right. The more glances he makes toward his brother, the more his heart seems to ache. It feels like it both freezes and cracks a little more, bitterness and exasperation bubbling up within. Shoto hates their father, but he still wants to be a hero, even if it is out of spite. He still wants to risk his life for people. Then why is he being such a dumbass right now? He noticed Shinso standing close to the front, where he ran off to quickly once he got his costume on, to avoid everyone. A blonde with a lightning bolt in his hair spoke adamantly with him, but Izuku could tell that Shinso didn't seem to mind. Good, he needs more friends, my dull life will become boring soon enough. And while Izuku thought this, he was brought back to reality by a short brunette with pink cheeks and a glint of determination in her eyes. Why is she so determined? What is she about to say? Hi. Remember me? I'm the girl you saved during the entrance exam. I know we talked when class began the other day, but I'm Uraraka. You're Todoroki, right? She has talked to Izuku twice now, so he thinks that maybe she's someone he could befriend? That's, like, a normal teenage thing to do, right? Make as many friends as possible? She's nice too, really, Reminds him of his sister if she were a little more cheery. Yes, I'm Izuku Todoroki. You can call me Izuku, if it makes it easier for you to distinguish between me and my brother. He gave her a small smile, something he wasn't used to doing as much, but trying to get better at. Shinso said he looked like someone who got a gift they really didn't like on Christmas and then tried to seem like they did like it. Izuku never denied it. Uraraka smiled. Awesome. It's nice to really meet you, Izuku-kun. Can I call you Izuku-kun? The other way is a mouthful. She was like the sun, and instantly made him feel warmer. He really wanted to be her friend. So, Izuku nodded fervently. Of course, Uraraka-san. Oh, please call me Uraraka. Drop the san. We're friends now, right? Izuku would die for Uraraka. Of course, whoa, look at Ida. The two of them turned to watch Ida, who shoved his armored helmet onto his head and began talking about how wonderful everyone's suits were. He was very excitable to Izuku. Uraraka turned back around to face him once more. I forgot to mention, I really like your hero costume. It suits you and your quirk really well. Izuku actually really did love his uniform, and he honestly wishes he could wear it all the time. Maybe he could ask the support department to make extra underclothes that he could wear under his school uniform. He admired Uraraka's suit. Its color scheme was very well put together, but the heeled boots looked dangerous, and she seemed uncomfortable by the tightness of the suit, by the way she was picking at it. Thank you, I like yours a lot too. You're uncomfortable though, right? You can make changes to the suit, the support department said so. We had little slips of paper in the cases that talked about it. Her eyes lit up. Thanks, Izuku. The paper must have fell out, but I'm definitely asking them to change the boots. I wanted spring platforms to help with landings. Not heels. Everyone, you all look fantastic, truly ready to assume your roles as heroes in this society. They say the suit makes the man. All Might placed his hands on his hips as he began class, pulling a small piece of paper from a pocket that was invisible to the naked eye. Today we're doing battle trials, where you'll team up with another classmate to take 2 others down. Those 2 will be the villains that have planted a bomb within a 3-story building. The hero's job is to either capture both villains to touch the bomb. Got it. The class rang out with an affirmative chorus. Izuku had to admit it wasn't a bad idea for an exercise. But he knew that not everyone here had training or proper training. Most used their quirks to their fullest during the entrance exam and apprehension test. They didn't have to fight anyone. He wasn't sure how this was going to go. Not well was the apparent answer. Izuku peeled open his eyes, his breath stuttering in his chest while pale white puffs of air flew from his mouth. His skin felt tight, cracking and frozen to the touch. He liked his lips and wished he hadn't, their roughness cut at his tongue. This happened? He remembered talking to Uraraka, listening to All Might, learning about Uraraka, his new friend, being on his team. He remembered talking? Discussing something? He could recall feeling light, weightless, flying in through a window. He landed, and then suddenly he was bombarded with heat. And it felt so good. But then there was the familiar chill of ice. It came from somewhere and at some time, but he couldn't quite remember when. And then here he, in the infirmary. Recovery girl typed away at a computer but smiled softly when she saw him awake. Glad to see you awake. You've only been out for 2 hours, but I was getting worried. Do you remember what happened? He wishes he could say yes. No. She sighed and got up to come up to his side by his bed. She felt around his head and sked. You were already knocked out when you were brought to me, so there wasn't a definite way to test for it, but you seem to have had a concussion. My healing helped heal it, but couldn't help with the memory loss. But you had some severe quirk exhaustion, but not due to your own quirk. You were frozen head to toe in ice from Shoto Todoroki. Uraraka-san was on the 2nd floor while you were on the 3rd, and Bakugo couldn't heat up the ice or blow it up without injuring you, so you were stuck in the ice until Todoroki-san made his way to you from the 1st floor. You were in there for too long. Izuku frowned. Because his body was meant for heat and fire, he did have abnormally low cold resistance. But Shoto could control the temperature of his ice, so he shouldn't have made it that cold in the first place while dealing with people. Just how cold was it? Are you sure that was all? I've trained with Shoto, been frozen in his ice before. It's uncomfortable and tires me out, but shouldn't have done all this unless he made it as cold as possible. Recovery girl frowned. That's the problem here. Todoroki made the ice as cold as possible so that it would freeze the building as fast as possible. He froze everything. His clothes were designed to walk over ice, so he had to be careful when getting to you. However, you're healed, so you should be good to go back to class. Don't worry about what happened, I'm having a talk with All Might in a little while. The coldness in her face made Izuku shiver and he quickly left the room and headed back to class. He should be in last PRD now. When he arrives, everyone seems somewhat on edge and very chattery. They're packed to leave and Ectoplasm is sitting at his desk, grading some math papers. Yo, to do bro. I'm glad to see you, good man. You looked like a popsicle earlier. An arm was thrown close to his face, a sharp-toothed redhead waving enthusiastically. What gives? I thought you had an ice quirk. Izuku thought at first that maybe he was being rude, or mean or something, but there was genuine concern in his eyes. Are kids his age always this kind? I'm fine now, had a concussion from something, but I'm not very resistant to the cold. So I get chilly easily. He was taught to never give away his weaknesses. But these are supposed to be comrades, so he can say he gets cold sometimes. Not that he's cold all the time. All the time, like his quirk is a living thing inside him. Like it freezes the very blood in his body. Yeah, they dropped you down the stairs. Well, that's kind of funny, he's feeling a lot better actually. His smile twists a bit as he holds back laughter. Well, I'm good. You all seem jittery, what happened? A few of his classmates turned to him. Yeah, Todoroki was out during lunch. So someone, a part of the mass of reporters, disintegrated the school gate. It caused the school alarms to go off and made us think someone intruded into the school, but it was a false alarm. Should have seen class rep though, he really pulled through. Ida blushed and chopped his hand. I simply tried to make sure that everyone calmed down, no one was acting in the proper manner anyway. It was unbecoming of a student. The words around him faded as he grabbed his school bag, packed away by Uraraka and Shinso as the sticker had stated. People began filing out of the room while Izuku stood there, a contemplative look filling his face. That is odd though, right? Why would someone with a disintegration quirk be a reporter? There was so much someone with a quirk like that could do. They could be a reporter, but there were surely better paying jobs out there where they could use such a quirk freely. And why do that to the gate? There's no way they thought they'd get what they wanted from that. Someone deliberately did that to the gate and they were not a reporter. Because otherwise, they would have done that earlier. And not only that, but they seemed to have left right afterward, so why do that just to leave? Unless they didn't just leave. Unless it was a distraction. Because what did everyone do? They ran around like chickens with their heads chopped off and the teachers were focusing on getting to the gate that had just been destroyed. This was not a false alarm. Shoyuta Aizawa flipped through page after page on medical and counselor reports on both Shoto and Izuku Todoroki. From what he could tell, both boys used powerful ice quirks, with one having a more powerful version but with greater drawbacks, and the other being split down the middle with his left side producing fire. It really was simple. But it also wasn't. Shoto Todoroki was quiet, cold, reclusive. He was confident, overly so, in his use of his ice quirk and believes he only needs himself to become a hero. He doesn't want to work with anyone and doesn't seem to want to befriend anyone either. Izuku Todoroki is quiet, but more extroverted than his brother, but timid. He wants to become friends with people he meets but doesn't go out of his way to do so. He's confident in his quirk and his abilities but works well with others when placed in a duo assignment. However, his drawbacks make it hard for him to use his quirk for extended PRDS of time, so he tends to just not use it. They're brothers but don't act like it. They seem to even pretend to not know each other, not even speaking to one another in class or outside of. Shoto arrives to school by chauffeur and Izuku must take a train, because he usually arrives walking toward the gate. However, they live with each other. They've known each other their whole lives, being twins and all, but Shoto seemed to have either forgotten or just didn't realize how badly Izuku would have reacted to being completely covered in ice. He used the coldest ice he could produce as well, making it worse for Izuku overall. And then, here's the kicker, Shoto seemed said that Izuku had gotten hurt. Like it wasn't supposed to happen. Like he expected better. But like he didn't know it could happen. Izuku also seemed said actually he was the only one, besides Shoyuta himself and possibly Recovery Girl, who should have been upset in that way with the situation at all. This whole thing was becoming some convoluted backstory that Shoyuta didn't know if he wanted the background of. But he'd figure it out, because these were his students, and they were his responsibility to take care of and see them to graduation. Even if it causes him a massive headache. Yo, Sho, what you doing over there? Hizatsu slid into the room with too much enthusiasm and sauntered over to Shuta's desk with purpose. His eyes immediately fell to the paperwork sitting innocently on the table. They widened at the sight of 3 empty cups of coffee. Already? School's been in session for, 3 days, what's going on with your listeners? He sighed. Not so sure, but I'm going to find out. I'm too old for this. His friend snorted. We're 30 Sho, the perfect age for this actually. Need any help? Usually, he'd decline, knowing he could handle most of this on his own with the possible assistance of the police or, God forbid, Netsu. But he was already seeing many more sleepless nights ahead and having extra hands would be good. And Hizatsu was great with kids, especially with reading into them. Actually, pay close attention to the Todoroki twins. Tell me what you think about them by the end of next week, after the USJ field trip. Something's going on here and it's not sitting right with me. The sound of water splashing permeated the abnormally silent alleyways as Izuku made his way towards a decrepit bar that he's become familiar with over the last 10 months. His boots were soaked and so was his hair, the rain and wind making for an ominous atmosphere that oddly suited the situation. If you call tracking down your estranged brother creepy, then yes, it fit. But that's not what he's here for, tonight. With the bell over the door jingling quietly, Izuku quickly took his seat at the bar, ordered a sparkling water with lemon, and watched silently as the misty bartender made it. He's no idiot. He knows the bar is headed by villains, the bartender being one himself. But here, Izuku is not Izuku Todoroki. He's Permafrost, the mid-20s vigilante with long, midnight blue hair and dark black eyes. His quirk was Permafrost, where he could freeze any surface that is solid and beneath his feet. It made for slippery slopes and a lot of broken buttes. But it suited him well. Frost, it's good to see you. The rough voice was one that used to grate on Izuku's nerves, but he's gotten used to the sound and the person behind it. Shigaraki, the feeling's mutual. At least, I hope it stays that way. He's got an inkling and he hates it. Shigaraki's chapped lips quirked into a somewhat smug grin. He nodded his head sagely, like he had been expecting this meeting, this conversation. And why is that? Izuku's face, while covered in makeup and wearing contacts, is covered by a full-face black mask with golden cracks lined throughout. Within it, a voice modulator hides his younger vocal cords. So, they know nothing of his high school status, but they know his rules. His morals. It's all over the news, Shiggy. The gate that's been disintegrated, possibly by a quirk. If I remember correctly, you've got an awfully similar one. Decay, was it? Strong, deadly if used in the right way. But it's useful for getting into tight spaces. His voice is colder than he'd like. He tries to stay neutral here, but it's harder when he remembers it was a school that was attacked. Children walk those halls. The rough man before him doesn't react, which he can't tell if that's good or bad, so Izuku continues. You attack that school? They know how Permafrost feels about these things. He'd rather they not murder at all, but that's what truly makes a villain these days, so he can't stop them entirely. But he can create limits, lines, and children is one of the ones they're never supposed to cross. And if I did? What will you do? It's not like you can go to the heroes without them also arresting you, and no villain will take your side over mine. Aren't you digging a little too deep here, Frosty? His rough voice rung through Izuku's bones like a war drum. Heavy, loud, consistent. With it, death could be sensed lurking by. He really dislikes the League. He only just started tolerating them. Why would you want to hurt children? That will garner no civilian or even hero followers to your cause. You want to change society? You want to kill All Might? Where's your motivation? Your conviction? How do you expect to make a difference with all this attempted murder? He's ranted a bit, but he got his point across. From what he can tell, Shigaraki isn't truly evil. He honestly hasn't recalled a time where the man has actually killed anyone in his presence or taken the credit for the death of anyone important. He mainly has this big idea, to kill all might. But he doesn't act on it. The grizzly man laughed, the sound hoarse and ripping through the air like sandpaper. I never planned on hurting children, and it won't have to go there. All I desire is the blood of all might on my hands and his pillar reduced to finely grained ash. If he offered his life to me on a silver platter, why, I think I'd take it. No complaints. And there it is. Why Izuku is even allowed to sit in the bar on nights like these, where the weather is just a little too chilly for his liking. He's got a reputation around here in downtown Mizudafu. He fights, yes, like any other vigilante, but he's known more for being an informant, and also for bringing people exactly what they need. People even assumed he had a wish-granting quirk for a while. In reality, he just knows how to get things for the right price. And right now, Shigaraki wants the impossible from him. You know I can't do that, he grits out. Have you considered it, Vigilante? You're good, I've seen it hurt it. I know you single-handedly are the reason for that scar across Endeavor's face, the one that's blinded him partly. That's a big feat to land on the number 2 hero. His eyes are disgustingly calculated, assessing Izuku like he's some sort of puzzle that he's been dying to figure out. It sends a shiver down his spine. I planned that for a long time. I had the right people and was paid the right price. There is nothing you could offer me that would even begin to equal to the kidnapping of the number 1 pro hero. Plus, he's a hard man to find. That brought a smile to Shigaraki's face. Then it's just a wonderful coincidence that the man is working at the very school that brought about this conversation, isn't it? At home, Izuku curls around a pillow in his bed and breathes calmly through his nose. The training father began for him recently after his little performance for the media has really taken a toll on his body. Combine that with the nightly vigilantism in school and you've got a recipe for exhaustion. He squints at his phone screen. Shinso, you want to hang this weekend? At my place? I've got cats. Cats are an excellent bribe. He's not sure if he brought this up with father that he could go, but if he makes the man think Izuku is doing something he'd grudgingly approve of, then he'll get the whole weekend to himself. Izuku? Hell yeah, definitely. Cats were the selling point here. His friend sent a few more texts, mostly pictures of his cats, then bid him good night. Meanwhile, Izuku considered his conversation from earlier that night at the bar. Shigaraki was certainly the person to decay that gate. He's got some ulterior motive, even if it isn't killing children, and for some reason Izuku believes he won't. Maybe it's the blue-haired man's childhood trauma, which he only got a peek at to use as payment, but he seems to not dislike children, nor show any ill will toward them. So, then it's something else. That something else most likely being an all-might-shaped pain in his butt, and something that will certainly F up his schooling. He got into that school somehow after the gate, probably with the assistance of the bartender Kurogiri, whom Izuku believes to have some sort of teleportation quirk. He didn't hurt anyone, or do anything to the number 1 hero, so he most likely got in for information gathering. But gathering what information is the question. The hero's schedule? Passwords? Maybe he took something just so he could deface it and feel proud of himself for actually doing something with this grandeur plan of his. But Izuku feels it's something else. But he doesn't think he's going to discover just what it is in time to stop anything from happening. He'll look around, try to garner some information from low-time villains and street thugs, maybe a few other vigilantes. Someone knows something. It's 2 days later, but Izuku never got the chance to take to the streets. He has online contacts, but unfortunately, no one could tell him anything of importance, or they simply never responded. His body remains sore from the intense training he endured yesterday and the day before. Now, he's sitting on a bus in his hero costume beside Shinso, rolling his wrist to try and rub out the pain. His friend glances at him. You good? You've been messing with your wrist for 10 minutes. He nods. Yeah, fine. Just sore from writing so much recently. That makes his friend smile mischievously. Oh, got a journal or something I should know about? The thought of having Shinso read his non-existent journal sends heat to his face, which he both despises and appreciates. He elbows the boy beside him, eliciting a laugh that warms Izuku in ways that he thinks fire couldn't do. Why the f does that happen? Uraraka doesn't make him feel this way, neither does Shoto or his siblings. He's not going to have to stop being near his friend because of possible quirk issues with each other, right? He remembers to ask Recovery Girl about it later. The bus stays quiet as they make their way towards the super-secret field trip destination. He's not sure where they're going, but they were told that some students might not want to wear their hero costumes for this. Which, odd, wasn't the purpose of their costumes meant to be that they wear them while doing hero work? He deigns that questioning the teachers is probably not for the best. By taking a good look at some of them, he can tell that not everyone was given good advice for making their costumes. Just who designed the directional speaker of Present Mic? That thing looks like it just needs a good gust of wind to knock the man over, who also looks uncomfortably like a twig. Right before they arrive, over the loud cacophony of students talking with one another, with a group specifically picking fun at Bakugo, Azui speaks up to him. Todoroki-kun, the one beside Shinso-kun. I'm one to speak my mind and I can be blunt. So, I have to ask, why are you affected so terribly by the cold, if your quirk is literally ice, Karo? $1 million question right there. His mother was subjected to domestic abuse and quirk marriage, forced to have several children with the hopes of creating one that can control both ice and fire, and so happened to make 2 children where they each have quirks not suited to their bodies. But he can't say that because that would bring questions, and those questions would never be able to bring answers and solutions. My mother has an ice quirk and my father a fire one. Unfortunate quirk mishap when I was born. My body is built like my father's, but I control ice like my mother. It happens. It decidedly does not, at least, not as much as it used to when quirks were brand new and finicky. However, his answer appeases everyone, and so they're quiet again until they descend from the bus and step outside to see a large dome-like building and the Pro Hero 13 waiting to greet them. Welcome, students, to the USJ. And no, it's not Universal Studios Japan, but the unforeseen simulation joint, where you'll face many disasters and work hard to rescue as many people as you can. Now, a few things before we begin. He tunes out the hero, and Uraraka, who's fangirling beside him, as he feels his heart sink like a stone to his stomach and a cold sweat break across his entire body. He only got one message last night, with any information at all regarding the league. He thought it was just a joke, trying to spread stupid rumors about the league. But Izuku is now suddenly realizing how he had effed up and was so terribly wrong. Yeah, they're planning a trip to that USJ place with several other villains. Said they were gonna have a good time, you know. The unforeseen simulation joint. He thought they meant Universal Studios Japan, thought the guy was being AD-, but he was given actual goddamn information, and now he's probably going to witness the massacre of the #1 hero, who he might not like very much, but his death shouldn't be something any student here should face. And to make matters worse, he's not even FNG here. Izuku is 12 and his hand is being gripped painfully by his older brother as they traverse the ever-twisting, never-ending streets of Mizudafu. His hand aches something awful, but it's not as painful as it could be. It's not broken or sprained or anything that he gets from training. Izuku knows that Natsuo is just worried, and Izuku knows that he wasn't supposed to be outside alone at night. But he remembers a few weeks ago when he was going to the store with his father and he saw that teenager with the black, dusty hair and the raggedy clothes. He was grabbing what looked like shampoo and conditioner and some type of debt angler. He sneezed and Izuku said bless you, and the boy had turned, and Izuku knew. No one shares those turquoise eyes with anyone but a Todoroki. Izuku, being the somewhat naive 12-year-old that he was, didn't consider the boy to be Touya at the time. No, Izuku just thought he had an estranged family member. It wasn't an uncommon thing for families with as much prestige as his. Izuku stared at the boy for as long as he could. The boy didn't sneer, didn't make a sound. He gave Izuku a blank look before quickly turning away and leaving the store. He had stepped through a portal that swirled with pinks and purples and blues that were mesmerizing to young Izuku. He didn't say anything that day to his father, not even about the stealing. He didn't want the older teen to die. That would be the first time that Izuku would meet Touya. He'd meet his older brother later on the streets, generally in the middle of the night, doing who knows what. He'd be covered in soot and burns and bleeding like he did when he lived with them, before everyone believed him to be dead. He'd give Izuku that blank look as always, like he was purposely trying to ignore him. Like he was hiding something. There was never recognition in those eyes, however. Izuku knew he was Touya because he wasn't stupid. He was an older teen around the same age as his brother with a powerful fire quirk and the Todoroki eyes. His eyes held the same pain Touya's always had. Izuku knew better than to continue to speculate when he already had the answers. He never spoke to his dead brother, because he knew that wouldn't be a good idea either. He simply looked out for him as much as he could, just like he had when Touya still lived with them. He'd leave bandages and burn cream, food and drink, and he left a stuffed kitten that had been Touya's when he was a baby that he had given to Izuku. It was Izuku's way of saying I know who you are. He would stop seeing Touya after that. Izuku would be 13 and tired of being pushed to his limits, beyond them, by his father. He would decide enough was enough and leave his home in the middle of the night when the wind chips away at his cracked skin better than any exfoliate could. He wanted to see his brother again. This was not a forever thing, he would understand that, but maybe some nights he could leave and breathe and forget the agony he faces every single night. With some well-placed makeup, black contacts, a long dark blue wig and the right amount of clothing to cover everything up, Izuku walks the streets of the red light district to find his estranged dead brother and keep an eye on him like he's always wanted to. They've always had to stick together and some villainy won't stop Izuku. At least, Izuku is sure his brother became a villain. There's something about the way he dresses and holds himself that screams unstable and dangerous in a way that Izuku has only seen through the videos of his father's takedowns and the corpses of his victims. It's disconcerting to see that look in his brother. And Izuku can't help but want to find Touya. He's out that night, blue hair flowing in the wind as he runs across the rooftops. He can't help the way his lips pull back in an imitation of a smile, a crackling laugh pushing through the fear he feels of being caught. Not by any hero, however, but by his father. He can't imagine the punishment. He's shimmying down fire escapes and tumbling to the ground, jumping forward to break apart a mugging going especially wrong. The dark figure with horns that seem to twist toward Izuku. No, he's permafrost right now. He needs to remember that, and permafrost is slicking the ground in ice that cannot hurt him. The criminal falls to the ground in flailing limbs and a growl that permeates the air, designed to scare him, but permafrost has heard worse. The victim is trembling as permafrost ties the criminal up against a light pole just outside the alleyway. He makes his way over to her. Hey, everything's good now, okay? Are you injured anywhere? He keeps his hands visible but close to himself. She shakes her head no and bows swiftly, a shaky thanks falling from her lips. In that case, I have to go, but the police are on their way, you can see the lights over there. And then he's gone, because even though he fears his father more, the police will not be kind to a brand new vigilante that has hit the streets. It's 2 weeks later from his debut, one that he purposely timed so that he would show up around the time Touya returned to that area, that Izuku finally runs into him. He leaves every couple of weeks, traveling between cities, doing who knows what. But he comes back coated in soot and a dangerous gleam in his eye, so Izuku can only assume what he's done. He can't blame his brother. Really, Izuku notices the rush that comes with beating the shit out of would-be RPSTs and abusers. Sometimes he imagines Enji when he breaks a villain's face. He makes sure to be fully covered with his gear, including a new black mask with gold cracks that truly covers his features. He, too, has the Todoroki look that is impossible to miss, and he knows Touya would notice too. His hands are worn and several cuts litter them as he finishes tying the criminal to the pole of the alley he has found himself in. The rope slips the rest of the way to the ground and permafrost spins around to face whoever just tumbled into the alley with him. Sorry for interrupting. The man then throws up literally everything seriously. There's so much that permafrost is sympathy gagging. Which then causes the guy to start gagging as well, but he can't throw up anymore because it's all gone. The villain would GG if it weren't for the fact that he was unconscious. Again, sorry for that. What to doing here, Squirt? Haven't seen you around the Muzutafu area lately. He steps further into the light, yellow rays and fluttering moths highlighting his ragged appearance. He smells like blood and burnt flesh. His hair is pitch black but seems to flake apart with every step. The shirt he has is torn to shreds, flowing in the light breeze that shifts through the alleyway. The grin he wears is tinged with madness, but it's just so Touya that Permafrost chooses to ignore what else it could mean. "Dabi, you're looking a little green tonight." Permafrost is quick to help the man lean against the wall carefully. "Maybe you should head home and rest." Dabi chuckles. There's no rest for the wicked kid. His laughs die out and then he's quiet, but not ignoring Permafrost. He's contemplative, and glancing at Frost like he wants to say something. Permafrost encourages him to speak his mind. "Frosty," he begins, the scratchy, oddly deep cadence of his voice seemingly deeper tonight, "have you ever wanted to change society?" Permafrost wasn't expecting that question, but he doesn't let it affect him visibly. He hums, and continues to shift Dabi until he's sitting somewhat comfortably on the ground. Frost settles beside him and begins cleaning the dirt that covers his ripped clothing. What a question, who hasn't? Dabi smiles, but it's strained. Of course. But have you ever felt like you needed to be the one to do it? You know, you see someone in danger and you can't help but move. And Permafrost knows exactly what Dabi means. By no means is Permafrost a hero, nor does he want to be one. Even when he's just Izuku, he can't help but step in when he sees someone who's hurting or in danger. It's natural, like instinct. Maybe it's because he wishes someone would just open their eyes and see what Endeavor does to his family. Maybe it's because Permafrost Izuku wishes someone would save his family. But Izuku can't help but keep others from experiencing anything that he's experienced. He knows that maybe, just maybe, this is why Shoto wants to become a hero. But every time Izuku sees him holding back, he knows his brother doesn't have that same instinct. Yeah, it comes out choked, but nonetheless genuine. Permafrost clears his throat. "Yeah, I know what you mean, Dabi." And he's quiet, more silent than Frost has ever seen him. Dabi's gaze flits to the bright street light to their left where the alleyway opens to the street. Frost watches his throat constrict as his gaze lands back on him. Dabi seems to steal his expression and some fire enters his eyes. It's exhilarating and familiar in a way that warms Frost up the way he craves. "I have a proposition." Izuku watches Aizawa Eraserhead throw himself toward the horde of villains with a cry to 13 to watch the students and keep them safe. The man with the portal quirk, whom Izuku is now certain is Kurogiri and subsequently deduces that it's not just a teleportation quirk the bartender has, but a warp gate quirk, extremely rare and generally difficult to control. But he has excellent command over his quirk as he calls himself toward the students at the entryway. He threatens, yellow eyes narrowed to slits and his stance screaming for us to run from him. "While I do know see all might, there's no need to not continue in our objective. I'll scatter you all." Bakugo and Kirishima are quick to ignore both Aizawa and 13's orders and attack the portaling man made of mist. He's made of his own quirk. What the hell do they think they're going to accomplish? They land a hit, but deal no damage. Kurogiri seems amused by them. "The golden eggs of of hero society. I see it now. Well, no matter, you will not win today." And then the students are gone. Izuku holds his breath as he's thrown into a deep pool of water. A villain is already on him as he struggles to swim to the top. He notices Azui and how she grabs at what he assumes is Hagakure by her gloves as they jump out of the water and onto the boat. They're in the flood zone then. Once he clearly sees them outside the water, Izuku does what he does best and freezes. The entire pool begins to turn solid directly outwards from Izuku's position, and he uses the chunks of ice to throw himself toward the surface. He grasps at the edge of the solid surface that begins to form around himself and hauls himself upward. Keeping his hand in the water, he focuses on freezing everything around the villains until they're stuck in their own little pods. He prays none are amphibian-like and need to breathe oxygen at some point. Just in case, he manipulates the water as much as he can until there's an air pocket left in each pod. He feels his skin crackle and shatter from his shoulders down to his arms. It'll heal, but it still hurts. He manipulates the molecules in the air until they resemble liquids then turned to solids. Manipulating direct water should be easier, but, rather, it takes more energy than using his quirk like he usually would. It's because there's just so much there. Izuku lets out a breath and stands straight, looking toward the boat with the two girls. Azui looks relieved and he can't tell Hagikure's expression. "Thank you, Todoroki-kun." Hagikure waves her gloves wildly, seemingly jumping up and down. "You're a real powerhouse, huh?" Izuku grimaces but covers it quickly, but not fast enough for Azui not to notice. Her head tilts, but she says nothing about it. Instead, she points to the frozen pool beneath him. "The villains, Karo. Can they breathe?" "Yeah," he answers. "If they breathe in the water, they're fine. I put them in little pods. If they need oxygen, I left air pockets." This satisfies her curiosity and they make their way to join him on the frozen surface. Hagikure audibly complains about the ice being too cold for her feet and Azui trembles but doesn't seem too bothered. Izuku notices the wires that line her suit are slightly lit up. A heater, like the one that he wears in his own costume, one that has already kicked into gear. Izuku sighs. "I would say we should go help our classmates, but I feel most of them have this handled. But I don't think standing around is a good idea either." Both girls nod, he thinks, and Azui sticks her finger to her cheek, a tick of hers he's noticed. "It's cute, like a kitten. I think we should head back to 13. "No way." Hagikure makes an X with her arms. "That misty guy was just there, we've barely been here for 10 minutes. What if he's still there?" Izuku doubts that. Kurogiri is at Tamura's beck and call. He most likely portaled directly to his side the moment he scattered us. Izuku remembers, however, that right before he fell through the portal, that 13 tried to protect Bakugo and Kirishima. They were injured gravely. Maybe they should go see if they're okay? But Izuku can tell Hagikure is scared and Azui seems guilty with the idea of not heading that way, but isn't opposing the other girl any, showing that she agrees. They need to find another place to go, and quickly, because the ground beneath them rumbles. He hears ice crackle and Hagikure squeak. A faint roaring sound filters through cracks in the ground and he realizes quickly that they don't have much time until one of the villains breaks through. "I have an idea." He spins and faces Hagikure. Her voice shudders but she stays firm when she speaks. "We should go to the main plaza, it's closest to us. Maybe we could help Aizawa-sensei with some of the lower-level thugs." He thinks for a minute and nods. "Azui, are you okay with that?" She nods. "Call me Tsu and let's go. Be quiet." They crawl toward the edge of the pool, where the water reaches to maybe their ankles. It really is such a long pool, honestly. They watch as Aizawa fights off several thugs and after that they realize he's fought the majority of them, leaving barely any for them. But they watch as the man with a decaying hand plastered to his face, long, stringy blue hair billowing behind him as he rushes to Aizawa. 5, he reaches Aizawa. 4, Izuku grits his teeth as Shigaraki dodges a few jabs thrown by Eraserhead. 3, Shigaraki grabs the knife Aizawa slashes at him with. 2, the students watch as the villain disintegrates the knife in seconds, the ashes falling to the ground like snow. Izuku hears blood rushing through his ears, his heart rate rising as the grin on Tamura's face twists to be a bit more maniacal. 1. Aizawa's elbow, grabbed by the villain when he was distracted by the disintegrating knife, crumbles beneath 5 fingers. Hagikure screams, something that kicks Izuku into gear as he realizes their cover is blown. Tamura's wild eyes scan the area quickly until they fall onto them, but Izuku is already moving away from them so that Tamura looks at him. "What is this, an NPC trying to make themselves playable? Why are you veering off script?" Tamura's hands leave Aizawa's arms so that he can scratch into his neck. Dead skin flakes off and Izuku's stomach turns as he watches the villains start laughing. "You think you can do anything to stop this? We're here for All Might, so we're prepared. We'll complete this quest and collect the rewards. Today, All Might dies." Tamura rasps as he points a finger to Eraserhead. "But first, Nomu. Kill Eraserhead." Izuku sits at the edge of the bar. A fruity concoction of multiple juices rests to the left of his right hand. Nothing alcoholic for him, thank you. Kurogiri seems to be able to sense if his customers are not of legal drinking age. Tamura is boasting about some new project that doctor of his has been working on for ages. Usually, Izuku could care less about it, but when he hears kill and all might in the same sentence, he can't help but listen. This bioengineered weapon is perfect for our mission. The perfect being designed to kill all might. Nothing can stop it as it has regeneration, shock absorption, speed, and strength quirks. One of the followers whistles. That's one hell of a mix. How'd you manage to do that? Tamura laughs. I can't reveal all my secrets, can I? But the doctor and sensei have been working on this for ages. But you don't need to worry about that. Worry about keeping your place here. I heard what you did to Nakamura-san. Izuku stopped listening after that, not really wanting to witness or hear a guy being decayed right now. So, he leaves, but decides to remember this weapon Tamura spoke of. It wasn't there at the bar, but that doesn't mean Tamura was lying. No, Tamura rarely lies about his accomplishments. Izuku dodges a fist thrown by a previously unconscious criminal and kicks him in the side. He stumbles and Izuku makes quick work of knocking him out with a few well-placed jabs around his neck. He watches in horror as the Nomu moves faster than anything he has ever seen before, and Aizawa is on the ground, both arms shattered, and his face being melded with the ground as the Nomu continues to break him. Hagakure is still screaming. Tamura, bothered by this, darts over to her location, an arm thrown wide and quickly finding itself latched onto where Hagakure should be. Her screams cut off, but she's still whimpering. You're so cool, Eraserhead. Tamura tilts his head toward where Eraserhead is, his grin stretching wide. Spittle falls from his lips and his eyes shine bright with something close to joy. Izuku realized Tamura might actually plan on killing them today. He ignores this feeling as much as possible and gets closer to Eraserhead and the Nomu. He feels his skin begin to crack bit by bit and he breathes out a puff of cold air. The ground beneath his feet becomes slick with the ice he covers around them. Tamura does not ignore this. You should stop. The grin is replaced by a frown. Izuku doesn't. His eyes narrow and he grits his teeth as he stares at the villain who, finally, no longer stands by his classmates. And Izuku lets a grin he has only seen on Dabi's face break through. No, he whispers. I don't think I will. The ground shatters as a spear of ice pierces straight through the Nomu. Right through the brain. It hisses and screeches and falls back and off of Aizawa, arms flailing about. The ice melts from the inhuman heat the monster gives off and Izuku slams a foot on the ground again, more ice cascading outward to cage the beast. He's going to keep it far away from everyone for as long as possible. A mini-boss that I had missed. Tamura is basically growling as he scratches terribly at his neck and even his arms. Kurogiri materializes beside him. He looks somewhat haggard. Tamura Shigaraki. 13 is incapacitated but a student got out around 5 minutes ago. He trails off. It seems Nomu has been defeated. The Nomu has fallen to the ground, blood trickling out its brain. That was an awfully obvious weak point. Izuku almost wants to scold Tamura for the mistake. We should retreat, Tamura Shigaraki. All Might is not here and our Nomu is gone. We can reconvene and prepare for another day. Tamura screeches. No, I'm going to kill that effing kid. Izuku shifts and dodges out of the way of one of Tamura's hands. He huffs as he continues to spin around the villain. He grabs at an arm and twists as hard as possible and Tamura screams. He missed his other hand, however, and Izuku breathes deeply through the agony as parts of his shoulder decay. He grips at the villain's shirt and tugs him closer, causing the decaying to worsen, and he grunts in pain as he knees the man in the stomach and pushes him away. A classmate screams in the distance and ice crackles around him, coming from Shoto most likely. Izuku hears Shinso cry out his name. Izuku lunges out of the way of another hand, grabs the knife sitting on the ground, and slashes at the hand, blood spraying and getting in his eye. You're going to regret this. Tamura whispers. The doors leading to the USJ spring apart and heroes begin rushing in, all might with them. Izuku glances back at the villain and notices his focus has shifted to the man of the hour. He takes this opportunity to get to Aizawa on the ground. He strips apart his shirt and begins binding some of the wounds he thinks he can help. He hears gunshots and Tamura crying out in pain. A portal whooshes somewhere to his right and Kurogiri is dragging Tamura away along with the corpse of the Nomu. Izuku cradles Aizawa's head to clear it of dust and debris. Izuku only stops when Midnight and Present Mike pull him away. He's bundled in a shock blanket and led outside. He hears the police as they interrogate some of the students and heroes not directly assisting in cleanup. Sirens wail and some students cry as they realize they're going to be okay. He watches as his homeroom teacher is led into an ambulance and taken to a hospital. Izuku looks to Shoto, who only glances at him before looking away and heads toward Tokoyami and Shoji. A sigh of relief escapes him when Azui and Hagakure rush to him, the latter throwing her arms around him and crying. "I was so scared. I seriously thought. Azui shushes her and leads her to the sidewalk to sit down. She looks to him and gives him a small smile. "Thank you, Todoroki-kun." Shinso also hugs him, but doesn't cry. "I'm glad you're alright. That was terrifying." He pulls back and his lips thin. "Never do that again, alright? If the heroes hadn't shown up." Izuku deigns not to say what he's thinking and just hugs Shinso again, basking in his warmth. Everyone thinks Izuku would have died if the heroes hadn't shown up. They think the heroes prevented his death. The heroes only delayed Tamura's. Students got to stay home for a few days after the USJ incident, mostly to allow us to recuperate before we began classes again, but Izuku feels that maybe it gives students an opportunity to decide if Yudata really is the school they want to learn at. After all, they did almost just die in multiple different ways and school has barely just started. Izuku, and probably Shoto, found himself being trained relentlessly by his father. He said it was to prepare since it seemed we were being tested early, but Izuku knew it was just an excuse to work them harder than before. He hated it but also appreciated it in an odd way. He finally got to look at weapons. This was, of course, because he explained how he tried to fight off Shigaraki with that knife, and a disgusted, disappointed look has crossed his father's features. Now, he has to properly learn how to wield a knife to take down his enemies. Even when he's permafrost, he rarely used weapons like knives. He unfortunately focused heavily on his quirk and some rope. He did have a habit of attaching heavy items to the end of the rope and using that to incapacitate and capture villains, and it worked pretty well. But a knife, that could be extremely useful in his work. So, he doesn't complain, and actively listens to his father as he teaches him. And by the end of his third day off, Izuku has the hand of wielding a knife properly against an enemy and has even begun practicing throwing them. He can't help but notice the dark look Shoto gives him when he passes him in the hall, and Izuku decides enough is enough and he needs to talk to his twin. Shoto, he knocks on the door 3 times, slowly and lightly, his signature knock. There's some rustling on the other side before the door slides open. Shoto stands there in casual wear, a thick bandage wrapped around his left forearm and water drips from his freshly washed hair. Izuku feels his heart constrict at the sight. He's being trained with his quirk, most likely. His training is injuring him more than it's injuring Izuku. Izuku can't help but feel guilty. "We should talk," he says, fiddling with his fingers. He's looking at his brother and giving him his full attention, trying to convey how much he means it, how important it is they speak. But Shoto just looks at him with confusion. "About what?" "The USJ, the last week of school, father." Shoto's face falls into a deep grimace and he grips the door suddenly, trying to slide it closed. "There's nothing to talk about. I'm going to bed, good night, Izuku." The door slides shut in Izuku's face. A month ago, Izuku would have turned around and left. A month ago, Izuku wouldn't have even stood in front of his brother's door to speak with him, just sharing commiserating glances with one another. But Izuku has had enough. Using his privilege of being an annoying sibling, he forcibly slides open the door and slides it shut behind him. Shoto turns around, a shocked expression on his face. Izuku's heart aches realizing that's the most emotion he's shown in ages except for the battle trial. "No, we're talking. Sit." Shoto does. He sits on top of his futon and looks up at Izuku expectantly. Izuku himself, now a bit nervous, shuffles over and sits across from Shoto. He folds his legs beneath him and sets his hands in his lap. How do you feel? He watches his brother's face carefully. Shoto frowns. I don't know. I don't like that it happened. I was frustrated that villains thought they could kill All Might. Moonlight trickles in through the window behind his brother, and Izuku sees how it highlights his skin. Dry and flaky, probably from quirk overuse. He fought hard, he realizes. Shoto was probably worried about his classmates, even if he doesn't realize it himself. Izuku has believed his entire life that Shoto hated him. He always seemed to find a reason not to talk to Izuku if he could, avoiding him at home and at school. He never asks for help with anything and never acknowledges how they both deal with Endeavor's terrible training. Actually, Shoto talks more to Fuyumi and Natsuo than he speaks to his own twin. And for Izuku, that hurt. Because he never spoke to his sister or older brother because of the looks they shot him. He knows that they always resented him for having been close to Touya more than they were. Deep down, Izuku thinks that maybe they blame him for Touya's disappearance. He thinks that maybe Shoto does too. Well, I was scared. He shifted his eyes from the window to face Shoto. His face wasn't as tight or rough, he seemed softer, almost. You were scared? Izuku nodded slowly. I was terrified. That monster was going to kill Aizawa for sure, I thought. I was scared for Hagakure because she was scared, and I was scared for Tsu because she had been really close to Hagakure when she was almost decayed. I was scared for my classmates. I was scared for you. That seemed to be the right thing to say. Shoto's eyes lit up and his face slackened. Izuku thinks that maybe he's never seen an expression like that on Shoto's face. Wu was also scared, Shoto says, twisting his fingers and looking away. I couldn't help but think that I was glad I was in the mountain zone because of, yeah. Izuku can't argue with that. He's also glad he wasn't in that zone, even though he would have liked to make sure Shinso was okay. But Izuku won't say anything about that. Instead, he looks to his brother and gives him a small smile. I'm just glad you're okay. The sign that hangs from above the bar door is blown off its hinges and it tumbles to the ground in a puddle of what he can only hope is alcohol. The wind is insane tonight, making coming here worth it more and more. Permafrost glances toward the man standing beside him, Dabi's cloak billowing every which way. In his hands is a flyer depicting a couple of knives, sharp ones at that, and tabs that hadn't been pulled off. It's the reason why they've come here tonight. They don't knock, it's a bar after all, and make their way inside. The inhabitants spare them small glances, but they say nothing. They look at him more than anything because he's cleaner than Dabi is, but they're working on that. Frost's eyes flit over to the glinting blade in the back corner of the room, far from the actual bar top. A red scarf hangs from a face that is well known in the underground. Stendhal is a vigilante that you are certain to run into at some point. Frost knows Stendhal figures why they're there when he catches the flyer in Dabi's hands. The blade disappears. Think he'll come over here soon? Dabi leans against the bar. Surely. They don't wait long. Seconds later they're standing the alley behind the bar, both of them leaning against the wall opposite of Stendhal, who watches them with careful and calculating eyes. They roam over their clothes and any weapons that hide beneath him. I was wondering where all my flyers went, he begins. Dabi shrugs. We were determined to be selected. Absolutely couldn't lose this opportunity, you understand? Stendhal's eyes narrow. The scarf surrounding them bundles in the corners like crow's feet. It's surreal how much it looks a part of him. Yeah, he says. I get it. Now, what do a couple of amateurs want with me, I wonder? Because you certainly don't look like heroes to me, and especially not villains. Those flyers hadn't been touched for weeks. The man's body posture shifts, less defensive and more relaxed, showing how unafraid of them he was. Dabi seems offended. You're not idiots if you were able to find me without contacting the number on the flyer. Surely you know those flyers were traps. So, what do you want? Permafrost was certain the question would be directed more towards Dabi, since, like Stendhal, his face was more visible. He was old enough and weary enough to show his time on the streets and his experience simply through his eyes. But the question was thrown up in the air, it was for both of them, and Frost couldn't help the respect he felt for that. Him and Dabi were a team, after. We want what the flyers were offering, Frost begins. We want to be trained by you. Stendhal is quiet for a moment. He eyes them cautiously. Why? It wasn't a question. Stendhal isn't the type of person who became a vigilante for nothing. He has morals and goals, a conviction he hopes to reveal to the world through his work, even if he's a bit rough about it. Because society is effed up and I'm tired of watching the world burn. Heroes aren't doing the jobs they're paid to do anymore. People are getting forgotten, Dobby whispers. People are having to do their jobs for them, and if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it right. Stendhal looks more convinced as Dobby speaks, but there's something holding him back. Frost speaks up, and Stendhal's attention falls on him. Have you ever just moved without thinking? He tried to convince Hisashi he was fine, he could still teach despite being barely able to see. But the man was insistent on at least assisting him in class that day if he was, as he so kindly said, being an idiot and refusing help. Shota. Let your friends help. Shota did eventually relent. Plus, Hisashi could tell him how his students looked and if they seemed okay. They walked into the classroom together, the class instantly silencing, which he'd usually praise if it weren't for the fact that he could hear them talking about him specifically before entering the room, the little gossipers. He looks to Hisashi to gauge his reaction. He could see very little through the slits in his bandages, just enough to see eyes, nose, and mouth. He seems as bright as usual and greeting the class warmly. His eyes, however, glint in concern when they pass over a student to the right of the room. Todoroki, Todoroki number 2, that is. He knows the kid was injured a little due to fighting Shigaraki, having his shoulder decayed similarly to his elbow, where it would heal but certainly scar. But the way Zashi looks at him makes Shota think the injuries must be worse than he originally thought. But enough of that, he'll talk to his friend later about it. More pressing matters require his attention, because he knows that if this made him nervous, his students will be too. Listen up, he says. Your fight is not nearly over. The class tense all over and he hears whispering from the side of the room Ashido sits in. The sports festival is approaching quickly. You'll get 2 weeks to prepare properly within school hours, plus 2 weeks you can prepare on your own time. If you have any questions, bring them to me, Midnight, or Present Mike. That's it. The class speaks up as he leaves. Their rowdiness is the next teacher's problem. Hisashi walks beside him, and once they're far enough away that Jairu and Shoji can't hear them, Hisashi speaks up. Todoroki, Izuku that is, had more injuries than he left with, he says, quietly with a bit of worry leaking through. He's trying to be professional, however, reporting like a hero would in a dangerous situation. The injuries were mostly superficial, a few nicks on his cheek and hands, but nothing too big. He has a bruise spanning across his eye and down his cheek. He also seemed more subdued than usual, a gloomy presence surrounding him. Uraraka seemed worried and kept glancing at him. Shota sighs and his shoulders slump as much as they can while being wrapped as much as they are. Something is going on with him. He didn't receive any hits to the face from what I remember and what the student reports said. How was Shoto Todoroki? Hisashi hummed. Quiet, but contemplative. He also seemed worried about his brother, which is a first from what I've seen. He seems almost more emotionally available. Usually I'd be pumped. But it begs the question of why he's more open all of a sudden. Shota slides into the teacher lounge with his friend and they settle at their desks. He thinks about it for a moment and then decides. Together, we'll do home visits. With all the students, just to garner less attention and make it less suspicious. I'd like to make sure they're all okay anyway. Hisashi doesn't hesitate to agree, but he does grimace. Man, I really am not looking forward to talking with Endeavor. Izuku hadn't really planned on doing this today, or well, tonight, but he needed to talk to Shigaraki and soon. What happened at the... Izuku huffs as his boots splash in puddles of unknown origins and squares his shoulders. He feels guilt eat away at him as he realizes this could have been stopped. He noticed the gate. He recognized that quirk. Izuku knew. And he did nothing. But there's nothing he can do about that now. Those events occurred, people got hurt but they're healing. Right now he can stop future events. He has to try this time and do his job. Izuku isn't a hero. He helps people of all origins in a manner of ways, most of them illegal. His class is full of children, people who are just now learning how to protect themselves. He decided long ago he'd help protect the students of you, and knowing Shoto would be there. He doesn't even protect them because he cares about them. Izuku just doesn't want to lose his brother. It's selfish. He's no hero. He finds himself staring at the door of the bar, long hair tickling the parts of his face not covered by the mask. It's very little, but it makes Izuku even more nervous now that he's been in a fighting situation with Shigaraki. He's seen him. He'd recognize him. The door swings shut behind him. Unlike most times, the inhabitants of the bar look directly at him. He feels a chill leak through his bones and spread within him as he makes his way to the edge of the bar top. Kurogyari spares him a glance and continues to clean his glasses. They're never truly dirty. Talk starts back up as he settles and everyone gets used to his presence. He waits, fingers drumming against the top of the bar in a basic rhythm. Kurogyari gives him an annoyed look, well, as annoyed as misty yellow eyes can look, but doesn't stop him. He's here alone tonight. The last time he was here alone he had something to tell Shigaraki. Basically threatened him. Here's here to do that again. Of course. People almost died. Children almost died. Izuku feels his stomach flip, and not in the way it does when Shinso tries to make stupid puns to cheer him up. He feels bile climb up his throat, but he swallows it down quickly. Permafrost, I want to say this is a surprise, but it really isn't, is it? Izuku turns to face Shigaraki, his voice scratching against his ears like nails on a chalkboard. It's grating, almost painful. It had only been irritating before. Shigaraki Tamura. His voice is cold, like the quirk that flows through his veins, the kind of cold that makes you realize something is wrong. But Shigaraki only smiles in response. That is my name, don't wear it out, Vigilante. Oh, what wisdom do you have to part with me this lovely night? Izuku ignores his needling and stands up from the bar stool. He stands tall before the villain, his trench coat sliding off the seat with a soft hiss. His boots are silent as he takes a couple of steps and leans into Shigaraki's personal space. He doesn't touch him, even Izuku knows better than that. Let's talk in private, he whispers. Why? Shigaraki's voice is as quiet as his, obviously teasing him. Izuku's fingers twitch with the instinct to use his quirk. That doesn't happen often. I could wreck you here and now in front of everyone, or we could have a nice, civil conversation in a private room. Whatever butters your biscuits. Shigaraki eyes him for a moment before grunting and pulling him to some sort of office off to the side of the bar area. It's messy, unbelievably so, but there's 2 chairs. Izuku decides to ruffle Shigaraki's feathers more by sitting in the chair behind the desk. It makes the man scowl and Izuku grin behind his mask. I remember a conversation we had not even a month ago. You told me your goal, your conviction. You said you'd never hurt children. So, what the absolute hell was the USJ incident? Izuku's arms pull from the arm rests of the chair and settle across his chest. He pays close attention to Shigaraki's posture. Izuku is glad, then, that he wears a mask, because surely his mouth would be on the floor when he saw Shigaraki tense, then collapse into the chair in front of Izuku. His eyes are not the crazed ones of the villain he went toe-to-toe with at the U. They're wide and wet and have seen way too much. The villain laughs hollowly. The USJ was a disaster. Because you didn't get your way. Shigaraki's eyes narrow. Because All Might wasn't FNG there. Izuku remembers thinking a very similar thing when he realized what the USJ actually was. However, right now, he just grunts lowly. Same thing. You want to kill All Might? He wasn't there. So you resort to killing kids instead? Attempting to, at least. Shigaraki shakes. He wants to say with the rage, but the emotion is unidentifiable. He rasps as he continues, I said that no kids would be hurt unless it came down to it. All Might wasn't there, but putting his students in danger would certainly bring him to the front lines. At first, Izuku wants to argue how that was no excuse for what he did. But Izuku notices the searching, almost begging look the villain sends him, and thinks about how he used none of the gamer lingo he was known for. He didn't sound malicious when he gave his reasoning, he almost sounded resigned. His heart beats erratically as he sits up straighter in the chair. He hums quietly, a tune he remembers his mother singing to him when he was very young. You know, I'm an informant for all, Tamura Shigaraki. The man nods. I know, Permafrost. I don't want to end this meeting on a bad note. I'll offer you information on any person of you choosing. Just say who. Usually this would be All Might, but recognizes and Izuku sees the look that haunts the villain's eyes and can't help but see it in his own every time he looks in a mirror. He knows he won't choose All Might. Have you ever heard of All for One? Shigaraki's lips twist in a grimace and he twists his fingers. Yes, I have. You want info on him? Shigaraki looks like he wants to argue that for a moment before he shuts his mouth and nods. Then he stands and sighs. You know I've got to make it look like I had the upper hand here, right? Izuku laughs quietly. You always did. But he watches the villain give him a teasing smirk and ball his hands into fists and raises them. Just get up, Buttercup, and let me cave your face in for a second. Izuku lets him, knowing that this meeting ended both exactly and nothing like he expected. He's hopeful and he's certain he can keep his class safe. But he'll have to keep an eye on Tamura and get him that information he needed on the boogeyman of the underground. Aizawa is not careful with his glances, even when they're covered in bandages. Izuku knows that present Mike has probably told his homeroom teacher about the bruises across his face already. He'd be concerned otherwise. Izuku never really considered what that might mean for him, or really, how'd he go about explaining the bruises. He has a feeling they'll ask soon enough, but he'll have this entire PRD to think about an excuse that isn't, oh, yeah, I let the villain that attacked my entire class and put 2 teachers in the hospital lay some hits on me, so it looks like we argued rather than sold information together. That won't go over well in the least. Shoto assumed it was their father, so Izuku will probably use training as an excuse. He had trained with Endeavor later that night after coming back, so it would line up. Hey, maybe they'll catch on to the fact that he didn't attend any training gyms that night. Maybe they'll realize number 2 isn't all that he's hyped up to be. But that's a lot to hope for. Instead, Izuku doesn't pretend to be perfectly fine, because he isn't. The bruises hurt and he doesn't hesitate to agree when Shinso asks if they do. He asks if he wants to go to the nurse's office, but Izuku declines. He already has medicine in his bag, then he takes it just to assure his friend that he'll be fine. Training, he says, when asked where they came from. Training, Shinso echoes. Those look bad. For training. I'm behind, he says. I have to be able to keep up with everyone here if I want to keep my place in this class. He really wants to lose it, but he doesn't want to lose his friends. I can't even use my quirk to its full potential. Shinso doesn't say much more, just assures Izuku that he's doing fine and to remember to take breaks. Izuku feels his chest warm up and blood rush to his face. That was really kind of him to say. Izuku doesn't remember the last time he was told to remember to take breaks. Then Aizawa is speaking to the entire class about the sports festival and Izuku feels a different type of fear settle in his bones. Father will be watching. He'll be watching Shoto like a hawk. Izuku will also be expected to make a name for himself using the festival, but he's never been as important as the masterpiece of the family. It's wrong of him to think this way, but he knows that it's true. To Endeavor, Shoto is the way to make a bigger name for the Todoroki family overall. Izuku hopes that after that talk with his twin, his sibling will see the importance in just avoiding pain. Izuku knows better to overuse his quirk, but Shoto doesn't. He won't even use half of it. A paper fluttering down from his shelf knocks Izuku out of his head, where he stayed a little too long just thinking. He eyes the computer screen in front of him, something he's tinkered with so the Hero Commission won't get any dings about things he's looking up. Right now, an older article about All for One stares him down. It talks about the man and his achievements, a time before villains were villains and heroes were heroes. He truly tried to help people once upon a time. Now, however, he let the power get to him, and he reigns as a triple S-class supervillain in the underground. Tamura Shigaraki, it seems, isn't exactly a fully willing villain. Maybe. His articles show a devastating history of one of the worst cases of quirk manifestation he's ever seen. His and Touya's would have been on that list, he thinks. For now, Izuku chews on his fingers as he compiles everything he's learned of All for One. But puts that away once he gets a phone call on his permafrost cell. Hello. Frost-kun. It's Himiko. Izuku feels a smile pull at his lips. One of his first friends ended up being Himiko when he helped her from a bad home situation. Now she's his best friend, other than Shinso of course. He hums slightly to himself, though. Himiko-chan doesn't make him feel the way Shinso does. He couldn't explain it even if he tried. Frost-kun, I wanted to let you know I saw a stain yesterday. She giggled on the line and whispered about how bloody he was, but she didn't need his blood because him and Dabi feed her plenty. He took down a hero we all agreed to be unsavory. I bet he tastes like rotten tomatoes. Or just tomatoes in general. Anyway, he was heading toward Hosu. Is this information good enough, Frost-kun, or would you like me to follow? Izuku chuckles. The tomato thing is something she uses as a way to rate blood flavors. Points to her, tomatoes are nasty. No, he says. He feels his stomach clench when he thinks of his old mentor. His quirk flares up and through his veins and into his fingertips, the ground freezing beneath him. I'll handle it, Himi-chan. Thank you. The class trained in the afternoons right after class for the sports festival, which they were doing today, considering the festival was only a couple days away. They all stood on a training ground, Ground Gamma, and were corralled into groups and sections, designed to let each other help one another and to get creative thoughts of everyone's quirks. Izuku watched as Shinso was whisked away and so was Uraraka. There goes his emotional support systems. He was left in a group with Kaminari, Ashido, Tokoyami and Hagakure. Well, she's nice at least. Yo, Todoroki-kun. We're in a group together, awesome. Hagakure jumps up and down, but he knows from how she acted during the attack that it was her way of making herself known. He gives her a small smile in return. Yeah, I'm sure we'll learn a lot. Man, everyone in this group is especially overpowered, Ashido says. I feel kinda out of place, don't you agree, Hagakure-chan? Hagakure waves an arm. Maybe, but I think that's why we were put into groups with one another. We can give the overpowered types more intricate ways of thinking of using their quirks, since that's generally how we have to think. In response, Ashido laughs. I hope so. Otherwise I feel like this was done on purpose to make us look bad. She glances at Aizawa and shivers. But I think you're right. Izuku can't help but agree, it makes sense, but the issue for him was that he does use his quirk intricately. He uses it very specifically to get exactly what he wants out of his quirk without hurting himself excessively and without hurting others if he can help it. He glances toward his brother to see where he's standing, and notices him in the group including Bakugo and Yaoyorozu, two other huge powerhouses. The only one not considered ahead of the other students in that group is Siro, but, like Izuku's own group members, he has to use his quirk in more intricate ways because of how it is designed. But the group is still too much with the majority being powerhouses. What was Aizawa-sensei thinking? Instead of questioning it any further, because if mistakes were to happen he's sure his teacher will realize the fault lies with him, Izuku faces his group and hums. I do use my quirk more intricately than people think I do, he says. Kaminari laughs. So you don't make huge ice glaciers like Emiroki over there? He points a thumb over to Izuku's brother. Izuku frowns. I can, he says, but that would be dangerous to everyone around me plus myself. I use my quirk in the best way for each situation. Also don't call my brother that. The boy has the decency to look ashamed and he apologizes quickly. Ashido smiles and hops in place for a moment, Hagakure jumping with her. It seems like we all already have to apply our quirks in delicate ways, except for Kami. So maybe we should work together to keep him from frying himself. Kami, never get any offers during the sports festival if you knock yourself out quickly. Kaminari agrees quickly but his face flushes. I don't know why it does that, it doesn't make any sense. I'm supposed to be immune to electricity. Izuku is quick to jump in. That's not exactly true, he begins. He notices how Aizawa is making rounds and comes across their group soon. Some people aren't immune to the effects of their own quirks and it can affect them terribly. He smiles grimly. I can create and control ice. Specifically, molecules in the air to form ice. I can't affect them in any other manner. My quirk wasn't meant for my body, but I was born with it anyway. It hurts me to use it too much and I'll get extremely cold and even injured and sick. For you, Kaminari, you don't create electricity, just like I don't create ice. You conduct it, basically, you manipulate what's already there. Kaminari stands there, mouth open and blinking rapidly. That doesn't make sense. My counselors always said I was just like my mom and made electricity. Izuku grimaced. Is your parent a hero by any chance? He nods. Yeah, my mom's a hero. Then that's why. They just assumed you were an exact copy of your mom. I'm sorry you had such shitty counselors. Hagakure and Ashido pat Kaminari's shoulders and spout out something soothing to him, but then they have to turn and face where All Might, Aizawa, Midnight, and Present Mike stand. Ectoplasm is there too, but he's busy preparing clones. Alright, Aizawa starts. Today you're practicing in groups for the sports festival. The purpose of these groups is to find each other's weaknesses and find a way to lessen them. You'll do that for 2 hours and for the last hour of the day you'll work on designing super moves. Don't kill each other. He walks away, leaving the other teachers to step forward to get everyone where they're supposed to be. Tokoyami? Hagakure leans forward and waves a hand. What do you need to focus on today? The teenager chuckles. Control the darkness within me. When the world around me darkens, my inner demons release, and it becomes impossible to rein them back in. Kaminari whoops. Cool dude. I like the way you phrase things. You mean your quirk, right? It's hard to control it when it gets dark. Tokoyami nods. Well then, we need to work on control for Kami and Tokoyami. Since Todoroki also uses his quirk with precision, he can help. Call me Izuku, he says, twisting his fingers. He hates being called Todoroki. Hates remembering who his father is, that he's connected to him until the end. The girls nod enthusiastically, okay. Kaminari and Tokoyami also agree, Kaminari particularly happy to be close friends with the coldest dude in class. Besides his brother of course, but Izuku thinks it might have actually been a pun. They get together in a circle and split up into smaller groups. It's Izuku and Kaminari in one group with Hagakure and Ashido with Tokoyami in another. Dark shadow can be more destructive, so having extra hands is more useful for that group. He and Kaminari sat cross-legged with a notebook in front of them. Izuku wrote down all the facts of Kaminari's quirk and all of the suspicions. On a crudely drawn sketch of his classmate, Izuku wrote, human taser, while Kaminari wrote, generator, which were the original speculations of how his quirk ran thought by both of them. I don't understand how someone could get my quirk that wrong though. That's just, it doesn't seem possible. Izuku shrugs and flicks through a few pages and writes down some ideas. It can be possible. It happened to me and my brother. Kaminari frowns and glances over to Shoto. Shoto really was told some misconceptions on his quirk? I feel like his is even more obvious. Izuku looks away. No, it was a different brother. Anyway, stand up, I want to try something. They stand and Izuku places Kaminari's hand on his shoulder. His classmate shifts uncomfortably but Izuku assures him he'll be fine. Now, go slowly, and think of small voltage amounts, no higher than a couple thousand volts. Light shifts around them as sparks flicker in the air. Kaminari gasps but the voltage doesn't increase much higher and just a few volts are shot to his shoulder. Izuku shivers as they step apart. See? You can go lower. That was only a few hundred volts. You could up to a few thousand and still be okay and incapacitate someone just enough to stop them in their tracks. You have an amazing quirk, Kaminari. You just weren't given the right resources to deal with the drawbacks. Kaminari stands still, eyes wide and mouth just slightly open and wobbly. He swallows and laughs while wiping his eyes. Thanks, Izuku. I feel like I won't be a liability to my friends anymore. I was always told my quirk had to build up until it hurt to use it. I feel like an idiot for never trying something differently. Izuku patted his shoulder. You shouldn't. You were told a specific way to do something and you didn't want to change it in fear it could hurt you or someone else. That's not your fault. That lies with the people who refused to see a problem and didn't help you. They stood there for a second until Ashido and Hagakure came back with Tokoyami. They were chatting until they saw Kaminari crying. "You okay, dude?" Hagakure leaned both ways examining her friend. Kaminari simply nodded and slapped her shoulder. "Izuku figured out my quirk. It was honestly really simple, but he says it wasn't my fault. I never noticed how to change how I used it." Tokoyami agreed. "Of course, we were young when we received these abilities. It was the responsibility of our counselors and sometimes caregivers to assist us. I'm glad you discovered a way to use it safely." "Yeah." Ashido jumped up and down. "So did Tokoyami. He needs to practice being in the dark but be supervised, then he'll get used to it. Literally, it's just training his quirk. Plus, he can install lights in his costume to calm his quirk down since he wants to go underground." That made sense and was a really good solution. "I also want to go underground," Izuku said. "However, my father doesn't, so I'm doing two different hero personas. A limelight one and an underground one, at least until I graduate and I'm old enough to move out." Ashido frowned. Is he really that upset by it? Izuku hesitates, but he thinks about how his classmates seem to really care for him, and then he stops hesitating and nods. Yeah, he really doesn't like it. One step at a time. Maybe someone will see. He remembers this night because of the weather, mostly. It had a certain chill to the air that he hadn't experienced in so long. Japan hadn't seen this type of snow and ice in ages, even with the work done trying to fix everything global warming had caused. He felt cold, he always had, but this seeped deep into every crevice of his body, filling every corner that his quirk never reached. Smoke curled and flickered above and all around him. Red and blue lights invaded his vision no matter where he turned. He felt his heart racing harder and faster and questioning where was Touya? He remembered the chill, but he couldn't remember running toward where the lights were brightest. He barely remembered Natsuo trying to grab his arm but failing, afraid to rip it out of its socket. The gravel would dig into his feet, which were bare because hadn't he been taking a shower? He thinks so, a robe wrapped loosely around himself and only wearing a pair of basketball shorts. His mother wasn't here, she'd been gone for a long time. So, it had been his sister's sobs and garbled words he heard as he neared the scene. It had been his sister who he saw, heartbroken and falling even further apart. It was his sister who saw him and started crying harder, but not in fear or sadness, but in relief, because apparently they couldn't find him. Shoto stood with their father, silent, still. His head was bowed and the red lights from the ambulance illuminated the red in his hair and the scar that twisted his cheek. He glanced only once at Izuku and he saw the moment Shoto closed off. Izuku had moved away from them and edged closer to the lights and the smell. It was awful, a burnt, meaty scent that seared itself permanently in his nose, a scent he'd never forget. Copper found itself there too, a bloody smell that Izuku would recognize anywhere with how common it was around his house. Blood spread out further around him as he disturbed the puddles as he went by, the sound almost sickly with how viscous it sounded. It stuck to the inside of his toes and painted his feet red. As he rounded the largest tree in their backyard, he noticed the paramedics and a few heroes, ones his father worked with specifically. Izuku noticed mostly, however, that his brother lay in a burnt heap on the ground. His clothes were completely burned away and his red hair now turned white is now turned black with the amount of soot that coats him in sticky, dusty layers. He's not moving. Izuku's heart stutters as his quirk rushes to his fingers trying to cool him down. Touya's not breathing. Oddly enough, Izuku had also remembered that night so vividly because it wasn't just the night his brother had died, even if it wasn't truly real, a part of his brother had certainly died that night. It was also the same time he met one Himiko Toga. He was 9 and she was 10 and already doing whatever she could do to survive. She had some of one of the paramedics' blood and had disguised herself as him. Izuku noticed the way the paramedics seemed to be almost euphoric with how much they enjoyed the smell Izuku despised. Then, suddenly, their skin melted away revealing an unclothed 10-year-old girl who was terrified. Izuku had cornered her away from the rest of the medical personnel and his family. He thinks, to this day, that this might be the reason he never noticed a few of the paramedics side-eyeing one another and hiding his supposedly dead brother from prying eyes. She had been breathing pretty hard, hiccuping and trying to catch her breath. She was trembling all over and gripping his arms with an unmovable grip. She tried to speak but Izuku silenced her. I don't care, he began, what you have to say. I can tell you're hurt and you're tired and I'm hurt. He remembered the tears falling here. The cold of his quirk freezing them against his cheeks, and I'm tired too. He had dragged her towards this specific spot for a reason. Pulling apart a decrepit-looking plant, he grabbed a few wallets and shoved them into the girl's hands. A piece of paper fluttered out and with a swipe of his finger against his ankles, he wrote his number on it and handed it to her as well. My number, some money, and some advice. Head toward the bright orange building on the street across from the hospital. It's a shelter for people with quirks that people don't like. But they'll take anyone as long as you don't discriminate. He repeated everything word for word from what the young man he met once said to him. He thought Izuku was in danger, but he knew he'd be okay in the end. But he remembered everything for his brothers, because he knew they might need it one day. Today, he's helping someone else. The girl stared at him with wide, wet eyes. She nodded quickly and spun around and left the scene. Izuku watched her go with an odd sense of attachment. He felt like this wouldn't be the last time he'd see her. Izuku is 13 and a chain whip spins around him and he throws it around a criminal that tried to steal from a young child going on an errand for his sick mother. The boy is gripping a wallet that obviously belongs to an older family member and tries to bury himself in the brick wall of the building lining the alleyway. Dabi stands partially in front of him, protecting him from what he'll see tonight. The criminal cries out but is silenced quickly with a well-placed jab around his neck, silencing him, and Izuku knocks him out the rest of the way. He wraps his arms and legs together in a sticky tape similar to that of the kind used for hospital bands. The guy's not pulling off that so easily. Sirens blare and red and blue lights fill the alleyway, illuminating his and Dabi's faces. Izuku's black mask shines almost silver in the lights. He notices, as it reflects against the puddles on the ground. Dabi's black hair has an undertone of white, something Izuku files away for later. Let's go, Dabi exclaims, patting the kid's shoulder and leading him towards the open end of the alley. The kid is trembling and nervous, but Dabi assures him this is so the police will see him and help him. He tells the kid to point out where the criminal is and then he's scaling the wall to the roofs above. Izuku follows, chain whip forgotten in the alley below, and together they run across the rooftops heading toward the safe house they use. They stop when they come across another alley, crying filtering out in stuttering breaths and loud wails. Dabi glances over and Izuku nods. Together, they jump into the alley and one of them immediately blocks the exit. Izuku's breath hitches once he sees it. On the ground lies a young teenage boy. Blood sputters out from his neck and he's pale, too pale to survive the blood loss. He's not breathing. Above him, sitting on her knees, is a teenage girl with long layered hair dripping in blood, most likely from when she was laying over the boy's body. She's sobbing and trying to catch her breath and Izuku knows he recognizes her. Himiko Toga, he says at the same time as Dabi, who looks at him with furrowed brows. He mouths, "You know her?" And Izuku nods and mouths back, "Later." The girl looks up, her yellow eyes glistening from the light of the street lamps. They're slitted, like a cat's, he notices. "I'm sorry," she this out, words becoming garbled as she tries to tell them what happened. Izuku shushes her as he gets on his knees in front of her and grabs one of her hands gently. She doesn't protest, but she flinches slightly. He puts her hand on his chest and exaggerates his breathing. She catches on and eventually she's breathing better, breaths just slightly tight when she exhales. "We meet again," he whispers to her, quiet enough that Dabi can't hear, but he's too busy keeping an eye out anyway to focus on them. She nods and tries to apologize again, but Izuku asks her to be quiet. "Every time we meet, blood is involved. You're upset, you didn't want to kill him. Were you trying to?" Toga shakes her head. I never mean to. The blood, it smells so good. I just can't resist. It's my quirk. I need blood to become them." Izuku recognizes her name not because she had told him all those years ago, but because she's entered the news. Muzutafu's newest serial killer. He feels for her because she had been so young, and he knows, deep down, it really has to deal with her quirk. She needs the blood to survive. It's okay, he whispers. It's going to be okay, Toga-chan. Can you tell me where you're staying? Toga nods. Yes. Please call me Himiko though, okay? We're gonna be friends after all. Izuku smiles. She's feeling more comfortable. Okay, Himiko-chan. Where are you staying? Anywhere. I tried the building you sent me to, but my parents found me there. So I can't go back. Izuku grabs a towel from his pocket and douses it in alcohol and begins wiping it gently against her hands to clean the blood off. Okay, so your parents disowned you? She nods. Kinda. They hate my quirk and won't give me blood, but they're afraid of what people will think once they find out I'm their daughter, like if they abandon me. So, they try and bring me back. This time I decided living on streets is better than being with them. We lived a few cities over, so I don't think they'll find me here again if they don't find me at the orange building. Izuku hums and finishes clean the last bit of blood off her face. So, you're just hungry and they hate that, and they won't listen to you, so you're trying to survive. Himiko tears up again. I'm so hungry and no one understands. Dabi lets out a gruff laugh, hearing Himiko now that she had gotten louder. Kid will understand. He looks at her, up and down, and gives a smile. It's softer than what he would usually give, but Himiko needs kindness right now more than anything. I have a proposition for you. Himiko-chan, give me the coordinates for Stain's current location, please. Izuku flips through the booklet in his lap until he comes across the Hosu map. He makes a mark to show where he is, where Dabi is, and where Himiko is. The comm in his ear crackles to life a moment later. 37.2989 degrees north, 137.0324 degrees east, Frostkoen. He's near Ingenium's agency. Izuku hisses. Not good. Ingenium will engage. Or try to at least. Dabi grunts from the other end of the comm. Ingenium is a good one. Surely he won't attack him. It makes sense to think that way, but Stain has gone rogue. There's no telling who he'll attack now. Let's not think that way, he says. Stain doesn't care anymore. If anyone gets in his way, he'll take them out. So, we need to take him out first, Dabi and Himiko say together, finishing his thought. They watch the warehouse as people begin to enter and leave. Just down the street is the sign indicating Ingenium's agency. It's too close to be a coincidence. Stain wants to be found by Ingenium. He wants to kill him. It's an hour later and Ingenium with a couple sidekicks are making their way down the street. It's bright, broad daylight, but the streets are more empty than usual. People are staying home or inside cafes and bars to watch the UA Sports Festival today. It's the perfect day to catch the hero killer. But it's also the perfect day for him to strike. Ingenium checks his tablet before it folds in on itself, and he puts it away. He presses a finger to his ear to use his comm. Their own begin to crackle as his voice filters through. We have sights on Stain. Heading toward the alleyway between Lau's Hardware and the old abandoned warehouse here on Main Street. Heading in to engage. Affirmative, Ingenium. Be careful. Permafrost, Dabi, and Himiko split up but head toward the same area. Dabi lands in the mouth of the alleyway, effectively blocking in Ingenium. His sidekicks are already inside the warehouse. Himiko places herself behind the dumpster to jump out and attack when ready. Vials of both his and Dabi's blood, plus a little of Chisaki Kai's. From that run-in from last week, line the inside of her sharp-toothed mask, ready for use. Izuku keeps himself on the roof to keep an eye out and to jump in if necessary. We have reason to believe Stain has been planning to attack you for a while, Ingenium, Dabi drawls. We've come to assist. The man laughs. I appreciate it, I always enjoy working with vigilantes. But Stain is dangerous. I can't let any of you get hurt on my watch. I appreciate it, Ingenium-san. Himiko cheers. But we can't watch you get hurt on our watch either, she parrots. Izuku nods to himself, but focuses immediately on the warehouse. He ducks behind an air unit and watches as the sidekicks lose Stain and he falls into the alleyway below, right into their trap. Immediately, there's chaos. Izuku jumps into the alley to help and dodges a swipe from one of Stain's katanas. He brings up an armed arm to block the other, grabbing it near the hilt and twisting it out of the former Vigilante's hands. The blade drops and he kicks it to Himiko, who swipes it up instantly, spinning it with grace and falling into a fighting stance. Stain growls and grabs a dagger, throwing it at Dabi, who catches it and tosses it right back. Stain dodges and falls into Ingenium, who grabs his arms in a deadly grip, turning him around toward Himiko, who sliced at an arm, liking the blood off the blade, and transforming into Stain. She grins. "Blood just tastes so good. Isn't that right, Mr. Stain?" And the Vigilante doesn't answer because he cannot move. Since Himiko ingested his blood to turn into him, she was able to use his quirk in the same move, and Stain now stands frozen and paralyzed. Himiko giggles. "Your quirk was easy to figure out. I understand the need to drink as much blood as possible. But Frost-kun explained that my quirk was the main reason for that. So it makes sense that yours would too." Ingenium laughs, a bit deliriously, as he ties up and HNDCFFS Stain. The quirk erasing HNDCFFS make Izuku's hands itch. He injects something into his neck and they watch as Stain's body relaxes. "That went way better than I was expecting. I spoke too soon, thank you for that assistance," he said. "I'm assuming one of you also sent the notebook that had the information on how to transport him once we caught him as well, yeah?" Dabi grinned. "Yeah, Frost here did that." Izuku raised his hand, guilty. "Thank you," Ingenium says genuinely. "Seriously. Now, let's get him to the station. You lot run along now before you actually get caught guilty. I've got a sports festival to get to after this." The three of them head to the rooftops again and head toward their safe house. They split up before meeting back in the middle, just in case someone was watching or following. They didn't have to worry much, however, because their main chaser is currently commenting at the sports festival. As they sit on the roof of their building, they watch the sports festival on Dabi's phone. Himiko wanted to watch because it always excited her. Izuku claimed he knew someone participating, and so did Dabi. Izuku kept his eyes on Shinso the entire time, only looking toward Shoto when he was against Zero, then against Shinso himself. Izuku's heart fluttered when he watched his friend smile so wide he thought his face would split when he realized he placed third overall. Izuku was proud. He didn't feel any remorse for not participating. Keeping Ingenium alive is enough. He thinks about Ida and how much he loves his brother. How he'd do anything for him. Keeping Ida alive is enough, he thinks. The day after the sports festival, students are given a break to rest up, plus, with the capture of Stain, students, especially hero ones, are excited to get out and about now without the heavy fear of being attacked coding them. Yurare decides, then, to give them 2 days off. For Izuku, that meant going to spend the night at Shinso's. His friend guides him through the front gate of his house and up the steps. He unlocks the door and ushers them inside right as the first few drops of rain starts to fall. They laugh as they shake their hair free of the water droplets and take their shoes off. "There goes the idea of going to the park," Shinso grumbles, placing his uniform jacket on a hook. He holds out a hand for Izuku's and he hands him it. "Parks are boring. Playing Animal Crossing while it's raining is aesthetic." Shinso laughs and Izuku follows him into the living room, his stomach swooping and his heart rate picking up. He ignores it in favor of greeting his friend's parents. His dad, Kenta Shinso, is a tall man with light lavender hair, thin and long and usually pulled into a bun. His skin is pale, clear, and healthy, and his eyes are bright yet a dark obsidian color. He's really nice and Izuku feels comfortable around him. His mother, Kaori Shinso, is also quite tall, which explains his friend's height, with dark blue hair cut short to her head. She's also quite pale, but it just looks like she doesn't get much sun, and her eyes are a bright indigo color. Her smile reminds Izuku of Fuyumi, so when Mrs. Shinso revealed she was an elementary school teacher, Izuku wasn't surprised. Their quirks were fascinating. Kenta could heal a person with eye contact. He could heal pretty fatal injuries as well, but as he explained, he doesn't do it much because it drains him, plus, most people with injuries like that aren't usually conscious. Kaori's quirk is a controlling mist that she secretes from her mouth. When you breath it in, Your entire person is under her control. She rarely uses the quirk, she explained, because she really never has a purpose for it. But it's extremely useful for out-of-control quirk manifestations, he had mentioned to her. Kaori had stared at him for a good moment before chuckling. Smart idea, Todoroki-kun. I'll look into getting a quirk license for that. Shinso's parents greet them, Kaori-san telling them to enjoy some of the snacks in the kitchen, and then the two of them head upstairs to Shinso's room. The rain beats against the windows relentlessly as they set their bags down, and Shinso tosses himself onto his bed. The dark purple comforter shifts beneath him, and his cat, Toaster, jumps up to sit on his chest. I cannot move, he friend exclaims with great seriousness. Izuku giggles, something Fuyumi heard once, and her eyes were as wide as saucers. That's when he admitted to her he had a friend. She was quiet, not jumping up and down in excitement, probably because she felt he had a better chance of that. But she had smiled and told him she was very happy for him. Shinso looked at him and smiled. His eyes were bright and his face was slightly flushed. Izuku's heart raced quickly, but again he ignored it and sat on the bed beside his friend. I have a question, Shinso said. Izuku set his switch down after grabbing it out of its case. What's up? His friend twiddled his fingers and looked away. He seemed nervous, which was beginning to rub off on Izuku. But it turns out, Izuku didn't really have to worry. It's just, we've been friends since the exams, right? I noticed you asked your group to call you Izuku since you didn't want any confusion with your brother, so I was wondering if I could call you Izuku? Izuku never realized he never told Shinso to call him by his first name, so he chuckled and nodded. Yeah, of course. Only if I can call you Hitoshi. Hitoshi's face reddened as he nodded quickly. Yeah. The two of them played Animal Crossing until the rain slowed down. Then, they had to get up and head toward downtown Muzutafu since Izuku needed to pick something up from one of the armory shops before the shop closed for the evening. They stood outside the shop while Izuku hunted through his bag for a medical face mask and his beanie. The shop-goers usually recognize him as a Todoroki now, especially after the gate incident. He could protect his identity somewhat like this. Hitoshi was watching the TV in the shop window. His eyes were wide and Izuku began watching too, curious to what was shocking his friend so much. It was about Stain's arrest. According to Ingenium, the arrest wouldn't have been possible without the assistance of 3 vigilantes. As of right now, their descriptions have not been released and don't seem to be anytime soon, as Ingenium has placed them under an amnesty order considering they did the public a great service. We here, at Muzutafu News, would like to say that. He tuned the program out and tapped Hitoshi's shoulder. Let's go. I think it might start raining again. His friend glanced upward and nodded. You might be right. Once inside, Izuku asked the clerk to get him order number 49037 and he waited by the counter while she ran to the back. Hitoshi looked around surprised. All I see are knives and chains. Is that a whip? Looks like something Kiyama-sensei would use. What are you getting here? Izuku patted his shoulder. At least one of each of the only things you see in here. The clerk handed him the box and Izuku wanted to open it to check to make sure it was what he ordered, but he didn't need Hitoshi to see. These weren't weapons that Izuku used. They were weapons that Permafrost used. And now that Permafrost was getting more attention, people would be looking for him more than usual. His weapon of choice will become obvious. He frowns when he realizes he won't be able to use his chain whip with his hero studies like he originally planned. It makes him comfortable, a reminder of Dabi right in the palm of his hand, since Dabi had gifted him his first one. Maybe he could use a leather one, like Midnight. He smiles at Belladonna and gives her his payment. She hand-picked the items so he wasn't really worried about checking them. She's very good at her job. He places the money in her gloved hands, covered, because she's named after her quirk which is activated through touch. Package in hand, they leave the shop and Hitoshi shamelessly looks toward the package. He bumps Izuku's shoulder and wiggles his eyebrows. Izuku laughs. What? Can I see? He falters but keeps walking. It would be suspicious not to show his friend, right? Or maybe he could say they were for someone else and he wasn't allowed to show anyone. Izuku keeps smiling but looks away. I can't. It's my dad's order, but he's out of town for the week, so I needed to pick it up. He'll know if I open it. Glancing at his friend, Izuku is relieved to see that he's not upset. He just nods and tells Izuku he understands. Hitoshi shivers and says how he wouldn't want to face an angry Endeavor. Izuku just laughs. He doesn't have the heart to tell his best friend that Endeavor is always angry. Later that night, the two boys lay side by side on Hitoshi's bed as they talk about mundane things. They bring up the recent training class they did, Izuku discussing how he helped Kaminari, and Hitoshi talked about how Bakugo had surprisingly good advice for him and telling him to taunt people more to get them to respond to him. Then they discussed the upcoming class. I have no idea what kind of hero name I want. Hitoshi said. I've always wanted to be a hero, but that was the last thing I thought about. I was thinking something to do with my quirk, but I also don't want it to be too obvious. Izuku hummed and turned his head to face his friend. Hitoshi was looking toward the ceiling, the sun coming in from the window highlighting the bright purple of his eyes and making his skin shine. Izuku swallowed past an odd lump in his throat. I already know my hero name. Hitoshi immediately turns his head and his body, flipping sideways to face Izuku. Really? What is it? He shakes his head with a smile. Nope, you'll find out Monday when we have to tell the class. Hitoshi groans and slaps his shoulder. Not fair, I'm your best friend. Shouldn't I get to know first? Izuku flips away, laughing, but Hitoshi chases after him. They grapple with one another, giggling and pestering each other to give ideas on what they think the other's hero name will be. Izuku dodges under Hitoshi's arm, ending up trapped beneath him. He looks up into his friend's eyes. Make your name that nickname Bakugo called you last week, Hitoshi's brows furrow. What? Mindfuck? I don't even think I'm allowed to use vulgar language in a name. Izuku shrugs, or, well, tries to, but it's difficult while being trapped in his friend's arms. What about, Mindjack? Hitoshi shakes his head. I don't really want something that obvious. Izuku sits up suddenly, finally thinking of a name that would fit. He's still trapped and Hitoshi blushes as he moves away. I've got it. The classroom board is lit up with their names from the sports festival. Izuku notices the thousands of offers Shoto had received, and Izuku knows he's proud of him, proud of Ida too for the couple thousand he got. They've got strong, flashy quirks that the people enjoy immensely. Izuku's stomach flips and a smile pulls at his lips when he notices that Hitoshi got at least 200 offers. Each top offer for each student is listed in bold letters. Edge shot was the top for Hitoshi, but Izuku thinks he'll take a different offer. Probably Miruko, since he seemed the most excited for it. He expects no offers, of course, since he hadn't participated in the sports festival. However, when his eyes travel down the list, he's shocked to notice he did get an offer. A singular one. The person above him is Hagakure with 35 offers. He's got the lowest amount, but it doesn't make sense that he has any at all. Some of the students agree. Hey, Todoroki has an offer, he didn't even participate. What's up with that? Cyro twirls a pen between his fingers as he points to the board, getting Kaminari's attention. Kaminari smiles. Izuku's pretty powerful and smart. Maybe he knows a hero that offered him a spot even when they didn't get to see him because they already knew his stats. A cough interrupts the conversation and everyone faces forward to face their homeroom teacher. Aizawa-sensei shakes his head. Students who don't participate for whatever reason are given the opportunity to complete an internship still. Instead of having the privilege of choosing their hero to intern under, the school gives the student's file to the teachers and they may choose the student if they wish. If no teacher chooses them, then the principal handles the internship himself. Their teacher shudders after mentioning Netsu. Izuku doesn't blame him. He had one conversation with the principal one time and never wants to enter that office again. His eyes widen. Oh God, what if it's Netsu? Todoroki has an internship with one of the teachers, which is available in his packet. Now, I'm leaving the rest to Midnight, who will handle your hero names. The R-rated hero enters the room, her smile stretches across her face and her eyes are alight in a way that sends excitement through Izuku. The kind that kicks him into gear. The kind that makes him realize a competition is involved. His leg shakes and his eyes take in everything around him a bit more seriously. He watches as she flicks her whip, the movement sending phantom memory through his own wrist. Midnight laughs, bright and commanding, and the students can't help but watch her. Izuku can't help but watch her. Izuku has never wanted to go through this. He never wanted to go to a hero school and become a hero. Izuku didn't help his brother when he needed it most. Izuku ignored his other siblings. Izuku let Shoto walk away from him. Izuku lost Touya and his family lost him too. Izuku let it happen. Izuku was never meant to be a hero. The vigilantism is a way for him to atone for that. He's training, which makes his father happy. He's out and about and not locked away in his room, which makes Fuyumi happy. He's not talking about Touya nonstop, which makes Natsuo happy. He's not getting in Shoto's way, which makes Shoto happy. And to be selfish, because what else can he be, it makes him happy. To be around Dabi. To get that moment of peace. To feel like he's doing something right for everyone. But for once, sitting in this room, he's excited to do something hero-related. Today, you all will choose your hero names. Now remember, while you can change these names later on, it will become even more difficult during your second year, because you'll mostly likely partially debut by then. So, choose wisely, children, for this is your first step to becoming true heroes. She strengthens her statement with one more crack of her whip. Boards are passed around per student and they're given 15 minutes to write out their answers. Izuku looks around, noticing how most people already know what they're going to be called, but Izuku also notices how there are some who are confused. He glances over to Hitoshi, who's writing out his hero name that Izuku suggested. His face warms thinking about it and he turns back around. He smiles to himself, realizing it felt nice knowing a friend took his advice like that, not that they had to, or that he was too stuck up for even suggesting advice, but took it because they wanted to. Izuku looks at his own board and writes out the name he chose. He thought about it for a while, but ultimately decided on something that hints at his quirk, like he did with the name Permafrost, but something that doesn't connect to it in any way. Permafrost can only control so much ice, and usually he must be touching a surface. As the students go up one by one, Izuku takes a deep breath waiting for Hitoshi to go up. Once he does, he grins and supports his friend when he announces his name. Mockingbird, the hero of the night, Hitoshi says. Izuku whoops from his seat, causing Hitoshi to send him a look, and for the class to giggle. Midnight wiggles her eyebrows toward Izuku, which makes him question what that means since Hitoshi did the same thing the other day. But he shoves that thought away as their art history teacher looks toward Hitoshi. Interesting choice. It doesn't reflect your quirk much, so why did you choose it? Hitoshi blushes and shrugs. My friend suggested it. I wanted something that suited me and reflected my style without making my quirk a dead giveaway. Mockingbird reflects the voice aspect of my quirk, and, hopefully, how I'll taunt and mock the villains I capture. Midnight thinks for a moment then nods. Excellent, I like it. That's Izuku. He makes his way to the podium then stands behind it. He stares at the board for a moment before flipping it around. He takes a deep breath, releases it, then speaks. The entropic hero, Absolute Zero. Midnight's eyes glisten like fresh flames do. Her smile broadens and she cracks her whip. Now, that's a hero title that screams power. Who's gonna question your quirk or limits with a moniker like that? Stunning. It's later and Izuku is sequestered in his room. He ignored his sister and brother in favor of sitting down to finally look at his internship paperwork. He needs to get it signed as well, after all. He doesn't ignore the fact that he's proud of Shoto for choosing an actual hero name when a month ago he went on about how he'd use only his first name. The hero of true balance, Stasis. Excellent hero name, Todoroki-kun. Today was a good day, to be completely honest. He hadn't expected to feel that way, but for once, he feels happy. He practically yells when he looks at his internship paper and sees that Midnight chose him. Midnight, who he always admired because she's an idol and supporting figure for women everywhere, when he knew his sister and mother needed that. Who uses unconventional tactics to take down villains but is always successful. Who uses a whip, like him. Who could actually teach him a lot. Who came up to him and offered to help him change his hero costume to include a heater. Who told him that she knows he's doing his best despite his quirk drawbacks and that she's proud of him. who might actually believe him if he told her about everything. She might be able to help his siblings. Somehow, one day. Maybe. Izuku feels a giggle bubble out of him, and he runs out of his room to get his sister to sign his internship papers. Hell yeah, he's gonna accept this. Shoyuta stands at the edge of the loading dock for the trains and watches as his students mill about, talking excitedly about their internships and the heroes they'll see. He notices Shoto Todoroki standing with Ida and Uraraka, who's very excited to work with Gunhead. Ida, of course, is going to intern under Tensei, but he'll stay indoors a lot since Tensei had just caught the hero killer, and they don't want the media overwhelming his younger brother. A lot of the quieter kids are near each other, like Kuda, Shoji, and Tokoyami. Kaminari and Ashido are going to the same place, and Azui is taking the same train as Hagakure. He turns around to see Shinso and Izuku Todoroki talking with one another. Shinso has a wide smile and Izuku has a small grin as they talk, and Shoyuta is glad to see them talking so adamantly with one another. Shinso seemed to back away more from Izuku because the boy was getting quieter and more withdrawn, but the break after the festival did them good. Shoyuta is also just a little sad still that he lost his internship offer to Midnight. Fuyuta teachers had put in internship offers for Izuku, which is usually rare, because the students usually can't participate in the festival because of life events that make it to where they usually have to avoid the first internship altogether, or they are not really cut out for heroics because of attitude or other problems. Netsu was seen cackling in his office once he received the internship offers. Izuku, however, just chose not to, which made Shoyuta rethink a couple of things. The kid is not flashy despite having the quirk to be. He uses is quickly, efficiently, and he gives thought into his actions where he considers everything around him. He's the reason a lot of them survived the USJ because he saw the Nomu, noticed how dangerous it truly was, and stopped it instantly. He'd be perfect for underground heroics. And that's when Shoyuta realized he wanted to train Izuku. The kid needed a bit more combat training, and who better to do that than someone who needs to combine combat with his quirk to take villains down? Well, it's not just him. Snipe, Hizashi, Nemuri, and him all put in internship options. Every single one of them need combat involved as well because either the quirk used can be too dangerous in most situations or it can't be used by itself. Shoyuta never considered he'd have that much competition, especially with Snipe, but here he was, fighting for his life with this internship. He lost to Nemuri, overall, because Netsu pointed out that Izuku wrote about her in his quirk analysis during the entrance exam and has been seen using whips during training. He exclaimed that it's possible that he's a fan of hers, and the principal would like to allow students to train with teachers they're comfortable with. Snipe, in a moment of petty sore loserness, claimed that maybe he's one of those perverted fans of hers. Hizashi, being the only one in the room willing to actually see logic, ironic, I know, pointed out that maybe Izuku really was just a fan, plus, him using whips like her shows that. They used the same weapon, so it makes sense Midnight should mentor him. And Shoyuta couldn't fight that logic, because it made sense, even though he would have liked to train Izuku with his capture weapon, since it would work really well with the ice, but he won't fight it. Nem seemed really happy, more excited than she's been in forever. He decided to let her have that. He glanced at her beside him and he decided to bring up the issues he's noticed, the way he had with Hizashi. Nem, he whispered. She turned to face him and hummed. Keep a very close eye on him. Something's up, something at home I think. He always has so many injuries that he claims are from training, but they're not coming from the school, and he doesn't have a personal trainer listed in his files. Just look please. Be something supportive for him. Nemuri's eyes softened, especially when she looked over to Izuku. She smiled gently and nodded. Of course, Shoyuta. I'm going to help him. That's what heroes do. She looks to Izuku again, something unfamiliar entering her eyes. I'm going to save him, she whispers. Training with Midnight involved being at U.A for the most part, which is okay with Izuku because he is comfortable there and doesn't have to scope the place out since he's already done that. They settled down in a training room together, one that he's certain third years use mostly for weapon training. Midnight presses a button on a remote and the far right wall shifts and begins opening up. Lining the wall are plenty of weapons ranging from long to short range, daggers and katanas, guns and blunt-edged bats, bow staffs and whips. Izuku eyes the meteor hammer, having been unable to obtain one from the armory shop because of its outlawed status amongst the public. It glistened against the fluorescent lighting of the training room. A dark, metallic grayish-blue color that ended in a heavy iron weight, obsidian. It seemed to SCK up all the light, yet because of that it drew his attention. The meteor hammer, huh? Midnight drawled. She came up beside him, watching him observe the weaponry. She smiled and pointed toward it. That weapon is the hardest to learn and control. Not a single student has claimed it as their weapon of choice. However, you know how to use a whip, and you use it in a similar manner to the capture weapon that show you the uses. This is like a mix of that. Izuku can't keep his eyes off of it. Be honest with me, Midnight says, suddenly serious. Izuku turns to face her fully and nods. Are you fully trained with a whip like me? Izuku nods but elaborates. I use a chain whip, like a flail, but it's a bit longer and has no handle. I've been trained with it fully. Midnight grins viciously. Even better. They spend the next couple of hours training with the meteor hammer. It is more difficult to control, and it's much heavier than the normal chain whip he uses. He trips over his own 2 feet at least twice, falling flat on his face and listening to Midnight cackle. Eventually, though, he gets the hang of it, spinning it around his arms and throwing his body just the right way to manipulate its movement. It'll wrap around things several times around and gives just enough length for Izuku to pull on them, either pushing himself further toward it or pushing it further to himself. Izuku watches as Midnight snaps a few pictures and videos. From what he's heard, she hasn't taken on any interns in quite a while, the last one being a girl who had a mist that was hard to control and that internship had been mandatory. He lets her do as she pleases, and he falls into the stretches she asked him to do before they got into the combat portion of things. Nemuri giggles to herself as she sends picture after picture and video to the teacher group chat. Sleepgiver, look at my intern. Look at him go, mastering the meteor hammer. Absolutely amazing. Picture sent. Picture sent. Video sent. Tired. Literally what the F nim. Loud one. OMG what? The meteor hammer? Even Shoyuta couldn't use that one and he wanted to so badly. Loud one 2.0. I'm assuming I'm gonna have to make him one, right? That one's a little long for him, I think. Sleepgiver. Actually, I don't think so. He liked this one BC of how long it is. He also loves the color Tired one. Why didn't you steer him toward the capture weapon? Sleepgiver. Showed, honey, he was mesmerized by the meteor hammer the moment we walked into the room. You should have seen his face. I wish I got a picture. Sleepgiver. He wanted that more than anything. Sorry, darling. Loud one. He's grumbling. Loud one. Poor Shoyuta. Nemuri knew Shoyuta wanted to train Izuku with his capture weapon, but Nemuri wanted Izuku to be happier than anything else. And watching him smile to himself as he finally gets the hang of the weapon that he so badly desired made Nemuri feel a type of pride she didn't realize she could feel. Now, time for combat. They had trained back and forth using combat and the meteor hammer, plus a few other weapons and even some whips that Midnight had made specially for her. Izuku had been terribly excited about that. At the end of the week, with only 3 days remaining in their internship, Midnight decides to take him to Hosu. Izuku knows Ingenium, and thus, Ida, are safe with the hero killer being contained, but he can't help the worry he feels bubble in his gut at the thought of entering Hosu once again. On the train there, he texts Dabi and Himiko about his current location and plans, but their conversation is cut short when something slams into the side of the train. Midnight's face goes from quietly soft and tired to serious and awake. She grasps his shoulders firmly, but not unkindly, and looks him in the eye. I know that telling you to stay here is futile, she begins, so I'm not going to ask you to. But I will tell you that you must be careful and do everything in your power to come back home safe. Understood? Izuku nods, spitting out a quick, understood, Midnight-sensei. And then they're off, into the night, as Nomu ravaged the city of Hosu and the place is lit on fire. He grabs the edge of the train where the Nomu had torn through, already dead by the time it reached civilians, and throws himself out of the train. He glides down a mostly invisible ice ramp as he gets closer to the ground, his trench coat billowing out behind him, the meteor hammer tightening around his shoulders and waist. He turns on his comm, so that he can speak with any hero around him, listening to whatever is being currently said. Shigaraki, Tamura, and Kurogyari have been spotted, but reaching their location is impossible. They're controlling the Nomu and making themselves untouchable. Do not engage, I repeat, do not engage. Izuku notices that the satchel hitting against his hip feels heavier than normal, and realizes with a quick and quiet outfit change, he can get near the two villains. He lands on the ground without a sound and starts running toward a destroyed area and changes behind a dumpster. He adjusts the wig and the mask. He'll make Tamura regret this time, he'll make no deals. What was the villain thinking? But, deep down, he knew that maybe this wasn't a choice the villain made himself. Maybe, this is all for one's doing. As he climbs a couple of buildings, heading toward the water tower that the purple mist of Kurogyari can be seen billowing in the wind, Izuku considers that maybe everything Tamura does is because of All for One. He knows the supervillain is the mastermind behind the League of Villains, knows he created Kurogyari to keep Tamura in control, and isn't that an awfully horrible thing to consider, and he knows that Tamura wouldn't be a villain without his help. Izuku thinks about the story of a young boy and a quirk manifestation and the destruction of his family. He thinks of the rise and fall of All Might's Prime 5 years ago. He thinks of a supervillain that fell off the grid 5 years ago. The rise of the League began 2 years ago when they began recruiting. Kurogyari began being spotted in cities over 10 years ago. Permafrost stands on the edge of the water tower, watching fires reach toward the heavens and the anarchic screams of civilians ring through his ears, not unlike disharmonious instruments begging to be heard. Tamura is before him, his hair is messy and unwashed, barely moving in the wind. He bears no smile, his eyes are dark and heavy-lidded. Hunched over, he hides himself from Kurogyari as much as possible. He never notices Frost standing there. Kurogyari watches everything before him. He's silent and still, waiting for a command. It's as if he won't move unless he's told to. Izuku can't look away from him, eyes wide and gritting his teeth as he realizes Kurogyari wasn't trained. He truly was created. He's a Nomu, a highly intelligent and sentient one at that. The purple mist he bears sways and flickers, the moonlight highlighting bits of blue and white throughout. His yellow eyes are narrowed but not with contempt. It's like he's squinting, like he needs glasses but doesn't have them on him right that moment. It humanizes him and it makes Izuku sick. Because Kurogyari isn't as human as he used to be and what happened to him? But he swallows and files that away for later. He's permafrost and he knows things and he can find out what he needs to about Kurogyari later. For now, he has to talk to Tamura. The villain turns to him once he makes his presence known, his red eyes lighting with recognition, and finally he's expressing something other than blankness. Tamura gives him a smile. It's tight and pained, but he tries making it more into a snarl to hide that. Permafrost, fancy seeing you here, he rasps, scratching at his neck, dead skin flaking away. You always seem to know when I act. I wonder if my party contains a rogue or something. Permafrost steps closer to Tamura and sighs. What's your mission? Tamura stills and his eyes narrow. What do you mean? With a quick look around, Frost sits on the ground, folding his legs beneath him. I'm asking what your mission for tonight is. Your goal? What's the plan? Seriously. Tamura growls to himself but also sits down, which Frost hadn't been expecting. The villain watches him carefully but doesn't act outright hostile. The Nomu are released and are to cause havoc across the city of Hosu. People are so focused on Stain's capture, we want them to look at us. Realize we are the ones they need to worry about. The Nomu can cause that fear, Tamura laments. He doesn't scratch his neck and his voice wasn't as raspy. It was deep but quiet. Every time he admits to his actions, it seems like he hates to admit he caused them, like he hadn't really wanted to. Permafrost hums to himself. And what part of the plan was All for One's? This gets Kurogyari's attention, which he wasn't sure if that was exactly a good thing, to be completely honest. Was Kurogyari loyal to Tamura, or was he loyal to All for One, his creator? The mist villains shoots Permafrost a look. Such things shouldn't be discussed so out in the open, young Permafrost. You should know better, considering your profession. Frost lifts both his arms in surrender, feeling truly chastised by the villain. He looks over to Tamura and lets out a soft laugh. I apologize for my rude behavior. Kurogyari is right. That was out of line. Permafrost begins to stand, but Tamura grabs a hold of him and pulls him back down, getting closer into his space, and Frost notices the crazed, desperate look in the villain's eyes. No, wait, speak, ask what you want. Maybe if you get your answers, you'll leave us be. Or you'll join us, either is beneficial to me. Tamura frowns deeply, but Frost takes the hint for what it is. Then answer my question. Tamura's lip twitches. My sensei knows what's best for me, he says. He gave me the idea for this mission, and I simply enacted his wishes. Frost nods. So, the entire thing was his idea? I never said that. It began as an idea. The plan was built by my party. So, the idea was planted. Probably a majority of the idea, not just bits and pieces. Tamura says his party helped him with it, and Izuku knows of a couple of its members, Muscular being one of them, plus a few past members of the Shai Hasaikai. Most of the members are cruel and bloodthirsty, plus, they're not here. As long as they don't get hurt, they don't mind what happens to others. The Vigilante throws an arm out, making Tamura follow its direction so that he sees what Frost is indicating. Heroes roam this area right now, he says. Heroes like Endeavor and Maruko and Hawks are in this area, powerful and intricately trained. They'll handle this situation with ease, considering at least 3 of the 10 Nomus you sent out are already dead, and that wasn't even with Endeavor involved yet. It's a plan, yes, that causes havoc and for the attention to be thrown on you, but it's not a good one. Civilians aren't looking to you seeing you trying to change society or whatever your true goal is. All they see are massive murderers ruining their lives, and the heroes are doing everything to save them. You won't get the recognition that you were looking for like this, Tamura. You won't achieve your goal this way. The Vigilante stands and makes his way to the edge of the water tower, preparing to jump down and continue to help with the rescue efforts. He secures his mask and sends one last glance toward the blue-haired villain, who's still sitting cross-legged on the ground. You need better party members, he whispers, then falls the rest of the way to the ground below. Izuku stands frozen in the hospital lobby, his hero costume soaked in sweat, water, and blood. His ears are ringing and his heart beats erratically. He can't keep his eyes on one thing, can't focus on anyone or any word. Midnight was beside him a moment ago, but she had to go follow the doctor. Idatenya is comatose. He's on a ventilator. He can't breathe on his own and he's receiving multiple blood transfusions. He almost died. He remembers Midnight's arm on his, telling him that everything was going to be okay. Said that if Izuku hadn't shown up and fought with everything he had, that Tenya wouldn't have made it. Said he saved his life. Izuku can't look at Ito without seeing bright blue eyes and soot-coated hair and a blonde girl dripping in blood. He twists his fingers and moves from foot to foot. Mr. Aizawa is there and so is Mr. Yamada, and they're looking at him with worry, but Izuku ignores them. Ice shoots through his veins as he loses control with his quirk, but he holds it back. With a hiss, air fogs around him. He trembles and tears stream down his face, and he cannot shiver hard enough, he cannot bring enough heat to fight against the quirk backlash. Heat envelopes him, surrounds him like Touya's arms used to. The shivering stops and he lets his fingers go. Eyes trail up to connect with Mr. Aizawa's bright red ones. They fall back to the ground when the red disappears, and the drip starts back up again like that one faucet in their guest bathroom. Loud, monotonous, never-ending. Drip, drip, drip. Rain pelted against the window in waves and, while usually a comfort, it kept Izuku awake and staring at the ceiling, unmoving and unblinking. His limbs have become heavy and numb, his breathing slow, to the point he should be asleep. But he lays there still, and he cannot stop thinking. Iron floods his nose and mouth, and he can feel the way brick scrapes him raw around his fingertips and palms. There's a searing tear going through his leg and a scream invades his ears, and he can hear nothing else but it. He recognizes the tone. He knows who's screaming. He remembers watching the hero killer, Stain, glare at him from the corner of the alleyway, the moonlight and fire setting his katana ablaze in the night. Ida is lying there in a puddle of his own blood, unable to move, but not due to many injuries. Stain recognizes him, and he recognizes Stain. He remembers and he wishes he can just stop thinking. He skids, palms scrabbling for purchase against the wet, hot pavement, slick with water and blood that is decidedly not human, not any longer at least. Air puffs out in cold, translucent clouds around him as he runs off from the league. The sound of helicopters reminds him this whole scenario is not a silent one and is being seen. He keeps north, pulling people from rubble and out of the way of stray, clawed arms. He comes face to face with a tall, dark-colored Nomu. It has wings spread wide and teeth that curl out from its lips. It screams, something grating and high-pitched. Izuku doesn't throw his hands over his ears like the other heroes around him. He didn't have time. He stands still, takes a deep breath, and exhales in a large, pinpointed breath that freezes the Nomu where it stands. The fire around them does nothing to the ice, pitch black and glistening. A hero, one wearing some neon orange suit, cries out when he comes into contact with it. The ice crackles on the pavement, loud in the silence left without the Nomu's screams. The heroes are staring at him, a mix of awe, fear, and recognition. And he cannot stand any of it. Izuku turns to leave but runs into a blue-suited hero. His brown hair is matted to his head and soot and blood covers his face. Fingers dig into Izuku's shoulders and the man pants out stuttering, stumbling words Izuku cannot understand. He gets the hero to calm down enough to speak. He says, Ida, and Izuku cannot think. He doesn't think. He just does. Even that night, Izuku thinks that his feet moved on their own. He only remembers finding Ida and the hero killer. He never does remember sliding on ice faster than Ingenium himself. Said hero was nowhere in sight, having been allocated to a different city earlier in the week for a high-security mission, forcing him to leave his little brother with a trusted friend and hero, Manuel. Manuel lost sight of him 5 minutes after the initial Nomu attack. Izuku's heart stutters at the thought that he could have prevented this. If he hadn't run off to have a little conversation with a most likely crazed lunatic, who is hurt and his smile is strained and he shakes when mentioning murder, then Izuku could have stopped this. He could have stopped this. Fire dances in the alleyways, casting shadows of objects that always seem to resemble something human. He swallows past a lump in his throat as he considers what he might see. Manuel was obviously distraught. Maybe Ida went after a stray Nomu? But that wasn't what Izuku stumbled across when he reached an alleyway, oddly chilly, and smelled heavy of iron. The hero killer stood above Izuku's classmate, smiling but not in a joyous way. His eyes were narrowed with fury and his body was stiff with precision. Ida lay still but not quiet. He called out to the killer, anger lacing his voice. Your actions, your conviction, it's wrong. You can't change hero society by killing it. There will always be someone to step in, someone who will advocate for proper change. Always someone to oppose people like you. Izuku watches with horror as Stain flips his katana, slashing it with a signature killing blow. The blade would never reach Ida, snapping in half, a crackling clang, ringing through the alley. The man turned, his eyes slightly widening with recognition. Permafrost, my. He walked closer, a slow, relaxed gait. He wasn't looking at Izuku as a threat, as someone that would stop him. He stopped, the toe of his boot pressing against Izuku's. His breath was hot and smelled like the blood he ingested for his quirk. He ran his finger against Izuku's jaw, which moved as he swallowed. What are you doing here, little villain? Izuku did not shiver. He gritted his teeth and hissed out, I could be asking you the same, hero killer. You should be in prison. The man sneered. The one you put me in? Permafrost caught the blade before it penetrated his side. His eyes, wild and prepared for a fight, found the hero killers and the dance begun. He spun out of the way, using complicated footwork to throw Stain off and maneuver out of the way. His quirk slid across the ground in a sweeping wave that quickly gave him the advantage. Stain threw another knife, rushing with it toward Frost. He caught it, throwing it out of the way and grabbing at the killer's wrist, twisting it, and throwing him out of his way. Frost leaped over Ida, quickly grabbing at a support item from his suit, a blunted staff that he circled and swung toward the killer. It knocked the man backward, but he swept out a foot and tripped Frost, who fell into a handspring and flipped toward Native, who he saw when he entered the alleyway. Pretending to not see him would keep Stain off of him. The hero was not very lucid, but Izuku was able to convince him to quietly leave the moment he could move. The hero couldn't nod, but he blinked rapidly in response, staying quiet like from the beginning. Who are you to decide someone else's fate, hero killer? Frost dodged a wickedly sharp dagger, the silver of the blade dangerously tantalizing and promising a swift end. He wondered how much it cost for the killer. Where did he get it? Who are you to decide what I do is wrong, little villain? You are no better than me. Frost slid across the ground, swiping up a loose brick and shattering it across the killer's head. He stumbled backward and Frost charged, using a dagger he threw away earlier and tossing it toward Stain's wrist. The blade landed and the man growled in pain and anger. I am nothing like you. They danced around each other for a moment longer before Frost slipped. On his own ice. Stain took the opportunity and sliced at Frost, getting some of his blood and liking it off the blade. Frost felt himself stiffen up until he could no longer move. He was forced to watch the killer cackle and walk unsteadily toward Ida. Yes, nothing like me. I wouldn't have fallen against my own quirk, little one. He stood over Izuku's classmate and he screamed. He screamed and screamed and screamed. Someone, anyone, was bound to hear him. Someone was bound to come over and see what the hell was happening. Someone was bound to help. But the blade fell, slicing straight through Ida's arm, a garbling cry breaking through him. The killer pulled out the blade and put it through his chest. Ida cried once more before becoming silent. Stop hurting him. His voice was raw, ripping at his throat. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. He couldn't move. Move. The ground fell beneath him, and a spear of ice shot through the hero killer in one swift motion. He stood there, head thrown back and staring unseeing toward the stars. Blood dripped down toward the wet pavement below. Fire highlighted his skin like some sort of beacon, and his blade clattered as it fell out of his fingers. Ida was still breathing. I am everything like him. The room remained silent as Izuku stared at the ceiling. He could hear shuffling coming from the kitchen, either Mr. Yamada or Mr. Aizawa, since Midnight was at the police station. The three heroes shared an apartment since it was cheaper. Hero work never really did pay well, and Mr. Yamada uses most of his money from the radio station to employ interns to teach them. Mr. Aizawa gets money from the school, but teaching also doesn't pay well. Midnight runs an agency and that takes money as well. Izuku didn't mind. He had to stay here for the remainder of his internship. He still was to train with Midnight, but Izuku didn't know if he really wanted to. If he was up for it. After the Hosu incident, the chief of police decided he'd work with the Hero Commission in deciding a punishment for him. Despite the circumstances, Izuku was known for having good control over his quirk, and he ended up killing someone. He killed someone. He couldn't go unscathed. Later today, when Midnight came back, she'd tell him what they decided. Izuku felt his father might be there too, or helping in the decision process. It would look bad for him if Izuku got arrested, if what he did got out. He hears, faintly, the front door opening and closing. The shuffling in the kitchen stops, then resumes for a moment before stopping again. The three of them are moving somewhere else in the apartment to talk, most likely. Suddenly, there's a knocking on the door of the guest room. Izuku stands and opens it for the three of them to enter. Midnight gives him a gentle but pained smile. Can we come in? We need to talk. He nods and sits on the bed. Midnight sits beside him and Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada sit in chairs across from him. Todoroki-kun, she begins. Her voice wavers and she swallows. The police and Hero Commission came to an agreement. They decided your actions were unheroic. They've removed you from the hero course at U.A and have blacklisted you from joining any other hero course. However, I was able to pull some strings, and you'll be able to join the general education department and possibly move to support or business next semester if you prove you can handle it. She looks at him then, eyes wet and throat constricting. She looks so hurt that he got removed, and yet. Izuku lets a bubbling laugh burst from his chest, his shoulders shaking and tears falling down his face in rivers. His teachers seem concerned, but he waves them off. Are you sure? There's no changing it. I can never be a hero. Midnight chokes and holds a hand to her mouth. I'm so sorry, Izuku. But he keeps laughing and laughing and laughing. Izuku never wanted to be a hero anyway. The 1E door is as large as the 1A door, a large red letter, painted onto the dark wood right in the center. It makes you pay attention to it, distracting, all-encompassing. It distracts from the absolute chaos on the other side. When he slides the door open, Izuku can't help but glance at every one of his new classmates, determining who he should be with and who he shouldn't. These guys would be his classmates for 3 years, rarely switching up with any of the other classes. Most of the students seemed quite normal, but hectic. Their uniforms were worn askew, and some were certainly against the dress code. He saw several ties sitting in the trash can and he smiled. He hated the tie as well. The class was also more evenly distributed with girls and boys, those that presented as such, that is. Izuku felt a bit more comforted by that fact. It felt more neutral than his other class. Their teacher was a tall, lithe, and silent man. Scars littered his face, similar to Izuku's cracks. His hair was a very, very pale green, so light it was almost white. It fell across his shoulders in waves, and his skin seemed to glisten in the light. His eyes were pearlescent, tinted blue and pink. Izuku saw shimmery wings peeking out from behind the man's shoulders. The black sweater and pants he wore were blindly different from the rest of his appearance. Except for his shoes, which were pale pink loafers that Izuku secretly envied. They went well with his hair tone. Hayashi-sensei has run classes in the general education department for longer than Aizawa has been a teacher. The man certainly knows what he's doing. He gives Izuku a gentle smile and indicates for him to join the teacher at the front of the room. Izuku obliges. Class. Hayashi-sensei claps his hands twice. Everyone turns and sits in their seats quickly. Izuku raises a brow at the obedience. It makes his stomach turn, thinking of his father. We have a new student. Welcome Izuku Todoroki to the class. Class president and vice president, I expect you to give him a rundown on class procedures later. For now, we'll continue discussions as usual. The class responds with a uniformed, yes, sensei, before settling back down and giving their full attention to the front of the class. Izuku makes his way to the last desk in the back of the room where the windows are. It was the only seat left, and Izuku felt like his skin was beginning to itch as he stared at the slurs and ugly language etched into the desk. He wonders what happened to the student that sat there before him. Lunch is a simple affair. He went to go sit with his friends, Ashido, Kaminari, Azui, and Uraraka, plus Hitoshi, but all bar Hitoshi give him commiserating looks and shake their heads. They didn't want him to sit with them. Hitoshi is up quickly and following Izuku to an empty table. As they eat, Izuku considers how his life will be like now that he doesn't have to focus on being a hero anymore. Truly, it was a blessing for him to be barred from joining any hero course. He never wanted to be what his father made him to become. However, that thought would be short-lived, considering now that the entire hero course despises him. They look at him with disgust, lips curling, and hands being held close to their bodies. Monoma, from Class 1B, laughs and goads him, asking how it felt to be the outcast now, when so many others would have done anything to have his spot. They can have it now, Izuku would respond. There's a seat open in 1A for the taking. And he never says it with remorse or pain. Instead, a smile finds itself on his face and his eyes light up just a little bit more than usual. He'll miss his weapon and training with Midnight, but the other rewards are just too tempting to ignore. But he can't help but miss his friends. Hitoshi stays by his side, smiling and giving him encouraging tidbits of information. He shares his lunch with him, giving him food that Izuku loves but his father won't let him have. They talk on the phone every night and Izuku stays over at his house 3 times a week. Izuku couldn't have asked for a better friend. It's later that week, however, that Izuku realizes that the hero course was his saving grace. His father stands in their kitchen, arms crossed and face set in a grim but satisfied line. Shoto stands with him, a light entering his eyes that has been gone for a while. It makes Izuku think of his mother, for some reason. His back aches with a reminder. Endeavor clears his throat. Good news. I worked something out with the commission and was able to get you an interview and audition for their hero tract. You'll be doing that this Wednesday, so take the rest of the week off from school to train and prepare, understood? A protest scratches against his throat, but Izuku swallows past it, instead letting a firm, yes, father, slip past. He eyes his twin brother who nods, a smile barely ghosting his face. Shoto was more heartbroken by Izuku's expulsion from the hero course than Izuku himself. He can't forget his punishment from father because of what he did. He can't stop seeing the mats of the training room in his mind as he sleeps or attempts to. His father's hands were rougher than the floor. And his breath, it permeates everything. Izuku takes the knowledge that he'll become a hero through the hero commission with gratitude and pleasure. At night, he sobs until his chest breaks apart, until his ribs poke and prod at his lungs and he can no longer breathe. He falls asleep early in the morning and wakes with a body that screams his anguish for him. The audition for him had gone horribly because they adored him. The Hero Commission made it their mission to get him into their hero tract. Before he knew it, by the end of Wednesday he had a new hero costume, darker for underground missions. The Limelighters were mostly underground. People like Hawks work much more than the public sees, a new training regime, and a new room in the commission hero dorms. Izuku stares at the blank walls of his room, sitting from the twin bed thrown into the corner, and considers everything. The commission did not hate him for killing Stain. Instead, they commemorated him, and Izuku felt sick. He had called Hitoshi earlier, telling him what happened. His best friend had gotten furious for him, claiming how if they didn't hate what Izuku did, then why did he have to leave the hero course in the first place? Why not keep him there? And Izuku couldn't stop thinking about it. It was weird that they removed him only to put him in a different hero course. It was weird he was banned from all other courses, yet, legally, the Hero Commission course did not count. It was weird that they began his training right away and said that he was barely trained at all, specifically, with his quirk. Izuku was trained in basic combat. He was trained with weaponry. He learned more from Dabi while being permafrost than from his teachers and learned about his quirk. He knew how to use his quirk. He killed Stain. Izuku will not hesitate to tell the truth, his death was no accident. And maybe the commission knew that. Maybe the U. staff knew that. He felt like his days were flying by. His dorm mates were kind. They knew what Izuku did, but they didn't hate him for it, but they didn't praise him either. It was exactly what he needed. They explained how they were there for quirk accidents as well. Haruki explained that he experienced a similar situation. His quirk use is exceptional. What happened with him was no accident as well. But he had been determined a societal threat, and thus forced to become a hero through the commission. Izuku quickly realized that was what happened with him. It was no choice his father truly made, because he never really had a choice, yet he would have agreed anyway. It was the choice of the U. staff, though, Izuku was sure of that. It made his stomach twist when he considered it. He thought they would care about him, that they had cared about him. And maybe in some way they had. This was the only way for him to become a hero now, and they were hurt for him. They didn't know Izuku didn't want to be a hero. They didn't know that this was his worst nightmare. Haruki walked out from behind the kitchen counter of their dorm, his arms laden with takeout containers because both of them hate to cook. He smiled as he set them down and began to eat. "It'll get cold," he said. Izuku nodded but didn't move. His dorm mate's eyebrows twisted, and he flicked his wrist toward the food. "You need to eat. They'll check." "What is this, a psych ward?" Izuku leaned back, his mouth turned downward at the thought. Haruki chuckled and set his chopsticks down and leaned back to look at Izuku fully. "Feels like it sometimes." Later, when Izuku is laying in his bed, he listens to the soundtrack to an old movie he never watches anymore, one his mother watched with him once that they both loved. He thinks of her. He considers her hatred of hero society and her love for her children. He remembers the way she broke when she hurt both him and Shoto. He thinks about the fact he'll never be able to visit her now, even though he hadn't even once before. The compound will never let him leave and he can't help but choke back a sob at the loss of freedom. He wants to go back. He'd do anything. But Haruki warned him. They'd never let him go back even if he failed at everything, they'd do whatever they could to make him better. Even if he betrayed them, it doesn't matter that he's 16. They'd just kill him. How could any of the UA teachers send him here, knowing he could never leave? That he had no choice? No hero license is worth this. For a moment he hates them. For a moment he wants them to finally realize how much he hates this. Hates being a hero, being forced to be one. His eyes roam his room before falling on a knife he has sitting out on his desk, a sharp, detailed one he received as a gift from Haruki, a welcome home gift that he said he could use for whatever, and that he uses his own as a letter opener. Haruki's blank smile and eyes illuminates itself in Izuku's brain and he realizes that, yes, there is a way to freedom. And a way to finally be seen. The tiles are mismatched, he notices. Cracks line them not unlike the ones on his skin, but they're purposeful, like someone slammed their fist against the wall on multiple occasions. Izuku had asked Haruki if he had a dorm mate before him, but he said he hadn't, he had been in the group home before this. Glancing at his wrists, Izuku couldn't even find himself mad at his quirk for freezing the blood in his arms. Haruki was puttering around in the bathroom, humming gently to a tune that unwillingly relaxed Izuku. He found what he was looking for and got to work on fixing Izuku's mistake. It had been done in the heat of the moment. Izuku didn't even consider the consequences, but he found himself shivering as he watched his dorm mate wrap bandages around his wrists. His long, dark blonde hair fell into the water, seemingly dyeing the tips red. He glanced up at Izuku, bright blue eyes twinkling, and smiled. Reassured him in a weird way. It reminded him of Hitoshi. Izuku tried to ignore the pang in his heart at the thought of his best friend, who would have never known what happened if Izuku hadn't failed tonight. He and Haruki sat around the fireplace, their plates empty, and a movie that Izuku wasn't interested in played on the large TV. Haruki had laughed at a scene and Izuku watched a little more closely, curious as to what was funny. His eyes snapped to the door when 3 heavy knocks resounded. Haruki jumped up and Izuku followed. At the door, Hawk stood there, a smile igniting his features in a bold, confident aura. Izuku swallowed when he was handed stacks of papers, along with Haruki. Those, Hawk's laminated, long vowels that was meant to get them excited, are your group assignments. You only have one other member in your group, but she is still training remotely. She'll join in the next few months, however, so do try and get to know her before then. You'll see her at training tonight, so follow me. They follow the hero to a training building across the campus. The walls were tall, taller than UA, steel and titanium, unmovable. You couldn't even hear the massive amount of quirk use from the outside, but certainly could from the inside. He and Haruki stood together as they watched the other compound members train. A girl with long, dark braids, the ends a bluish-green color, glanced their way. She smiled and ran over. She must have had some sort of mutation quirk, because while her skin was dark yet human, it was lined with even darker stripes, and her nose was oddly shaped. It reminded him of a cat, honestly. "Hello," she sang. "You can call me Kitty, it's really nice to meet you guys. Can't wait to work with you both in the future." She leaned forward, hands stretched toward them. Haruki shook her hand with gusto, a smile stretching across his face. "Haruki Kawasaki, also known as Siren. Pleasure to meet you, Kitty. I really like your vibe, we're going to get along swimmingly." Kitty laughed, something bold and brash, which reminded him of pro-heroes like Miruko and Burnin. She turned to him, smile never falling for a second. Izuku cleared his throat and shook her hand. "Izuku Todoroki, also known as Absolute Zero. Nice to meet you." Her eyes twinkled. "I heard about you. You and I are here for similar reasons. I was also kicked from a hero school because of a quirk accident. I used to go to Shiketsu. Your quirk is cryokinesis, right? So cool. And yours is Siren, right? Also really cool. Our quirks are really vastly different. Mine is shifter, but I can only shift as a feline. I'm sure we'll get along well." He eyed Haruki, whose smile fluttered. "She's very exuberant, huh?" he asked. Izuku nodded. She'll fit right in with you, huh? His dorm mate giggled. For hours, they trained. Everything from weights to speed, stamina, and quirk training. Everyone trained in different sections with their groups and a commissioner that watched them. Their group had officially met theirs today. I am Agent Haruto Kimura, your handler for the next 3 years. Every day, you'll train like you did, with specialized training regimes designed to extract your utmost potential. You'll become excellent heroes under the Commission's careful tutelage. It's a pleasure to train you all. He bows very slightly before standing straight once more. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you'll train in this room. For the rest of the week, you'll do specific training on your own time in your dorms. For Tuesdays and Thursdays, you'll have class from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., with breakfast at 6:30, lunch at 4 p.m., and dinner at 8 p.m. You'll complete homework after dinner, night training, and then be in bed, lights out, at 10 p.m. You'll listen to your superiors, which includes teachers, handlers, upperclassmen, and the paladins. You'll know who they are when you see them by their uniforms, but for example, they include Hawks, Miruko, Bullet, Rebel, and Lady Nagant. Do I make myself clear, heroes? They all parrot aloud, clear, yes, sir. Then, they are sent back to their rooms, where they will eat there for the night before beginning their new schedules tomorrow. And Izuku stares once again at the ceiling in his room, and he thinks to himself, how anything could be better than this? And he thinks to himself that he understands the villains a little bit more. In uniform, one that Izuku still hasn't gotten used to in the last few months, they stand together in the office of their handler, Agent Kimura. He shuffles some papers before handing them out to each of them. Siren reads through it, Kitty holds her chin high while waiting for the go-ahead to read, and Izuku, 0, stands there with the paper hanging from the tips of his fingers. Kimura-san smiles slightly. Today, you've been given your first mission. With the recent attacks at UA High, the president has decided to send out a group to keep an eye on the students and protect them in the case of another attack at their summer training camp. In your papers, there is the location and specific duties you'll handle. I expect to see good results. Kimura stands, ready to release them to the wolves, high school students high on accomplishment and the prospect of a vacation, and his smile vanishes. I expect no injuries and I expect no mistakes. They stand tall and bow. Yes, sir. Shoyuta shuffled the papers that were in his hands so that he held them under his arm and knocked swiftly on the door. Hayashi-san opens the door, his green hair cut shorter, now laying across his shoulders but no further. His eyes shimmered, but they were dull, and thus he seemed upset. His usually present smile was swapped for a heavy frown that was very alien on the man. Shoyuta cleared his throat. Hayashi-san, I need to speak to one of your students. Hayashi tilted his head. Which one? I didn't know you knew any of my students, Aizawa-san. The teacher had always been quite protective of his general education class. The students were ones that had bad pasts and histories, and he gives them the second chance they need to succeed in life, the opportunity to do so. Some have the possibility of switching to different courses in the future, and some will stay here, knowing that they just want to pass. None of Aizawa's students have come from this class. It makes his stomach sink as he is reminded that one was sent to this class for something that wasn't his fault. Todoroki-kun. He and I will be having after-school training and classes to work on getting him back into the hero course. I need to speak with him to come up with a proper schedule so that he understands how this will work. I would have come sooner, but with final exams I was tied up. Something dark enters the other teacher's eyes. He sneers, you should have come sooner, then. That was weeks ago, Eraserhead. Shoyuta frowns. I couldn't step away from my class. He was a part of your class. He is your student, and he's only here because you didn't know what to do with him in the meantime. Hayashi took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell, that was wrong of me. But you really should have at least told him before final exams, or his father at least. Yes, Shoyuta began. I should have because I can't imagine what he's feeling right now. He proved to me, that he could be a hero. That he wanted to be here. I could see it, after so long of not seeing any actual passion in his work. That was right before internships, so I feel he might think he's being punished by me. And I was worried to face him after that, to tell him what had happened, to tell him he'll have to do all that hard work over again. I can't push this back anymore, Hayashi-san, so may I speak with him? Can I at least apologize as his homeroom teacher for how I have failed him? Hayashi-san's face fell, eyes glistening with unshed tears and frustration lining every inch of his body. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, wings fluttering behind him. He's not here, Aizawa. His father signed him up for the Hero Public Safety Commission's hero program, the Paladins. He'll get a license like Hawks did. Kid seemed heartbroken when he had to leave. But I think it was more because all his friends abandoned him, except for Shinso Hitoshi. Talk to your students, Eraserhead, because the way they treated him was unacceptable, and I think UA did a terrible job in explaining what had happened. They think he's a murderer. Ice flooded his veins at the admission. Gone? With the HPSC? He could have lived with the idea that he was just pulled from the school to join another. He'd get in contact with his student, apologize, and help him get back on his feet, because the kid didn't deserve all this. He didn't deserve to be removed from the hero course for the mistakes pro-heroes made. It wasn't his fault, it was everyone who failed him that made this happen. Shoyuta rushed to the teacher lounge, papers nearly forgotten but pushed back into his hands on reflex. He pushed the door open, stopping all conversation in seconds. The teachers in the room looked up, their faces twisted with confusion. He was panting, eyes scanning faces until he saw Nomuri and Hisashi. He swallowed and sat down in a chair near the window closest to their desks. They watched him with worry in their eyes. Todoroki isn't in UA anymore, he grits out. The Hero Commission is training him and he dorms with them now. Hisashi's mouth drops open. He's a paladin kid now? It's Nomuri that chokes out a sob, something that surprises him and Zashi to the point where they take a minute before trying to comfort her. Her shoulders shake but she's quiet as she cries. It wasn't his fault, she whispers. Why are they doing this to him? From across the room, Snipe interrupts them, his mask contorting as he shifts it from taking a drink from his cup. Ain't this the only chance the kid's got at being a hero? Shouldn't y'all be happy for The scratching of a chair being sent across the room fills the silence Snipe brought with his statement. Nomuri stands over the teacher, her eyes blazing with barely concealed fury, her hands balled into fists shaking at her sides. She points a finger and shoves it into his chest, the grinding of her teeth being able to be heard sending shivers down Shuta's spine. The Hero Commission, she forces out, taking a deep breath, chest hiccuping, is a scam, designed to create child soldiers to do their bidding. They don't produce heroes, Snipe, they produce weapons. Snipe leans back and tips his hat back to look at Nomuri. There are bosses, Kayama, you can't be saying stuff like that out loud. They're cameras. She snarls. Everyone knows those cameras don't have sound and I don't care. He's an innocent kid. He made one mistake with his quirk, and we all knew he was having problems with it. We all knew he struggled and we did nothing. His classmate was in danger of being killed, of course he stepped in, because Izuku is a hero. She stumbled backward, panting and chest heaving. She swallowed, trying to gather her breath, and turned to rush out of the room. Natsuo stood there, beady eyes begging for her to challenge him right now, tail swishing back and forth. Kayama, mind stepping out into the hall for a second? Let's head to my office. Some tea will surely help calm you down. Nomuri sat in the dark green, velvet plush chair that stood in front of Natsuo's desk. The mahogany glittered with a fresh cleaning, the teas sitting before her steaming, and the smell cleared her sinuses. She picked a chocolate cookie from the plate set before her and nibbled on it. It was a dark chocolate and strawberry blend, her favorite since high school. Natsuo grinned in the way only practice could perfect. Kayama-san, I understand your frustration and your anger. Forgive me, Principal, but I certainly cannot believe that one bit. She sets the cookies down and takes a sip from the chamomile tea. His eyes shimmer. Of course, not exactly in the way that you do, Miss Midnight, but I understand how the Hero Commission is bothering you here. I certainly was angry to discover that they got their hands on one of my most promising students, not only that, but due to his father's choice rather than his own. The principal stirs his tea and hums to himself. I understand your outburst with Snipe. Not everyone is intelligent enough to discover the truth of the commission in the way that you have, dear. But he was not wrong. You must be careful with what you say out loud. Again, anger rushes like blood in her veins. She grits her teeth and sets her cup down. I do not care what the commission will do to me for telling the truth. Izuku would care. She stops, the anger falling away like water. She swallows and sits back, giving her full attention to the principle of UA. Izuku would care what happens to you. Being in the commission's clutches, he'd discover quickly if they take you in for questioning. He would be there, probably as a witness. He would most likely have to be the one to deliver your termination later, as given to lower-rank heroes in the commission. It would hurt him to realize that a mistake he believes is fully his own lead to his mentor losing everything. She can't help it, really, when a tear falls and others come streaming with it. She tries not to cry, but she knows she's safe to do so here, in the presence of her former teacher and mentor. She hiccups but straightens up and places her hands in her lap. She doesn't wipe the tears away but silences herself and raises her chin. How do I help my student, Principal Netsu? And the principal cackles, tea spilling from his cup just like in the final exams. He wipes the tears laughing so hard creates from his eyes. Well, there is one way that might work. Zero yelps as a rat scurry over his boot and Kitty licks her lips as she watches it rush away. Siren holds her back, a grimace replacing the odd smile he held moments ago. They stand together in the middle of a brightened, twisting forest that stretches for miles. At least they dropped us here in the afternoon. It's not dark yet. Siren throws an arm in the air but lowers it as he catches Zero's face. Zero frowns. It'll be dark in 2 hours and it takes 4 to get to the camp. Plus, we must clear the entire forest. Kitty giggles nervously. Impossible. None of us have quirks or support items that can help us with that. I've got my sense of smell but that's it. You can't freeze the entire forest and listen for enemies. Zero shrugs. It would probably work, but I've got a better idea. They both look to him, something like exhilaration lighting their eyes. Zero feels it too, the rush of a successful mission on the horizon. They'll keep these students safe, no matter what. Even if it costs them their lives, it's their job, as the hero's hero. Siren, you'll hum in an entrancing frequency, luring people to come to us, and if there's a villain hiding here, then we'll find them and deal with it quickly. Since they'll be under your control, we can keep them silent, so they don't alert any other villains. Sounds good. Kitty whoops. That's why you're team analyst. Sounds great, Zero. Siren grins. I've got plenty of cough drops and thermoses full of hot tea. This will be a piece of cake. However, Kitty taps her chin as she thinks. What if we come across a student or one of the heroes that teaches them? We're supposed to be hidden from them, secret bodyguards and all that. Siren agrees with a nod and Zero considers this. Then he smiles. Siren, I know your quirk isn't brainwashing, and that hurts. It burns and pulls and rips at his skin and bones in a way that he cannot explain, he cannot fathom why, but can you make them forget ever seeing us? The young hero nods. Yes, because my quirk doesn't really have an activation requirement other than singing, I can easily make them forget. The only issue is that if they're with someone who is deaf, even if they wear hearing aids, my quirk will not work on them. It made sense. Their hearing would work on a different frequency than Siren is used to. Kitty butts in, so that's where Zero comes in. He'll freeze them before they get away. We can make them sign an NDA and explain how we're here as extra protection. Should work, I think. And they agree, deciding that it's their best course of action, before stepping further into the forest with possible enemies hiding in every corner. The heroes that work at UA had already scoped out the entire area, but with the League having a warper, anything is possible with villains these days. Zero thinks about how meeting Tamura will go if he sees him. He doesn't have any of his normal permafrost clothing on him right now, so he can't be the vigilante without risking being caught. But, if he sees Tamura, talking to him is in his best interest. Every time he speaks with the villain, he has a better chance of stopping his actions before they can even come to fruition. He had gotten more information on All for One, a villain that is so extremely dangerous, that they commission has a vault hidden 3 basements below the one that most can access for the archives, full of information on the villain. Izuku spent weeks getting what he needed from that vault. He got caught once. He was lucky that it was Hawks that caught him. Zero glanced around the wall separating 2 security rooms. Across from him was the elevator leading to the basements. It required a provisional hero license as an access code, but each level continued to require higher levels of clearance. Zero had the provisional license, but he also had snatched a handler's access card. Trainers had access to lowest level. Said lowest level? The vault room. It contains some of the oldest information in Quirked history, beginning with the dawn of Quirks. Zero needed to see if there was anything on All for One. He promised Tamura to get information, and Zero couldn't afford any hits on his record. He's already dealing with the lack of presence in the underground, receiving multiple calls on his burner from clients, including a singular one from Tamura himself. He can't answer any of them, always too close to anyone for anonymity. But today he'll finish his last job for now. He waited until the clock on the wall struck 6:30, shift change for the guards, and booked it to the elevator. The black hoodie, but dark loafers and handler uniform pants, would hide him well from the cameras. He swiped his card, glancing left and right, and entered the elevator. The buttons were all labeled with different basement levels. His mouth twisted as he considered which one might be the vault. They weren't simple labels, complicated just enough to make you think. They weren't in order either, he knew by asking Kitty, who tried this once before. He remembered the worry in her eyes when he asked. One button near the top to the right had one symbol on it, 2 C's back to back, overlapping in the center. It reminded him of Chanel, and his heart picked up at the thought. Chanel was currently one of the leading fashion and beauty companies focusing on pre-Quirk and early Quirk designs. It would be the perfect subtle hint for the vault. If he was wrong, he'd be caught instantly. The other basements were heavily guarded due to containing either prisons or special training and weapons grounds. People would be swarming them. But there is no one on the vault floor, not even cameras. The commission can't risk anything being touched by anyone, so, instead, they track when the button is clicked and by who, meaning only one person is allowed in the elevator at a time. If anything goes up missing or damaged, they interrogate everyone that has used the elevator in the past 2 weeks of finding the material. The cameras? He doesn't actually know the answer to that one. Kitty went somewhat green when asked and avoided the question. He assumes. It has something to do with keeping certain things hidden. The elevator came to a quiet, soft stop. The doors slid open and Zero was greeted with a dimly lit hall leading to the vault door. It contained another card scanner. He wondered why guards and cameras weren't even allowed in this section, but it could be due to the lack of fire exits. This building is loaded with OSHA violations. Zero's shoes clack with each step as he gets closer to the vault. It's tall, maybe 14 feet high, and at least as wide as several double doorways. He scans his card, squinting his eyes shut as he waits for the beep of doom, declaring he has no access. Instead, he hears a clear beep, and the center handle spins quickly as the vault door splits in 2, sliding open to reveal a room bigger than several warehouses put together. Rows and rows of filing cabinets, shelves, and higher tech bookshelves that glow a slight purple color greet him. He steps further onto the balcony, looking out. He hears no one, but he knows that the elevator had 3 orange dots by the people accessed section and knows there's at least 3 other people who have entered one of the 4 basements. There is a high possibility that someone is on this floor with him. Quietly, he descends the stairs and heads left. The wall to his left shows that the alphabet contained here is AJ, a lower amount than he expected, but KT is the center and UZ is on the right side of the room. All for One is a strange name, but he assumes it'll be in the A's. If not, he'll have to move to the center. So, he works quickly, scanning the A's in the filing cabinets. Helpfully, there's a list on the outside of each cabinet listing names, places, and events. He comes across one that might be useful and grabs it. It was from the dawn of Quirks and shows a destroyed city with literal thousands of mutilated bodies lining the streets. Pools of blood glisten with moonlight and Zero swallows back bile. Below is a label reading, "The First Quirk War, Tokyo City." He knew All for One was a major player in that war, but it's not hard to assume what side he played for. He knows, then, that All for One wasn't really a villain in the beginning. Thus, he needs to know why he's who he is today in a society where those with quirks rule above all. He continues on, not finding much. He moves to the center for the O's and comes across the purple glowing bookshelves that are sealed shut. He sees a label reading, Quirk Science, the Yurigoto Experiments. Reading them lead to the realization that his former principal did not have the best life before being principal of UA. Experimentation. He knows All for One is one of the ones behind the Nomu experiments, but this Dr. Garaki seems important as well. He notices only the doctor's name, but he recognizes the picture more. He's seen him at the bar at least once. But Zero moves on, and one before nearing the end of the alphabet all the way to the right side of the room. He's found nothing with All for One directly written in it, and he's searched for hours. He's noticed a lot of repeat names, but once he gets to the S's he comes across a name that has its own section. 3 whole bookshelves reaching from the front of the room to the other side, all labeled as Shigaraki. And it's not for Tamura. Piles on piles of files on crimes and history of this immortal man from the beginning of the Quirk Wars. Zero takes photos with his phone of some specific things he thinks Tamura would like to know, including something labeled the Shimura residence. That name rings a bell from history, so he knows it must be monumental here. As he takes photos, he misses the sound of wings as someone lands behind him. Quickly, he tosses everything back into the cabinets and shuts them, not turning around. He clears his throat, pretending to rub at it, but actually turning on his false voice pads that stick to the sides of his throat. "Hawks, how can I help you? I'm doing some research for one of my trainees. Surely you should be training as well, yes?" Agent Kumo's voice is deep, but not too much to point out the lighter drawl underneath that shows Zero's real voice. But Hawks is a professional, and he tells Zero to turn around and face him. His face is dark, but with concern more than anger. "What do you think you're doing, Zero? Do you know how illegal this is?" Zero's mouth clicks shut, the retort of, "I've done worse," fading away. He nods his head and bows deeply. "I apologize, I heard about someone in history that no one would give me answers on, so I sought them out myself." Hawks shook his head, sighing. "Look, I know you're not used to be told no, but you'll have to get used to it here." His head shoots up, brows furrowed and mouth snapping back into a sneer. "I'm not some stuck-up, prissy rich kid." But Hawks only quirks an eyebrow, grinning lazily and throwing an arm around Zero's shoulders as he leads him to a second elevator in the back of the room he missed earlier. "So there are 2 elevators leading to the basements? Good to know. Maybe not to you, but certainly to others. I'm taking you to train with me. I'll cover you only once." He looks down as they walk, smile slipping away. "So never do this again." Rock crumbling alerts the crew to the arrival of 1A, 1B having been taken in a different bus, thus arriving at a different time. Zero looks to Siren and Kitty, who look back at him and smile. With the class located, they can continue to scout the forest knowing where everyone already is. They cross rivers and fallen trees. There's quite a few of them, so they quickly set up a research station and see past events that occurred here. The trees are dead, but not decayed or cremated, and why would they be? He's not here he's not a Vigilante, he's my bro-free partner, nor are they torn apart or in half. That cuts out 3 known villains. They discover a mudslide had occurred about 3 years ago, explaining some other wear and tear they noticed before that. They continue, coming across tire tracks that are relatively fresh. Siren frowns and looks to Zero. The Pussycats have 3 vehicles between the 4 of them. 1 motorcycle, 1 sedan, and 1 truck. These tires look like they belong to something bigger than a bike but smaller than any car or truck. Kitty nods as she examines them. Siren's right. Maybe a 4-wheeler? Or possibly a Jeep of some sort, a smaller one maybe. They have no other information, so they document it and follow the tracks. They lead to an outcropping below a large cliff. The tracks suddenly end, sending shivers up their spines. Kurogiri could have done that, Siren laments. It would mean the League was here at some point. Even if it wasn't super recent, they know this area exists and could return at any time. We should alert the pros and the commission. The students need to leave. Both he and Kitty agree, but before they could say anything, the entire area fills with a dark, all-encompassing gas that burns their throats and eyes. Kitty and Siren fall to the ground, more susceptible to smells, and Zero's head snaps to the right. A tall, lanky figure walks through the fog, hands long and sharp-looking, and head lifted toward the sky. It stops before them and a loud, metallic grinding fills the air alongside the sound of an engine. Zero's eyes shake and widen at the sight of a B-class Nomu, its arms thrown wide as it howls, chainsaws for arms glinting deviously in the sunlight that beams through the fog. Absolute Zero, rising. Zero flips up a gas mask and slides out of the way of Sawtoothed Arm, dragging a prone Siren and Kitty and throwing them out of the fog. He rushes away from them, leading the Nomu toward him and throwing a rock to PSS it off. It screams, not taking a second to breath as it rushes Zero again. He sidesteps, spinning, dropping to the ground and throwing a leg out in a wide arch below him. Ice cascades in a sharp and precise wave that traps the Nomu to the ground. His boots slides as he skates to the creature, grabbing a sharp knife and throwing it toward the creature's brain. It lands but melts instantly. Below his mask, Zero grits his teeth and hisses. He's killed only one of these things before and a knife in the brain should have worked. His ice would melt instantly. He runs to a tree, running up its side to dodge another deadly swipe from the Nomu, and jumps toward its back and latching on with everything he has. Digging through his utility belt, he pulls out a thin titanium rod filled with explosives. A grenade designed to kill these things. He freezes it with a thick layer of ice, which takes some of their strongest recruits just to crack, and with a deep breath, sharpening its edge, drives it into the thing's brain. It screams again, throwing Zero off and into a tree 30 feet away. His back slams against the trunk, stealing the air in his lungs and cracking a few ribs. He falls to the ground, whole body ringing from the impact, and watches as he waits for the grenade to go off. The ice would melt, he knew, but he needed it to last just long enough for the grenade to ignite. A clicking fills the air before speeding up and then light, bright and blinding. Zero closes his eyes, and, for good measure, lifts his arms and claps twice, twin spears of ice forming to his left and right before traversing the gap between him and the Nomu in seconds, spearing once in its brain and the other in its heart. Bloody, gurgling warbling comes from the creature before it curls inward on itself and disintegrates in seconds. Zero is panting, trying to breathe past cracked ribs and most likely a punctured lung. A piece of metal from its chainsaw has pierced the right side of his chest, and he grunts as he shifts himself into a standing position. He finds Kitty and Siren, swiping hair from their faces, leaning in to listen to their breathing. He hisses at the movement, causing Siren to JRK awake. He groans and grabs at his head before looking at Zero, eyes watering and red. He gasps and reaches out a hand that brushes against his side. Zero slaps his hand away. "That hurts," he explains. "I can see. You're bleeding." Siren worries over him as Kitty slowly wakes to all the noise. Her braids fall out of their bun, the band holding them having snapped and fallen away as she sat up. Her black cargo pants are ripped on the edges, making Zero swallow past a lump in his throat at the realization that the chainsaws got so very close to her. Her olive Kevlar shirt and hoodie are holding up well, which is relieving, since she's also carrying their emergency packs on her. She grabs another band out of nowhere and works into getting her hair pulled back again. She sees the blood on his coat and her lips pull back at the sight. "That's pretty bad, Zero. How did you win against that thing? That was a higher class than any I've ever seen, and I'm on the Nomu Eradication Squadron." She pulls out a first aid kit and hands it to Siren, who begins cleaning up Zero's wounds with ease and gentleness that Zero feels he doesn't deserve after everything he's just done. Ice, a knife, more ice, a grenade, and more ice. His partner rolls her eyes as she sits up, gathering supplies and evidence of the event to pack away for later. They gather into a circle, looking at everything that just happened and consider their next options. "They have to warn you, Dabi, rising." Blue flames crawl and twist around the limbs of trees and screams begin littering the air. Dabi stares in awe at the power of his own ability and how far it can spread, but he feels the itching, tumbling agony at the thought of his ability hurting others. He became a vigilante to enact justice the right way, something heroes like his father didn't seem to understand. But he stands here today not as the vigilante Dabi, but as the villain Saika, and he must grin and bite back the bile that threatens to escape him. Shigaraki stands silent and watches as the flames devour every leaf and begins to inch its way towards stumbling, clumsy hero students. He does not grin and does not laugh as Dabi imagined he would. Instead, he just stares. Mr. Compress flicks a marble in the air before catching it, and Toga licks her lips as the students rush by, not noticing a single one of them. It's Toga that says something first, her sharp teeth glittering blue from the light of the flames. Which one again, Shigaraki-kun? Shigaraki frowns. San Toga. Your boss. But the loud, fiery one, you cannot miss him. Bakogu Katsuki for once doesn't use his explosion quirk as he traverses the already burning forest. His blonde hair is singed at the tips, and he looks around violently as he and Shoto run into Moonfish. A fierce grin lights up his face and he throws his head back with a wolfish howl, something animalistic and wild. He rushes in, ignoring Shoto's incessant pleas to wait to attack. Something tickles the back of Dabi's mind as he looks away and snatches a medical satchel from their pile of goods. He thinks it might be the remnants of concern he feels for his siblings, the ones he left at the hands of his monstrous father. It makes him ignore Shoto too. Dabi swipes at the loose strands of Eraserhead's hair, flames lighting up the sides of his goggles and singing them. The hero's feral grin twists with anger and frustration. He wraps a hand around the capture weapon floating around his neck and head and shoots it toward him, causing Dabi to slip and slide out of the way. The hero grunts as his weapon slams against a tree trunk and flips around quickly to face the villain. His eyes glow a haunting red and Dabi feels his fire die as he grapples for one of the blades at his waist. It barely touches the hero, slicing a thin line right under one of his eyes. Eraserhead forms a circle around the villain, encapsulating him in a zone where the only exit is through the hero or off the side of the cliff. Saika, you're one of the new members of the league I've been tasked with taking out. A vicious fire quirk like that can ruin lives. The hero looks to his left where a large column of blue fire devours several trees, students jumping out of the way. It seems, however, that was your plan all along. The capture weapon unfurls toward him once again and Dabi ducks quickly. My fire can essay, but he stops himself, sneering as he twists around another loop. It can destroy as much as it wants. I have no control over something so alive. With a backflip that for sure pulled something in his back, Dabi extracts another blade from the pockets of his torn blazer. He throws three, one aimed straight at the hero's face, the other out of sight toward his foot, and the other near the second capture weapon he hadn't seen the hero hiding. The blade rips through the cloth, not designed the same as the original weapon the hero is known for carrying. The other tears through the man's ankles, causing him to hiss and bite his lip to hide the injury, but he stumbles, all due to the focus he kept on the knife aimed for his face. The man groans as he uses his weapon to trapeze him across the cliff to the fiery alley below, and Dabi snatches up his blades and hides them away for further use. He glances around, noticing the traitor of Yue hiding in a bush, but ignores the kid as he makes his way toward the cliff in the distance, squinting at the blinding light reflecting off the icy surface. He knows only one person here that produces ice as strong as this. Dabi doesn't think as he makes his way up the cliff. His chest burns at the realization that upon arrival he'll see Muscular destroying someone, and his brother, one destined to be a hero, will be there to end it. But with a villain like Muscular, there's no telling if Shoto will survive. And Dabi never liked the villain anyway. So, for once, hidden behind shadows of his own flames, Dabi will be Dabi once more. Dabi's hand slips as he throws himself up onto the cliff's edge, throwing his head to the side to dodge a stray spear of ice. His eyes are squinted as he judges the scene before him. Muscular cries out in rage as he twists and turns, trying to pull himself out of the intricate cage of ice that traps him. It begins as dark as night at the bottom, swirling and crisscrossing against the villain, lightening into a sharp, intense white at the top, moonlight illuminating it. The villain's eyes narrow in on the figure standing beneath him, trapped under their own quirk. Dabi's breath hitches seeing Permafrost throw his head back, groaning as the weight of the villain pushes him further into the ground below. He doesn't even think before he's slipping and running, blue flame igniting in starlight strings, throwing both arms out in a wide arc before pinpointing them straight at the connection between the villain and Vigilante. He incinerates the ice in seconds, burning the villain slightly, causing him to howl in pain. Permafrost slips out from underneath Muscular and runs limps toward Dabi. He looks up at his former partner and nods once, but Dabi doesn't give him a chance to run off to finish off the villain on his own. He reaches out and grabs the Vigilante's arm and spins him around to face him. "Where have you been?" Dabi takes a deep breath. "Why are you here?" Permafrost is still, but not silent. "I'm not here with the villains," he hisses out. "I swear. I'm here to help, the same as you, so help me." Dabi is able to hide the flinch at the villain remark, because while it reminds him that he's not here to help, but to hurt, and has already harmed a hero that he even remotely respects, he remembers where he is and with, and has to keep it quiet. But the plea that Permafrost gives him, the beg for help, something he never does? It spurs him into action, and Dabi is running to the left of the villain while Permafrost runs to the right, just as Muscular breaks through his icy prison. Izuku breathes heavily under the mask, legs burning with each leap he makes, and he grapples onto the edge of a cliff higher than the one they stand upon. Muscular is quick to locate him, eyes blazing with murderous fury, villainous in a way that Izuku has only seen on missions with the HPSC, nothing he's ever seen while patrolling as Permafrost. "I miss this," he thinks, as he tumbles through the sky, a rod of ice traveling in twirls of sharp, freezing agony around his body, making its mark against Muscular's face and inner thighs, areas that blind or hinder circulation of his blood. Muscular's quirk works by strengthening his muscle fibers and growing them inside and outside his body. One way to destroy them would be with a strength quirk or something that breaks things down, since his builds up. But his quirk works with flesh, biological material. Fire and ice will do just fine. The rod slams against Muscular's lower back, perpendicular, so the tip of the rod hits harder and spreads the effects in a more precise area. He grunts and throws an arm wide to catch Frost off guard, but Dabi is there, and his fire slices through muscle fiber and tissue, causing the villain to stumble back. Permafrost is careful to keep the villain set at him, so that he ignores the child hiding in the bush barely 200 feet away. When the Vigilante had heard the screams of someone young coming from this cliff, he couldn't ignore them, and told his partners to continue to the main camp to warn the school. When Permafrost arrived, he found himself frozen in horror, as a villain rips the arm off a child. The young boy cries but tries to hold back any sounds, and Permafrost is quick to distract the villain. When he's trapped in his cage of ice, Permafrost tends to the young boy's arm and hides him away, quiet, where the villain cannot see him. At the time, Muscular had actually been in shock from the cold, but now he's using his quirk at a larger rate due to that shock. Frost grins devilishly and throws two hands behind him, shards of ice rising to create a barrier to keep him and Dabi from falling to their deaths. Then he swings them back in front of him, whips of the whitest, sharpest ice forming around him, slithering like serpents, attaching to his upper thighs, waist, and shoulders. The ends drape to the floor, curling around his elbows, wrists, and hands. He stands there, the grin spreading wider, as his mind begins to blank and all he can think about is his quirk and all the ways he can use it. Muscular grins back. "You," he huffs out, "have that same glint in your eyes that I do. You love it, don't you?" Dabi yells, "Quit taunting him," and slings fire straight toward the villain's eyes, but this doesn't halt Muscular. He laughs, something hollow and wrong that makes Permafrost shiver with anticipation. He wants to destroy the villain. He wants to hurt Muscular. "You know I'm right, villain." He's not like other vigilantes. There's something growing inside him, something wicked and thick and all-consuming. Muscular's eyes thin with his toothy smile. Something that craves destruction and blood and pain. "Just like me. A villain," the murderer rasps, "like you." Dabi's eyes slide to Permafrost. His heart sinks as he realizes the Vigilante isn't even looking at him, not reacting to the title Muscular gave Dabi. Instead, the Vigilante stands hunched, the moonlight illuminating the frost smoke drifting from his body. His mask is slightly hiked up, revealing his mouth, showing off the grin dripping with promise and saliva. It makes Dabi realize that something happened to his partner in the months he disappeared. This isn't the same Vigilante that apologized to a villain when he cut so deep with his ice he'd leave scars, because he knows how much a scar tears at your memory and heart. Permafrost glances at him and he stops grinning. Dabi, he whispers. Remember when you asked me if I ever wanted to change society? If I ever had the urge to just move without thinking? Dabi swallows. Of course, kid. Permafrost takes a deep breath as he straightens, whips of ice tightening around his biceps as he stares upward toward Muscular. He doesn't look at Dabi as he continues speaking. I am not the person I was, he begins. I am not the Vigilante you met all those years ago. But I am not a villain. He spits the last part with such a fury that Dabi realizes that someone has been calling his partner a villain for some time, and his partner might have started to believe it. The venom sinks into his voice. I am not a hero either. Permafrost starts lassoing his whip, eyes glued to the villain before him. I have been trained to do one thing and one thing only for all of my life. He speaks, voice building and growing in volume. To take out villains, all villains. But today I want to make a promise, something that will burn itself into your mind, Muscular. The speech the Vigilante began switches from being aimed at Dabi to being aimed at Muscular, villain chuckling. Your speech will not sway. Don't. Permafrost slings back the whip then forward, not hitting Muscular, but instead slinging out the thinnest, brightest strip of light that slices right through the villain's right leg and arm, slinging in an upward arc high above them, reaching the heavens then back downward, slicing right through the villain's left eye and cheek. Speak. The Vigilante grits and slides across the ground with an ease that shows years and years of practice, the whips moving with him, and as he dances with his weapon, his breathing evens out and the whips brighten until they are glowing, shining brighter than any sun. He twirls them around trees, bringing them down toward the villain but using them as a post for himself, slingshotting toward Muscular, spinning midair, staring the villain directly in his eyes. While I am speaking, a blade of ice forms itself in Permafrost's hands and he brings it down onto the villain's other eye. I will always enjoy ruining villains like you. Blood dribbles down Muscular's face and he roars as he flings his arm here and there, trying to catch the Vigilante off kilter. But Permafrost slams a foot down hard twice and glowing ice launches towards him and shelters the villain in place. He cannot move, and his skin pales and tightens and cracks, eyes still leaking blood before it turns purple, and freezes to his skin and stops leaking. I am no villain, Frostpants, but I will become a villain if it means ridding the world of parasites like you, people who hurt, who bleed others to feed off their agony, who rip apart life to live in ecstasy. The Vigilante drops to the ground, his mask trailing downward, having been ripped by his own weapon earlier. Dabi had only seen that moment for a second, where Permafrost's arm was outstretched, eyes and nose glistening with sweat, a curl of white hair and a splatter of freckles peeking out from the mask still hanging on. Dabi falters as he runs towards his brother. Izuku flipped through the papers the handler gave him, a stern look in her eyes that told him to read everything, no skimming through this one. Each page depicted in concerning detail a procedure that all Paragon interns were obligated to go through as they progressed through the program. One of the major aspects that Izuku couldn't ignore was the redacted section under Neurosurgical Procedure A. That part, apparently, was not for him to know. He glanced at the handler and swallowed. I'm assuming I'll be placed in the O room if I decided not to do this? His handler scowled. That's an inappropriate term for the retraining facility, absolute zero. And you'll face something worse if you decline the procedure, consider it non-negotiable. He lets Hawks get to him too often for him to avoid using inappropriate terms when talking to commissioners. Instead, he lets things slip through his teeth with a gleam in his eyes. It's the only way for him to get back at these people in his own way, while also keeping his life. His handler shuffles through another stack of papers before grabbing a crisp white document and sliding it toward Izuku. He pulls it toward him, scanning the contents before suppressing the scowl that threatened to spread across his lips. His handler cleared their throat before taking a seat. Absolute zero. Your rights are clearly outlined in this document that coincide with that of the Hero Commission, that is, the altered rights you are given as a hero employed under the Hero Commission. Do you understand those terms? Izuku does understand those terms. It means his human rights are no longer the same as any other civilian of Japan. It means the Commission may do whatever they please with him, and to deny means to deny the Commission as a whole. He would lose everything. Izuku nods and verbally confirms, "Yes, I understand." He reads over the document one last time before signing his hero name, the only name he is allowed to go by, and stands once dismissed, heading toward the newer hero dorms where he would train, sleep, because he can't eat before tomorrow, when he would have the procedure. A procedure he isn't allowed to know about. Something that he is sure is going to change some fundamental aspect of himself. Haruki is sitting in the lounge of their dorm, eating some sort of Chinese takeout, Izuku's own serving sitting on the counter. He looks up and waves and points at the TV. "Got a horror movie today if you want to watch. I know you like them." Izuku smiles but shakes his head. "I'm just going to train and go to sleep. Thanks though." As he walks off, Haruki stops him. "You have to eat, Izuku," he says, concern lacing his voice. Izuku shakes his head once again. "Actually, I have a procedure tomorrow. I can't eat at all," they said. "Guess I'm being put under for it." "It'll be okay though," he says quickly, noticing the worry in Haruki's eyes. "I'll be okay." His friend and hero partner nods once and quietly goes back to eating, but barely glances at the movie. Izuku spends the rest of the night training as needed, takes his shower and heads to bed. As he lays there, he pulls out his personal phone, the one he's hidden from the Hero Commission. He pulls up a photo of his mother, of his brothers and sister, of Hitoshi. For some reason, Izuku feels he's going to lose the last bit of connection he has to them tomorrow. His stomach twists at the thought. In the morning, Zero blinks past the blinding lights and stares up at his handler, Kimura, who hands him a cup with some water to gently sip on. He takes it gratefully as he listens to the doctor explain how everything went well. Zero doesn't understand what happened. Kimura hums. "Nothing to worry about. You have an appendix still, apparently, and it ruptured during training. But you'll be back up on your feet in no time. Speaking of that, your next session is with Miruko." Zero nods with understanding. He's glad they saved him in time. Izuku blinks past the frost that seals his eyes shut, staring up at the sky blinded with blue flames that burn so hot they touch him even here on the ground. Dabi is leaning over him, worrying creasing his brow. His eyes dart away for a second, glancing toward a bush that Izuku remembers that the child he was protecting, Kota, was hiding in. The boy is crying gently, his chest hiccuping as he forces himself to stay quiet. He's scared of Dabi, doesn't know if he can trust him. From his position on the ground, Izuku leans back, his spine arching, the pain a welcome reminder that he is alive. His eyes lock onto Kota and the boy stops crying for a second. "Kota," Izuku rasps, his heart aches as he stares at the bloody spot on his shoulder where his arm should have been. Izuku wrapped it enough and froze the area to slow the bleeding, but it needs to be cauterized, something Dabi's fire is too strong for. "Kota, you need to run. You need to find the pussycats and get to safety." The boy shakes his head midway through the words Izuku speaks, like he doesn't want to hear them. His lip trembles as he gasps, "I don't know where to go, I'm scared." But Izuku shakes his head in turn, lifting a shaking arm toward the boy and pointing in the direction they came from. "Take a deep breath," Izuku says calmly, "and remember this is your hideout. You know exactly where you are." Izuku swallows. "I want to take you myself, but I can't, kiddo. You can do it, I believe that you know you can do it. You survived, and you're currently fighting those villains yourself by staying alive." Izuku looks back toward Dabi and nods. Dabi here came from that direction, he would know if it weren't safe. Dabi takes the hint, realizes that Izuku needs him to be a hero right now, to help this kid because they can't risk it. Izuku knows he's a villain, and Izuku just killed another one. He, by law of non-commissioned trained heroes, is a villain as well. They can't take Kota down there. It's safe. The villains are in the forest. As long as you stay away from the main courtyard of the house, you'll be good. Kota looks at Izuku and then to Dabi, then nods. He stands and takes a breath before running off back toward where the pussycats were. Izuku's stomach flips a bit, wondering if there were any villains down there. Dabi grimaces. They're villains, but by the time he gets there, I think they'll be long gone. Izuku. And that makes Izuku sit up. What? He looks Dabi, no, his brother, Touya, up and down, realizing that he's trembling. He always had this suspicion that Dabi was his long-thought-to-be-dead older brother. But Izuku's name coming from his mouth, it confirms it. The intonation, the way his eyes seem to soften, that's his brother, that's his brother. Izuku, I am so sorry. Touya's shoulders shake as he wipes the frost from Izuku's face and hands and body, his hands a gentle warmth. I knew the day I got injured beyond recognition, it gave me the opportunity to finally run from that house and that man. But I also knew that I wouldn't be able to take a single one of you with me. I knew that whatever choice I made, someone would suffer, and at that point, I was in so much pain that I made the selfish choice to run. I decided that one day I could come back and get you all, that I could run the streets as a vigilante and gain the trust of someone, hopefully the police, and take him down. And save all of you. But that just wasn't plausible. Touya shifts so that Izuku falls straight into his arms, into a gentle yet crushing hug. It was both the best and worst day of my life when I heard you and Shoto got into UA. It meant that you too had the possibility of being saved as well. The heroes would surely notice. But they refused to see. This society, it cannot fathom that a hero can be bad. Izuku curls his face further into his brother's neck. Or that a villain may be good. And when you killed Stain, to save that hero kid from your class, I was so scared. Rightfully so, because then you were moved into the Commission's arms and forced to become their undercover hunter. And I couldn't stand that, I couldn't stand it anymore. So I joined Shigaraki, since even you seemed determined he wasn't a villain because he wanted to be. They're connected to a powerful villain that promised that if I helped destroy All Might, he would destroy Endeavor. Touya took a deep breath. Izuku, the heroes aren't going to save us, so we have to save ourselves. And if that means if I have to turn to villainy, I will. I want you safe, I want Shoto and Fuyumi, and Natsuo safe. I want Mom home. Izuku, But Izuku pulled his brother's face into his shoulder to quiet his constant apologies and laughed quietly. Touya, it's okay. I never wanted to be a hero anyway. The two of them sat there in a cold yet hot vortex that swirled around them, peaceful for once, before falling through a purple portal that opened beneath their feet. They landed in the bar of the League of Villains, and before them stood a blonde girl Izuku knew from the past, a man in a gray and black mask, and Shigaraki, with two Yota students tied and gagged in chairs in front of a menacing TV screen. The students were Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto. Izuku's heart thundered, feeling like it was going to burst from his chest with how hard it flipped around in his chest. His eyes did not leave Shoto's face, which trembled as he stared at the TV screen in front of him. A voice echoed out in the space before them, the static on the screen crackling. Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Baku. Two very promising Udata students, one with a hero bloodline, and one with only one vision of himself. Yet, I see something different in the both of you. Todoroki, your family has been tortured and torn apart by Hero Society, your own twin pulled from your side and thrown into the Commission's hands. At that, Shoto's brows furrowed, like he didn't understand what the voice was saying, which he likely didn't. Shoto was more sheltered from the harsher aspects of Hero Society. The voice continued on, but not about Izuku's brother. And Katsuki Bakugo, you desire to be a hero more than anything. But you have been far from heroic. Well, that is, the type of hero that is generally portrayed. You do quite fit the bill of the average hero, I'd say. Wasn't it in middle school that you decided to teach that quirkless boy a lesson, that heroism was too dangerous, by showing him every day what he would experience against others with quirks? He never did show up to the hero exam. Bakugo was still, nearly like a statue. He looked terrified, but the voice didn't stop. He died, didn't he? Killed himself. If he couldn't be a hero, he couldn't be anything at all. Though I don't disagree, a bit rough to see. I love a good quirk, and I believe quirks are just beautiful. And the two of you, both of you want society to change for different reasons, using your magnificent quirks. Shoto, you don't want heroes like your father scaling the streets. And Katsuki, despite what I've said and how I've painted your character, you've wanted to become a hero that saves everyone, correct? You didn't want that boy to kill himself, you were just scared, and now you never want to see something like that happen again. I can make that happen. The wall where the T-V stood was blown inward with several heroes billowing in. Bakugo and Shoto both shuddered with relief as they were released and rescued. Izuku and Touya, however, were both portaled to a destroyed city square where a man in a black suit and helmet floated above the ground. Standing across from him was All Might. Touya essayed in a breath and Izuku's head shot toward him. You know who that? Izuku asked. Touya nodded. Yes, that's the villain All for One. He's the one who runs this league. And everything seemed to click. A villain that could give and take quirks named All for One would not simply disappear easily off the face of the earth. Shigaraki said he wanted information on the villain and Izuku had suspicions the villain was his boss. The voice made Izuku feel even colder. That villain sounded well-versed. He is ancient. He is demon good at what he does. He's had centuries, after all, to perfect villainy. He was manipulating Bakugo and Shoto in joining the league to create a better future, which is probably the same thing he did with a young and traumatized Shigaraki. But why did All Might seem so familiar with him? All for One, I knew deep down you were not dead. The relief I felt that day years ago was short-lived for a reason. But today, you're not. Leaving this field alive. The venom in the number one hero's voice was something that Izuku related to greatly. Now this was a hero that didn't have qualms about ending a villain to save an entire country. Izuku felt a twinge of pride, which was short-lived as the attention of the villain shifted from All Might to him and Touya. All for One threw an arm out wide. Young ones, brothers separated by a father's hatred and pride, brought together once again on a battlefield. You stand before me as one of my own and formerly as one of the heroes. I give you an ultimatum. All for One suddenly stood before them, leaning deeply into their space, black helmet tipped upward to reveal an eyeless face and a stretched, creeping smile. The villain chuckled darkly. I can give you your greatest desires, he whispered. I can give you everything you have ever wanted. I can be your catalyst. You only have to let me in. Touya gripped Izuku's upper arm, eyes sliding toward him. His mouth was drawn in a thin, tight line. His entire posture screamed, "Run! Get away! Don't listen!" But Izuku was listening. This villain was old, ancient, one of the first, if not the first villain to ever exist. He fought in the very quirk wars that led to their current society. He knew something about power, influence. He knew how hero society was created. He knew exactly where villains came from. Izuku moved his attention swiftly to All Might, who wasn't moving. He didn't even seem prepared to save either him or Touya. His body was relaxed, more worried about whether the villain would move back toward him or not. Izuku faced the villain once more. Once again, the heroes only cared about themselves, not actually rescuing people. All Might has deemed Izuku and Touya a lost cause despite the quirks the two of them hold to be enough to at least distract the major villain. What is your offer, boogeyman? Izuku leaned further into All for One space. You've done your research, little hero. You know many of my monikers, I'm sure. You must know what I can do. For the both of you. Izuku sneered at the little hero comment, but continued to listen. He was intrigued. Sue him. This villain could honestly change his and Touya's lives for the better. Would they have to become villains? Weren't they already? I can fix you. Izuku wasn't looking at the villain anymore. His eyes were on Touya, wide, searching, pleading. Because Izuku was tired. He was so tired of feeling the drip after every use of his quirk. The silence and chill that followed. Everyone's odd faces at the beauty of a quirk that destroyed its user. The cracks in his skin itched at the thought, and he rubbed right under his right eye to abate the pain. Touya gave up everything to not lose himself to his power, his family and his life. He became a villain to survive. Izuku would do that too in a heartbeat. He would give this villain his quirk and become the villain he wants to survive. He'd do whatever it took to feel warm. By God, Izuku thinks, I want to feel warm forever. The villain's teeth seem to almost twinkle against the light of fire and crumbling buildings as Shigaraki takes on All Might, introducing himself as the heir to All for One's legacy. He places a hand gently on Izuku's forehead, Touya only gripping Izuku's arm further but not interceding. I'm not taking your quirk, little one, the villain croons. I am fixing the mistake of genetics and a father's dire attempt at quirk breeding. You weren't supposed to have this power. In your body, your mind, there are poles, bases, that pull magnetically in a way to a ball of power that resides in the core of your body, the center of your brain. One pole is the twin to the core of power, the other is its opposite. These bases create balance and allow your quirk to function as beautifully as it was designed to. But the bases in your mind, in your brothers, do not contain that opposite attraction. So, it functions at full capacity at all times. The villain's hand seemed to shift against his forehead and Izuku felt a pull in his brain. He considered that maybe he would fight against this feeling, maybe his body or quirk would protest. But the quirk left him happily, almost greedily, like it knew it didn't belong in his body. Izuku hadn't realized that All for One also had his hand on Touya's forehead. His brother shuddered as his quirk left, but his whole body then relaxed. He felt the same relief and excitement Izuku did. No more pain, no more forcing this power to work for them. Then, a new power was moved into his body. And the so-called bases the villain monologued about suddenly lit up and clicked right into place. Izuku felt warmth all over. Through his very marrow to his muscles and over his skin. It settled like a second skin, like something that belonged. Izuku raised a hand and with barely a thought, a violet flame swirled and lifted around his hand. It felt so good. It felt right. Touya's arms dripped with ice that glowed deep within. His eyes glittered, the cyan blue of his eyes glowing alongside the ice. Izuku faced the villain, and a smile, a true one, formed against his lips. Your payment, All for One? The villain chuckled. I need no payment from my own. My own are treated with the utmost respect and given exactly what they need to get everything done right. Now, do exactly what you were made for, heliotrope. His eyes moved toward Touya. And you as well, Pykrete. All Might's eyes widened as he realized at the same time as Izuku and Touya had, that All for One was referring to the two of them winning this fight for him. The villain wanted Izuku and Touya, renamed and reowned, to defeat All Might. Izuku eyed his brother, their arms shifting to link with one another. Their next move would change everything. They would be seen as villains, no, they would be villains, seen as members of the League. They'd be wanted. They'd never be able to save their family the right way. They'd be putting their lives in way more risk. But, was that worth escaping the man that ruined their lives from the beginning? The man who fabricated their entire existence? All for One said it himself, their quirks were damaged. They weren't supposed to have the powers they were born with. Endeavor tried more times with their mother to produce the perfect heir than he admits. Izuku knows. He found the medical records. Touya smiled gently toward Izuku. He wants an escape, we can give him that, heliotrope. And with one last hand squeeze, the two of them broke off in different directions to attack the number one hero. A violet stream of fire encircled the two newly fledged villains and the number one hero. Though heliotrope rose the flames so hot and high that no one could see inward. The boy looked toward the hero and nodded. We both know of your secret, All Might, you can deflate. We're not here to actually hurt you. The man scowled. He didn't deflate, but he didn't move. I saw and heard everything. And I know about the two of you, and your histories. Your violent actions. A son, Izuku interrupted, who had to fake his own death after the years of pressure to become the best, better than you, to go beyond his natural bounds, after years of abuse by the hand of his own father. His actions began only as heroic ones for those who needed to be saved but were overlooked. They only became violent, as he noticed a dark voice in the underground, someone dangerous, someone worse than the man who hurt him and his family. Someone controlling an entire league of villains to hurt children. To apparently change the world. There is a history between you and that villain, and you have brought us all into it. Izuku stepped closer, arms coated with the flames that fuel his need to end this, but to survive, and to protect the people he loves. And a son, Touya whispered, but his voice carried loud and clear, who did everything his father said and more, pushed to the side for not having the perfect quirk, forced to become a hero when he wanted anything else. He did everything he could, protecting his classmates with every fiber of his being, risking his life against some of the most dangerous villains alive. And with one mistake he is thrown to the wolves of the commission like trash. He is given no second thought. He is to become a weapon, and to forget his life before. The two brothers stood side by side as they eyed the number one hero with a ferocious intensity. Everything about the way they spoke and stood screamed, "Watch what we're doing, pay attention to how we diverge." "We are villains now," Izuku stated, "because that is the label society gives to us for interacting with other villains. Even if it's to survive. Even if it's to protect everything we love. Because no one listens." 37 police reports before I gave up, Touya ground out. They wouldn't dare arrest the number 2 hero with domestic abuse. The flames died out to reveal the destruction heroes, and a group of student heroes, Okugu, Shoto, Hitoshi, Kaminari, and Mina, standing around in fear and apprehension. All seemed to relax when they noticed the number 1 hero was alive, but changed, deflated, and not at all standing strong and on his own any longer. Touya glances to the sky at the reporters. "All for one sends his regards," he exclaims. "But be prepared for the war to come, all might." A black portal encircles the two of them, but before they drop through, a purple blur flits across Izuku's vision. Hitoshi stands before him, out of breath, hair wild and pretty, but he was so scared. "Izuku, please." But Izuku leans forward quickly to tackle the boy, pretending to try and fight him, but as they struggle in the dirt, he sneaks a kiss and whispers in his ear. "Remember everything I've ever told you, and be careful. I'm sorry, I wish I could have done this the right way." Touya rips Izuku off Hitoshi and screams about needing to leave, and they fall through the portal onto the wooden floors of a house unknown to them both. Shigaraki stands before the two of them, a scowl on his face, but worry lacing his eyes. "Welcome to the League of Villains. You were a surprise collectible, permafrost. But at least explaining how we run things will go so much more smoothly."